Ah! Jiang Ning opened her eyes abruptly and sat up in bed, sweat trickling down her forehead, her gaze filled with confusion and despair. The chaotic remnants of her consciousness were jolted by the sight. Before her was this the apartment she had lived in before the apocalypse? Ding dong, ding dong. The incessant notifications of incoming messages prompted her to reach for her phone on the bedside tablet. It was September 14th, 2029, 9:32 a.m. A dozen unread messages flooded her screen, all warning about the impending super typhoon cutter, expected to make landfall along the coast in the early hours of the 17th. Winds were projected to reach levels of 16 to 19, accompanied by days of torrential rain. Jiang Ning was stunned had she not died. Perished in the dark, cannibalistic apocalypse? Was her reluctance to accept her fate the reason she found herself trapped in this nightmare at the brink of death? Ding dong. Another alert chimed in, the latest timestamp reading 9:37 a.m. Jiang Ning pinched her arm hard. The sharp pain confirmed this was no dream. She had truly been reborn. She had returned to 3 days before the cataclysmic super typhoon that heralded the end of the world. To be precise, only 2.5 days remained. Yet, rather than elation, a profound weariness enveloped her. Typhoons, torrential rains, floods, extreme temperatures, earthquakes. Each calamity was a descent into hell. What was there to rejoice about in this second chance? But she was back. Was she merely to await her demise? No, absolutely not. She splashed cold water on her face, and the mirror reflected a youthful, radiant visage, brimming with collagen, untouched by the hardships of the apocalypse. Everything seemed so beautiful. Her fatigued gaze fell upon the jade pendant adorning her neck, a relic from her birth that had been abandoned in a hospital. Later, it was taken by Yang Weizong, who gifted it to the campus belle, Su Mingyao. In the 3 years of the apocalypse, Su Mingyao remained exquisite and ethereal, her attire pristine, her complexion a delicate rosy hue, as if she still dwelled in an era of prosperity. Once, when Jiang Ning had been so famished she nearly fainted, she caught a glimpse of Su Mingyao savoring an ice cream from the pendant. A thought struck her. She took a blade and pricked her finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the pendant. It emitted a brilliant glow, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in an apartment devoid of doors. Aside from the basic utilities, it had no furniture, 2 bedrooms, and a living room, approximately 80 square meters, with a ceiling height of about 3 meters, and adjacent to the balcony lay a 10 square meter garden of dark soil. A timer floated in the living room, displaying 1 hour, 56 minutes, and 13 seconds. This was the space that allowed Su Mingyao to live so exquisitely, or had it been deceitfully taken from her? Exiting the space, she found her mind filled with the vision of a house. By concentrating, she could sense everything within. To understand the space's functions, she conducted a test using boiling water. Except for the balcony and garden, all other areas had preservation capabilities. When she stored items using her consciousness, the timer froze. Entering the space would automatically decrease the time. Time was of the essence. She had no luxury to ponder its mysteries. Given this second chance at life and the possession of this space, she was determined to seize the opportunity to reverse her dismal fate. Having lived merely 3 years in her previous life, Jiang Ning was unaware of what further calamities awaited her. Thus, she took to her phone to research natural disasters. Upon encountering an overwhelming array of information, she nearly succumbed to despair. Surviving was an arduous task. Setting aside her excess emotions, she retrieved paper and pen to draft a list of supplies. Growing up in an orphanage, she had learned that beneath the facade of tranquility lay fierce competition, shaping her into a self-serving individual reluctant to incur losses. Inherently insecure, she scavenged for cardboard in primary school, worked part-time in middle school, tutoring and cleaning for anyone who would pay. Despite her diligence, she excelled in her studies, ultimately securing a spot in medical school, all while tutoring 5 high school students at 200 yuan per session. Jiang Ning was a money magnet, selling insurance and seizing any legal opportunity, amassing 200,000 yuan over the years, with dreams of a down payment for a home upon graduation. Now, all that was in vain. In the afternoon, she had a professional class at school, followed by tutoring in the evening, but those plans were now irrelevant. Jiang Ning messaged the parents, informing them of her hospitalization due to illness, and that she would be unable to tutor for an extended period, hoping they would find substitutes in a timely manner and settle the fees. Tutoring fees were settled bi-weekly, and the parents were well off. Two of them even sent her 500 yuan as a consolation, amounting to 6,000 yuan in total. Jiang Ning reminded the parents about the impending super typhoon, urging them to stockpile food and emergency supplies. Natural disasters were rampant, and the list of medical supplies filled 3 full pages. Many of the required medications were not only costly, but also unavailable in pharmacies. Jiang Ning snapped a photo and sent it to her childhood friend, who worked in a pharmaceutical company. The wealthy new client needed the supplies urgently, with delivery required tonight, and she requested a substantial discount. Zhang Chao responded almost instantly, calling her within 5 minutes. Ning, this list of medications is rather peculiar. Are you certain you aren't joking? The money has been transferred. The client has a single request: delivery must be made tonight. With no time for idle chatter, she hung up and transferred 50,000 yuan, hoping to receive a fair return. With so many supplies to prepare, Jiang Ning took her keys and stepped outside. By chance, she noticed a limited edition pair of new AJ sneakers on the table, and she felt an overwhelming urge to smash them in frustration. She had always lived pragmatically, yet encountering Yang Weizong felt like falling under a spell. In her pursuit of him, she had moved out of her dorm to rent an expensive apartment in a sought-after school district and had stood in line at a specialty store at dawn to buy him AJ sneakers. While her own shoes never exceeded 300 yuan, she had willingly spent over 8,000 yuan on the limited edition pair for him, showing no regret. Yet, what had she received in return? He accepted her gift, but brushed off her confession, and on the day of the typhoon, he took the campus bell to devour her hoarded supplies. Over the course of 3 years of disaster, he had not lifted a finger to help when she was beaten and slaughtered by demons. He merely watched coldly. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would have sooner fed the AJ sneakers to a dog than given them to him. This time, she was determined to see whether he and Su Mingyao could maintain their glamorous lives without her supplies and space. The super typhoon raged for half a month, followed by 3 consecutive months of torrential rain, submerging the entire city. Jiang Ning resided on the 18th floor, though she remained dry. Her existence was equally precarious. After leaving her complex, she filled her stomach at a nearby breakfast shop and swiftly rented a cargo van. She rushed to the AJ specialty store, where the staff were astonished by her request for a return. This was a limited edition model, and countless customers were eagerly waiting for their chance to purchase it. She returned the sneakers for over 8,600 yuan, enough to stockpile rice, flour, and oil to last 2 to 3 years. Who needed a man then? Driving to a street lined with door and window shops, she ordered 2 of the thickest stainless steel doors, equipped with triple lock systems, ensuring they could withstand even the mightiest blows. Including installation, the cost amounted to over 6,000 yuan. To save time, Jiang Ning measured the dimensions before heading out. The shopkeeper, initially concerned about the accuracy of her measurements, quickly reassured her once he learned the specifics of her building, having frequently serviced that area. If you need it expedited, we can have it ready the day after tomorrow. Directly across the street was a glass shop, and Jiang Ning selected the thickest shatterproof glass available at 600 yuan per square meter, also scheduled for installation the following morning. Let them knock, let them smash this time. No one would dare to intrude and bully her. Chapter 2. Hoarding supplies. After paying the deposit, Jiang Ning hurried to the largest outdoor equipment store in the city. The industry was fiercely competitive, and the store was holding a clearance sale with prices slashed to rock-bottom levels, with some items even discounted to 20% of their original price. It was an opportune moment to snag bargains. She procured 2 inflatable boats for rubber boats, emergency kits for earthquakes and fires, tents, fire axes, climbing ropes, binoculars, radios, waterproof flashlights, and high-capacity solar chargers, among others. Life-saving supplies could not be taken lightly. She demanded only high-quality items. Upon noticing a significant customer, the store owner eagerly recommended jackets and sleeping bags, proclaiming that the entire store was on sale today, with quality guaranteed to please. Jiang Ning, however, expressed her disdain, inquiring if they had gear suitable for temperatures as low as -60 or 70 degrees. The shopkeeper was taken aback, explaining that they were in the south, where winter could even permit short sleeves. "I'm heading to the Arctic for research," she stated. Realizing she was serious, the shopkeeper quickly contacted a colleague, informing Jiang Ning that they had polar cold weather gear and mummy sleeping bags that could be used together for maximum warmth, albeit at a steep price and located in another province. The colleague operated an online store, and the reviews seemed promising. The shopkeeper assured her that express delivery would ensure arrival by the following afternoon. Jiang Ning ordered 2 sets of each, spending over 6,000 yuan. At the outdoor equipment store, she spent an additional 12,000, filling her vehicle to the brim with goods, discreetly storing them in her space when no one was watching. The inflatable boats required diesel, but diesel was not available for personal sale. Jiang Ning went to a car repair shop to buy an oil extractor and a barrel, then visited several nearby gas stations to fill her tank. Subsequently, in a secluded area devoid of cameras, she used the extractor to siphon fuel into the barrel, accumulating 500 liters of gasoline after multiple trips. The world had descended into chaos, rife with bloodshed and violence. She then ventured to a security supply store, declaring, "I'm going to America." The owner, upon hearing this, presented her with the finest gear, stating that the scenery there was unparalleled, and she could not afford to skimp. Jiang Ning acquired 3 sets of anti-cut and anti-stab clothing, along with 2 bulletproof vests, hardly pausing for breath before driving to the largest wholesale clothing market on the outskirts of town. She purchased down jackets, military overcoats, cashmere sweaters, thermal wear, scarves, gloves, socks, non-slip snow boots, lightweight sneakers, warm shoes, and slippers. Everything conceivable and potentially useful, prioritizing quality over brand names. She spent 12,000 yuan in the clothing wholesale market, then rushed to the adjacent daily necessities wholesale market. There, she selected air conditioning blankets, down comforters, especially large cotton quilts weighing 8 and 10 pounds, ensuring they were all packed in compression bags. She also procured shampoo, body wash, laundry detergent, sanitary pads, tissues, toothpaste, toothbrushes, thermos flasks, lighters, rubber hot water bottles, and so forth, including 20,000 heat packs, which were invaluable for survival in extreme cold. There was an online vendor selling rare items such as glass kerosene lamps and waterproof, windproof lanterns, antiques from the 60s and 70s. She purchased 5 of each and inquired, "Do you have kerosene?" The vendor confirmed they did, but it was difficult to sell with only 100 liters in stock. Jiang Ning bought it all and requested the vendor to include wicks, noting that these would last far longer than candles. She also acquired alcohol stoves, alcohol blocks, portable gas stoves, and, considering her space had electricity, several induction cookers. In addition, she bought insecticides, disinfectants, water purification tablets, and floral water. She purchased anything conceivable, spending a total of 20,000 yuan. Next door was a fruit wholesale market, where she bought apples, pears, watermelons, kiwis, bananas, cantaloupes, starfruits, summer black grapes, and various other fruits, totaling around 20 types, which cost her 6,000 yuan. By the time she exited the wholesale market, night had fallen. She noticed several missed calls from Zhang Chao, who left a WeChat message stating that the supplies were ready. Jiang Ning drove to his Company S building, where she found over 20 large cardboard boxes filled with antibiotics, anti-inflammatory medications, iodine, gauze, and even tetanus vaccines, life-saving medications for disasters. Although she spent over 40,000 yuan, it brought a sense of relief to the anxious Jiang Ning. Zhang Chao transferred 2,000 yuan as commission to her, mentioning that her requests were too varied, and many medications were unavailable. He had sourced them from colleagues. "I'll deliver the goods first and treat you to a grand meal in a few days." Seated in the driver's seat, Jiang Ning reminded him, "A strong typhoon is approaching, so stock up on oil and food at home." Zhang Chao dismissed her concerns, stating that there had already been over 10 typhoons this year, and none had turned out to be as severe as predicted. After storing the medications in her space, Jiang Ning headed to the food street near the university town, ordering barbecue, beer, and fried rice noodles. The food street was bustling with people, filled with young students and couples, their youthful faces blissfully unaware of the impending disaster. While waiting for her barbecue, Jiang Ning was drawn to the glowing charcoal flames. In her haste, she nearly forgot something crucial. She immediately asked the vendor for the contact details of sellers for charcoal, coal balls, and liquefied gas tanks. She called each one, hoping for delivery the next day. However, misfortune struck. These stores were located in low-lying areas and had been ordered to relocate their goods, leaving them with no time to spare. All three were situated in the same vicinity, and not wanting to miss out on her barbecue, Jiang Ning rushed over. Charcoal was inexpensive but took up considerable space. She noted that her storage could only accommodate 500 pounds of smokeless, high-temperature charcoal, along with a charcoal furnace and ignition agents. A bottle of liquefied gas could last 2 months, so she ordered 10 bottles as a precaution against potential power outages in her space. Honeycomb coal burned efficiently, but with the nationwide electricity shortages and trade sanctions with Australia causing coal prices to skyrocket, each coal ball costing 2 yuan, she grit her teeth and ordered 2,000. By the time she returned to her apartment, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Jiang Ning took a moment to catch her breath before organizing the chaotic supplies in her space. To maximize space efficiency, she stacked the liquefied gas tanks, coal balls, and charcoal in the kitchen. She removed all unnecessary packaging from her supplies and packed everything fluffy into compression bags, stacking them layer upon layer to the ceiling. The expenditures were staggering. She had spent over 120,000 yuan throughout the day, filling her small room and kitchen to capacity, occupying around 50 cubic meters. Just as she finished organizing, she was suddenly kicked out, her body flung from her space. Dazed, Jiang Ning exclaimed. When she attempted to re-enter, an invisible barrier obstructed her. What on earth? The space has swallowed my supplies. Chapter 3. The supplies were swallowed. Startled, Jiang Ning quickly scanned her surroundings with her consciousness. The space was intact, and the supplies were still there. She focused her mind and summoned a coal ball into her hand. As she surveyed the area, she noticed that the light and shadow timer was reset to 0. Jiang Ning suddenly realized that the space could only be occupied for 2 hours. 2 hours. Well, it's certainly better than nothing. After finishing her shower, it was already past midnight. Glancing at the space, she saw that a new 2 hours had been credited, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Lying in bed, she struggled to fall asleep and resorted to melatonin for respite. Her sleep was restless, filled with nightmares where she was pursued and hacked at by a group of people wielding blades stained with rust. Jiang Ning awoke in a cold sweat. At 5 in the morning, the sky was still dark. She entered the space to reassure herself with the accumulated supplies, which calmed her nerves. Refusing to go back to sleep, she grabbed her car keys and headed to the largest agricultural wholesale market. As dawn broke, the market was bustling with traffic. In the vegetable section, Jiang Ning purchased fresh produce still glistening with dew. Winter melons, pumpkins, lotus roots, red and white radishes, eggplants, green beans, bitter melons, celery, and tomatoes, asking for 100 pounds of each and 200 pounds of potatoes and sweet potatoes. She also requested 100 pounds each of ginger and garlic, knowing they could be planted and used as seasonings. After all, in extreme cold, a bowl of ginger soup might just save a life. As she browsed and purchased, she didn't skimp on anything except for leafy greens, spending around 4,000. By the time she finished breakfast, it was nearly 9 o'clock, and the market was much less crowded. Jiang Ning compared prices at different stalls to stock up on staple grains. 100 bags of rice at 50 pounds each, 50 bags of flour, and 500 pounds each of white flour, egg noodles, rice noodles, sweet potato flour, and various legumes. She also ordered 50 barrels each of soybean oil, peanut oil, and sunflower oil. Spending less than 30,000, she managed to negotiate 3 bags of rice as a bonus from the shopkeeper. With these supplies alone, she could sustain herself for 30 years. While the owner prepared her order, she wandered over to the spices section. She requested 10 barrels of soy sauce, vinegar, and white wine, each containing 20 liters, along with 30 pounds each of star anise, fennel, cinnamon, Sichuan pepper, and black pepper. Additionally, she ordered 300 pounds each of brown sugar, white sugar, and rock sugar, and 3,000 pounds of salt in 1-pound packages. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse, she had witnessed someone trade a single pack of salt for 30 pounds of grain. 3,000 pounds took up hardly any space, and when resources became scarce, she could exchange it. If it weren't for the lack of room, she would have opted to stockpile several tons. After loading her goods, she drove to a secluded corner without surveillance to store the supplies in her space before heading to the frozen food section. She ordered 10 large boxes each of steamed buns, flour rolls, red bean buns, molten buns, and brown sugar buns, and she took 200 pounds of frozen dumpling wrappers, planning to pass the time during future floods. Next, she moved to the dried goods section, spending over 10,000 on shiitake mushrooms, deer antler mushrooms, tea tree mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, kelp, seaweed, red dates, dried vegetables, and various flavored seeds. At the meat section, Jiang Ning found a stall that supplied the school cafeteria. The owner greeted her warmly, asking what she wanted. With a typhoon approaching, the stall had limited fresh meat available, but the prices were fair. She ordered 200 pounds each of pork belly, sliced pork, lean meat, ribs, beef, lamb, and rabbit meat, along with 100 ducks and chickens, 50 geese, and various pig and cow offal. The owner was astonished, asking if she was serious. Jiang Ning had referred clients to him for commissions and with family events. She knew to keep costs low. We don't need to mention our relationship, do we? This deal is at a 70% discount. Buying meat was costly, and pork prices had only recently dropped, while beef and lamb had not. Thus, dealing with acquaintances was the most economical choice. Totaling around 30,000. Jiang Ning didn't tea-haggle, but did request 2 bone cleavers and a butcher knife. Essential for self-defense, she had no time or connections to obtain them otherwise. The owner, slightly startled, asked why she needed those. "Don't worry, I won't be committing any crimes," she reassured him, and considering the profits and their friendship, he readily agreed. Next, she went to the fish stall to order 100 fish, requesting them to be gutted but not filleted, and 3,000 eggs, along with 1,000 duck eggs. Anticipating that the disasters might one day end, she also ordered 2 trays each of chicken, duck, goose, and quail eggs, all fertilized, and purchased a small household incubator. Recalling the garden in her space, Jiang Ning visited a seed shop and bought various short-growing vegetable seeds, including lettuce, rapeseed, water spinach, and dozens of others. The seeds were inexpensive, and $500 would last her decades. With only 10 square meters of black soil, she planned to utilize her 2 balconies. The gardener's instinct within her awakened, leading her to buy planting pots, hoes, shovels, and nurturing soil, filled with hope for the future. She moved to the fruit tree seedling area, ordering 3 of each variety, including apple, grape, and orange trees from several years of age. Meat was a perishable commodity, and as disasters persisted, it would be difficult for even the affluent to find fresh meat. Jiang Ning acquired breeding rabbits, knowing they could thrive on vegetables and reproduce quickly, ensuring her meat supply. Fond of marinated and cold dishes, she ordered 200 pounds of frozen chicken and duck feet, along with 100 pounds each of duck intestines, duck kidneys, and chicken hearts. Spending money felt like water flowing away. Yet the thought of the accumulating supplies in her space brought her an inexplicable sense of satisfaction and confidence. She spent the entire day at the agricultural wholesale market, and when Jiang Ning emerged, the streets were brightly lit and bustling with life, signaling that the most thrilling part of her day was just beginning. She headed to a restaurant, indulging in braised ribs, steamed meatballs, and tomato scrambled eggs, savoring a hearty meal and packing leftovers to take home. Returning home early, she busily organized her space, filling the large room to capacity, placing the vegetable and fruit tree seedlings in the living room, and keeping the breeding rabbits on the balcony. Jiang Ning cleverly exited the space with 10 minutes remaining on the timer. As soon as she emerged, 2 breeding rabbits were ejected, landing with a thud on the ground, nearly injuring themselves. Jiang Ning was initially dismayed, but then elated. It appeared that not only did the space have time restrictions, but any living creatures could not remain inside if she was absent. This meant that no one could take her supplies. In high spirits, she sat down to review her purchases, realizing she had acquired everything she could think of, leaving her account with around 20,000. With only the living room and bathroom left in her space, she knew she needed to prepare much more to survive in extreme disasters. Opting not to stockpile space-consuming supplies further. Opening a food delivery app, she browsed through highly rated restaurants, ordering dishes she had previously coveted but hesitated to indulge in: oil-braised prawns, Hakka salted chicken, stuffed tofu, dompa pork, and more, requesting 10 portions of each. She also ordered various snacks like fried dough sticks, soup dumplings, pan-fried dumplings, hand-grabbed pancakes, beef patties, and barbecue skewers, spending over $10,000 to ensure freshness by selecting a scheduled pickup time. Though exhausted, she yearned to witness the city's final splendor. In the afternoon, she received notification that, in anticipation of the impending strong typhoon, school would be temporarily closed for 3 days, with details of resumption to be announced later. The students rejoiced, inviting friends to enjoy nightlife before the storm, celebrating the unexpected holiday. Living on the southern coast, they experienced numerous typhoons each year, always hoping for school closures, and this time their dream had come true. Jiang Ning felt similarly, yet they were unaware that this time it was for real. They would never have to attend class again. With a complex mood, she continued to collect her purchases while enjoying barbecued food and beer. Upon returning, Jiang Ning felt a persistent sense that something significant had been overlooked. Yet in that moment, he could not recall precisely what it was. Chapter 4. The typhoon approaches as the clock struck midnight. The timer updated to reveal a remaining time of 130 minutes. This indicated that time could accumulate. Jiang Ning was elated. Every fleeting second could be a potential lifeline in critical moments. She resolved to refrain from entering the space unless absolutely necessary, choosing instead to conserve time for use during extreme cold or earthquakes. With provisions at hand and sanctuary to rely on, she felt a surge of confidence against the impending natural disaster. After a dreamless night, she was awakened the next day by the sound of a phone call. The installation of a stainless steel door had arrived. "Miss, you have a stainless steel door installed at your home?" The technician remarked. "Recently, there have been thefts in the neighborhood, and we need to ensure quality." He chuckled at the thought of drilling into the ceiling and floor for security locks, questioning whether she was concerned about damaging the property. "No worries, safety comes first," she replied. The landlord was away for work, and there had been no word from him even as the house trembled in an earthquake. Thus, renovations were not an issue. As the installation of blast-proof glass commenced, both parties busied themselves, the sound of electric drills punctuating the air. Concerned about disturbing the neighbors on a weekend, Jiang Ning briefly announced her intentions in the group chat and sent a red envelope as an apology. Opening the app, she continued to order food online until her funds were expended. Within 2 hours, both the door and the glass were installed. Jiang Ning settled the remaining balance, gazing at her fortified apartment with a sense of relief. Just then, her phone rang, and she initially assumed it was a delivery call, only to discover it was Yang Weitsong. "Ning, it's my birthday party today. When will you arrive?" His voice was bright and warm, accompanied by the lively laughter of many. Jiang Ning scoffed inwardly. "All right, just wait." He clearly harbored feelings for Su Mengyao while deliberately toying with her emotions, likely lured by the prospect of her surprise gift and the desire for a fortunate turn of events. Even through the phone, she could hear Su Mengyao's sweet, delicate voice. In her past life, she had offered herself to him, only to be met with indifference. Now, he was chasing after her. Alarm bells rang in Jiang Ning's mind. How could Su Mengyao possibly know about her pendant's hidden space? From Yang Weitsong's demeanor, it seemed he was unaware of this secret, implying that Su Mengyao had instigated the call. Grabbing her keys, Jiang Ning descended the stairs. Yang Weitsong lived on the 8th floor, and the sounds of merriment echoed from his room. She proceeded downstairs without a moment's hesitation. The oppressive heat lingered, but the precursor to the strong typhoon had arrived, with howling winds occasionally piercing the air. A recent text alert informed her that the typhoon was expected to make landfall by 9 o'clock that evening. Jiang Ning was taken aback. How could it arrive early? She decided to visit the school library to gather some medical books, preparing to continue her studies during the disaster, alongside martial arts and psychological texts. The vast library, which would soon be submerged during the flooding, housed countless invaluable books that would be lost forever. The thought pained Jiang Ning, yet she felt powerless to prevent it. Avoiding the surveillance cameras, she discreetly gathered the books she desired and slipped them into her space, justifying her actions by the imminent threat of destruction. Though she couldn't save them all, she hoped to donate whatever she could salvage once the disaster passed. Yang Weitsong called again, but without hesitation, Jiang Ning blocked him. Leaving the school, she headed to a large supermarket, taking the elevator to the top-floor parking lot. where she browsed for a while before descending. Faced with a plethora of goods, she refrained from making any purchases, instead roaming the second floor multiple times before driving to another location. The car rental company contacted her, notifying her that due to the early arrival of the typhoon, they would be closing, and she needed to return the car before 3 o'clock. Jiang Ning agreed verbally, but upon returning, it was already 4. The wind howled relentlessly, creating a cacophony around her. The kind-hearted owner, after inspecting the vehicle and finding no issues, refunded her deposit of 2,000 yuan. Natural disasters do not strike without warning. They grant a buffer period, yet humanity often fails to heed this opportunity. Jiang Ning retained her cash for emergencies, choosing not to indulge further. Back at her apartment, she gathered her computer, tablet, and phone, downloading a plethora of materials: films, music, life hacks, culinary recipes, offline maps, and disaster first aid guides. Suddenly, a notification from her shopping app jolted her back to reality. She had forgotten about her order for extreme cold weather gear. It was supposed to arrive the previous evening, but due to delayed shipping, it had only just reached the collection point. She hastily called the courier service, only to be informed that deliveries were suspended until after the typhoon had passed. If she urgently needed it, she could collect it before 6 o'clock. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, and trees in the neighborhood were thrashing wildly. With the impending storm, the delivery point would soon be inundated, and without the cold weather gear, survival in temperatures plummeting to minus 60 or 70 degrees would be impossible. When her ride-hailing app yielded no responses, Jiang Ning gritted her teeth and dashed downstairs, grabbing a shared bicycle and pedaling furiously towards the courier point. The 2-kilometer journey was arduous against the wind, making it nearly impossible to keep her eyes open. As debris swirled around her, sweating profusely, she arrived at the collection point, which was overwhelmed with packages due to the storm delays. She barely caught her breath before rolling up her sleeves and frantically searching through the piles. Fortunately, her package was large enough to spot after a prolonged search. As the typhoon intensified outside, the sky darkened ominously, resembling nightfall. Determined, Jiang Ning clutched her large parcel tightly as she exited. Just as she stepped outside, a sudden gust of wind swept through, lifting her off her feet. In the blink of an eye, a man standing by a nearby vehicle swiftly reached out and caught her. He was sturdy, pulling the disheveled Jiang Ning back with ease. She hurriedly expressed her gratitude, though her words were carried away by the wind. The man glanced at her. With the typhoon upon us, it's unsafe to hold onto that package. However, with 300 people queuing ahead, there were no drivers willing to take her. He carried numerous parcels, filling his vehicle to the brim. Noticing her anxious expression, he hesitated for a moment before asking, "Where do you live?" Under the dim light, Jiang Ning finally took in his appearance, clad in a black t-shirt and jeans. He appeared to be in his early 20s, sporting a clean-cut hairstyle, his jawline sharp and defined. He towered above her, easily over 185 centimeters, with long legs that seemed to defy gravity. Jiang Ning thanked him again, to which he replied with a distant expression, "Just a small favor. I live in Jinrong community. Could you give me a ride? I can pay for the fare." He nodded and opened the car door. The back seat was filled with packages, so Jiang Ning opened the front door to find a little girl sitting in the passenger seat. She appeared to be 4 or 5 years old, her pale face framed by a pink dress, her dark, grape-like eyes gazing at her curiously. The man spoke gently, "Dodo, let your sister hold you." In the wake of the apocalypse, who would still care about traffic violations? Jiang Ning took Dodo into her lap, placing the parcel at her feet. As the fierce winds howled, the vehicle moved steadily forward. The sky grew heavy, branches were torn from trees, and metal roofs clattered ominously. In the distance, she saw a girl in a dress clinging to a utility pole, her lips forming the words for help. The disaster was officially unfolding. Chapter 5. Steering clear of scoundrels and vixens a mere 2 kilometers away. It took just a few minutes to reach the entrance of the community. Jiang Ning handed over 2,000 yuan, expressing her gratitude for his act of heroism and his willingness to break the law. The man, with a voice as cold as steel, declined, stating it was on his way. Noticing his refusal, Jiang Ning did not press the matter further. As she exited the car, she cautioned, "The typhoon may cause water and power outages. You should stock up on rice, flour, and oil while there's still time. Pushing open the car door, she clutched her package and dashed against the wind into the community. Large raindrops began to fall, and as Jiang Ning awkwardly wiped her face upon exiting the elevator, she was taken aback to find Yang Weizong and Su Mingyao standing before her apartment door. They must have been waiting for quite some time. Yang Weizong bore an impatient expression, while the campus belle, Su Mingyao, smiled charmingly, her white dress lending her an air of ethereal purity. "Why are you only just returning?" Yang Weizong's tone was laced with irritation. "We've been waiting for you for ages." Upon seeing them, Jiang Ning was reminded of the various humiliations she had endured during the apocalypse, and how they had coldly observed her torment at the hands of demons, instantly darkening her mood. In her previous life, she had made foolish mistakes, and in this life, if they sought to siphon off her fortune, they would soon reap what they sowed. The despair she had experienced will be doubled in their case. With a frosty demeanor, Jiang Ning replied, "Is there something you want?" She had always been exceedingly warm towards him, but now her indifference caught Yang Weizong off guard, prompting him to ask defensively, "Why didn't you come to my birthday?" "We're not close, so why should I?" "You." He was clearly taken aback. She had been pursuing him and had previously promised to gift him something special. However, his intentions were not purely about the gift. Rather, it was Su Mingyao's interest in her that prompted his actions. Su Mingyao scrutinizit Jiang Ning, her simile unwavering. Junior, Jiang Ning coldly retorted, "I don't know you, so don't call me that." Su Mingyao appeared slightly embarrassed, yet her sweet tone persisted. "Today is the senior's birthday. We're all alumni gathering together." The birthday had come and gone by noon, and her invitation to the 8th floor was merely a guise to snatch her fortune. "Are you deaf?" Jiang Ning scoffed. "Didn't you hear me say we're not familiar? Why should I care about your birthday?" Taken aback by her harshness, Yang Weizong's pride was wounded. "What do you mean, Jiang Ning? You wear couple rings with her and repeatedly invite me to your home. Are you trying to play both sides? Don't harbor delusions. I have no interest in you." Yang Weizong, infuriated, snapped at Su Mingyao, "Let us go." Yet Su Mingyao was reluctant to leave. "Ning, the situation is like this. We came to celebrate the senior's birthday, and due to the typhoon, we can't return. May I stay at your place tonight?" "You're delusional. I've already said we're not familiar." Yang Weizong's face darkened, warning, "Ning, watch your words. I'll speak as I please. If you have a problem with it, don't provoke me." Yang Weizong yanked Su Mingyao away in frustration, but she stubbornly maintained her smile. "Ning, your pendant is beautiful. Where did you buy it?" Jiang Ning removed the pendant and asked, "Do you want it?" Su Mingyao's eyes sparkled. "Can I have it? I truly like it." Jiang Ning released her grip, and the pendant fell to the ground. She stomped on it fiercely, shattering it into pieces. Once bound to space, the pendant lost its luster and became utterly useless. The world is fraught with treachery. Had she not destroyed it before them, who knew what Su Mingyao might attempt? "Your affection disgusts me." As the pendant lay in ruins, Su Mingyao was left in shock, gasping in disbelief. Yang Weizong, incensed by the way his girlfriend was treated, hurled insults at Jiang Ning. With a fierce glare, Jiang Ning commanded, "Scram. If you have guts, don't come near me." Yang Weizong, his face ashen, dragged Su Mingyao away in a huff. Finally, Jiang Ning opened the stainless steel door and hurried inside, eager to unpack her delivery. The extreme cold weather gear was thick and soft, enveloping her in warmth, while the mummy sleeping bag, crafted from multiple layers of down, promised exceptional quality, essential for survival in the frigid conditions. Outside, the wind howled and the sky darkened ominously. After securing the doors and windows, Jiang Ning retrieved a large white plastic bucket to collect water, filling it and reserving several buckets for the space's restroom. With the impending arrival of the typhoon and torrential rain, the community would soon face water and power outages. Unperturbed by the tempest outside, Jiang Ning busied herself in the kitchen, tirelessly washing rice, cooking, and preparing vegetables. Each pot contained generous portions of dishes: braised pork, mushroom braised chicken, boiled fish, and beef brisket stew, each steaming and promptly stored in the stainless steel bowl she had prepared, ready to be placed in her space. Seizing the opportunity before the storm fully descended, she cooked heavily flavored dishes, knowing that in the days to come, cooking would need to be approached with caution to avoid drawing attention. She steamed buns and dumplings with the gas stove and induction cooker working at full blast, not ceasing until the early hours of the morning. After changing out of her greasy clothes and enjoying a hot shower, she collapsed into bed, fatigue enveloping her. In a haze of sleep, she was abruptly awakened by the sound of a drill. Jiang Ning drew back the curtains to find the weather still grim, the storm raging outside. Assuming it was still dark, she was startled to discover it was already past 9 in the morning upon checking her phone. Her WeChat notifications were relentless. The community group and class group were flooded with unread messages. Many reveled in the arrival of the typhoon chopstick, celebrating their release from the grueling 996 work schedule, while students could finally return home. Numerous posts shared images and videos of the devastation wrought by the storm, trees uprooted, luxury cars crushed, and tornadoes splitting metal warehouses in two. As the reality began to sink in, many lamented their lack of provisions, bemoaning that upon finishing work and rushing to the supermarket, they found the shelves bare, with only instant noodles remaining. The drilling persisted, seemingly emanating from next door. Jiang Ning felt perplexed. In her building, there were 3 units per floor, and the other 2 units were unoccupied. In her past life, floods had reached the 2nd floor, forcing residents to evacuate without any rescue in sight. Thus, she devised a plan to occupy the vacant unit, prying open the door to take refuge inside. Initially, they coexisted peacefully, but as food supplies dwindled, their glances grew increasingly sinister, and they resorted to stealthily attempting to break into Jiang Ning's door at night. This time, armed with a fire axe, she was prepared. Should they dare to pry, she would not hesitate to strike back. However, it was not just the sound of the drill. There seemed to be the voices of children as well. Jiang Ning opened her door and stepped outside, only to find the door to 1801 ajar. The sleek stainless steel door leaning against the wall. A young man in light-colored casual attire was drilling into the wall. Upon hearing the door open, he turned to face her, and Jiang Ning's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "It's you?" Chapter 6. The Tornado. Jiang Ning never anticipated that Unit 1801 would not only welcome new tenants, but that the young man who came to their aid at the courier station would be among them. He appeared slightly surprised, nodded at her, and resumed his work. The man, strikingly handsome and exuding an aura of coldness, stood tall and lean, with muscle definition subtly visible beneath his clothing, emanating a palpable sense of explosive energy. Jiang Ning felt a shiver run down her spine. After exchanging pleasantries, she hastily retreated to her room. This life was different. Not only had the typhoon arrived earlier than expected, but there was also a new neighbor. What sane individual would install 3 thick stainless steel doors? It would be best to coexist peacefully, yet one must not forego vigilance. While he may be altruistic, who could guarantee that he would retain his integrity in the face of impending calamity, given the moral decay that accompanied the apocalypse? After securely locking her door, she brushed her teeth, washed up, and had breakfast. The sky had brightened slightly, yet remained ominously overcast. Standing on a balcony, Jiang Ning observed the howling winds of the ferocious typhoon battering the walls, with the torrential rain striking the shatterproof glass with a deafening rhythm. In just one night, the streets were inundated, many vehicles submerged, and low-lying areas washed away by the floodwaters. The rain blurred her vision, and the distant landscape appeared shrouded in a gray haze, as if the heavens were descending, pressing down upon the city with an invisible hand, crushing it mercilessly. Returning to assess the weather conditions, Jiang Ning wondered if others felt the oppressive weight of the impending disaster. Armed with a telescope, she surveyed the city from her balcony, where the roads had transformed into vast waterways. The dark clouds hung lower, and whirlpools connected the earth and sky, rapidly spinning to engulf everything in their path, trees, cars, and rainwater alike, as if intent on swallowing the world whole. A tornado! Jiang Ning gasped in sheer disbelief as she watched the tornado sever the elevated highway in an instant, lightning striking trees to ignite fires, only for the torrential rain to extinguish them moments later. Had there been tornadoes in her past life? She couldn't recall, sensing that many things had changed, seemingly for the worse. Her phone buzzed incessantly with notifications, which she found bothersome. prompting her to disconnect from the internet and retreat to the kitchen to busy herself with preparations. She blanched frozen chicken and duck feet to eliminate the odor, then set about crafting a flavorful marinade while processing pork and beef offal, which was time-consuming. After inhaling too much smoke, her appetite waned, and she prepared a simple meal of tomato and egg noodles for lunch. As she turned off the exhaust fan, she faintly heard a child crying. Dismissing it at first, she packed up her kitchen waste to dispose of it outside, only to hear the sobbing coming from next door. Having studied medicine for just a year, she felt more knowledgeable than most, and the child's cries seemed unusual. After a moment's hesitation, she knocked on the door of Unit 1801. Dodo. The three heavy stainless steel doors muffled her calls. After a prolonged silence, just as she was about to leave, she heard a click. After a considerable amount of fumbling, the door finally opened to reveal a tear-streaked face, eyes filled with trepidation, and remnants of vomit at the corners of her mouth, her cheeks flushed with an unnatural heat. "Why is Dodo crying?" Jiang Ning gently touched her forehead, alarmed by the feverish heat. Clear mucus streamed from her nose. She was clearly suffering from a cold and high fever. "Where's your father?" came the raspy, tearful response. "Big brother's gone. He doesn't want Dodo anymore, doesn't he?" It seemed she had experienced abandonment before. Gazing at the formidable trio of stainless steel doors, Jiang Ning stroked Dodo's head reassuringly. "He has probably just stepped out for a moment. He'll be back soon. How about we go to your sister's house?" The 5-year-old, sick and frightened by the unfamiliar surroundings, hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement. Once inside her home, Jiang Ning took Dodo's temperature, which soared above 39 degrees. She rummaged through her medicine cabinet for suitable cold medicine for children, which contained fever-reducing ingredients. After administering the medication, she left a note on Unit 1801's door to inform the parents of Dodo's condition, fearing their concern. Listening to the howling winds outside, Jiang Ning felt a surge of curiosity regarding her neighbors. Venturing out in such weather seemed perilous. The typhoon raged, accompanied by sporadic lightning strikes. The television had lost signal, and she found Dodo curled up on the sofa, visibly terrified. This brought back memories of her own childhood. Watching other children being cherished by their parents while she lay in bed, sick and alone, clutching her pillow and crying, feeling utterly forsaken by the world. Lacking the skills to care for a child, she resorted to pulling out her tablet and playing downloaded cartoons for Dodo. The animated show captivated Dodo's attention, reviving her spirits somewhat. Jiang Ning sat beside her, scrolling through her phone when several notifications flashed on the screen, one of which was from Yang Weizong. "And Ning, I apologize for my behavior yesterday. I hope you're not upset. I was looking forward to celebrating my birthday with you, but you didn't come, which left me feeling rather let down." He had the appearance of a decent person, but it seemed his resolve had crumbled after just one night. It was understandable. So many people were celebrating his birthday, and by now, there were likely 7 or 8 guests still lingering at his home. The gathering consisted of snacks, beer, and cake, hardly conducive to cooking or stocking up on provisions. Even if there were instant noodles and biscuits, they would hardly suffice for such a crowd. Jiang Ning glanced at the time. His message had arrived an hour ago, clearly indicating that he was hungry and seeking food. Several friend requests had come in after Yang Weizong's message, all of which she ignored. 2 parents from tutoring sessions sent her notes of gratitude, acknowledging that her reminder had prompted them to rush to the supermarket for supplies, or else their families would have gone hungry. One even sent a red envelope as thanks, which Jiang Ning declined to accept, knowing she would have no opportunity to spend it. Continuing to scroll through the group messages, she encountered posts showcasing lavish seafood feasts and gatherings of friends enjoying hot pot while sipping Lafite, alongside pictures of well-stocked freezers. The competition was fierce, with some even proposing a game of exchanging goods, completely oblivious to the dire consequences their actions could entail. With a relentless 2-week storm looming, even the government's best efforts to assist would be futile against such harsh conditions. As food supplies dwindled, threatening lives, this group of individuals would swiftly become targets for plunder. For every post showcasing abundance, there were pleas for help. Many were young people relying on takeout, accustomed to lavish spending without ever cooking. Their homes were filled with clothes and skincare products, yet devoid of food. One individual lamented that they had arrived at the supermarket only to find instant noodles sold out, seeking a kind-hearted soul to lend a hand. Another mentioned they had purchased 2 bags of flour but lacked a pot to cook it in. The messages proliferated. Some invited others to join them for hot pot. Though regrettably, they were not in the same building. The crowd was eager to spectate, yet few were genuinely inclined to assist. It wasn't tea until someone proposed a barter. Offering 5 facial masks in exchange for a pack of instant noodles, that responses began to roll in. As Jiang Ning swiftly scrolled through the flood of messages, she stumbled upon a shared video depicting a car swept away by raging waters, firefighters braving the storm to rescue it, only to be engulfed by the surging floodwaters. Such videos were not rare. Some showcased successful rescues while others ended in tragedy. Feeling a weight settle on her heart, she prepared to exit the app when yet again Yang Weizong's name appeared. Chapter 7. Starving to the point of begging without a moment's hesitation, I blocked the call. Within a minute, my phone rang again, displaying an unfamiliar number. It was evident, even without thinking, that it belonged to Yang Weizong's classmates or friends. Resolutely, I refused to be a victim of their demands. Losing even a morsel of food would be too much of a concession. I turned off my phone, only to find Dodo asleep on the sofa, curled up tightly, even in dreams exhibiting signs of unease. I checked her temperature. It had finally dropped to 38 degrees. Discretion was paramount, with Dodo around. I could not indulge in culinary delights. As I savored my less-than-ideal dish of overcooked tomato and egg noodles, I found it unexpectedly delicious. The balcony featured an emergency escape window, while the rest was obscured with frosted film, allowing light to filter in without revealing the interior state to the outside world. I retrieved planting pots and soil, taking out several pounds of potatoes, cutting those with eyes into chunks, and mixing them with wood ash before planting them in pots. I managed to plant nearly 20 pots, arranging them on the balcony. Following that, I also planted several pots of garlic, green onions, lettuce, bok choy, and water spinach, among others. I hung the pots on the iron railing using hollow hooks. With diligent care, I could achieve a bounty of fresh vegetables. Before I had the chance to wash my hands, a loud knocking interrupted my thoughts. Jiang Ning, Jiang Ning. The voice was unfamiliar, likely belonging to Yang Weizong's classmates. It seemed they were truly desperate. Jiang Ning, you love to cook. Could you spare some food? We can pay you double. No, 5 times what it's worth. Just accept our friend request, and I'll transfer the money now. I retorted, we're all friends here, and we'll see each other again. Do you really have to be this shameless? Though the stainless steel doors muffled their voices, their comments grew increasingly offensive, culminating in a frustrated kick against the door. I retrieved a kitchen knife and swung the door open, brandishing it. Who kicked the door? 3 boys stood outside, their initial excitement dissipating into fear as they recognized my defiance. They knew I had a soft spot for Yang Weizong. How could I let my idol go hungry? Having consumed all the snacks the previous night, they were now famished after skipping breakfast and lunch, their only sustenance being a few bottles of beer. Yang Weizong often mocked me for being a hoarder, for letting food expire, living like an old woman. They had laughed at me behind my back, but now they found themselves in a predicament. No sooner had they opened their mouths than I swung the knife again, causing them to scatter in fright. Jiang Ning, are you out of your mind? They shouted, their faces pale. I stood firm at the entrance, my expression icy. Get lost. I have no obligation to feed you, shameless boys. Their expressions shifted from shock to anger as they finally grasped my words. What do you mean by this, Jiang Ning? If I'm not your mother, why should I care about your meals? I glared at them, brandishing the knife threateningly. Try me, and I'll chop you up for dinner. Having survived in this harsh world for 3 years, I had fought and killed, witnessing the darkest facets of humanity. My fierce demeanor startled them, and they stammered. We're friends. We're not asking for free food. Don't pretend you didn't gossip about me behind my back. Do you think I'm unaware of your disdain? If you think so little of me, then don't come asking for help when you're hungry. Their faces flushed with embarrassment and anger. They trembled in retaliation. Tell Yang Weizong to stop cozying up to the campus beauty while begging me for food. It's pathetic. I threatened, if you dare to scheme against me again, I'll expose you on the school forum and in the community group. Let's see if you can still hold your head high. You think you're tough, they retorted, but it was clear their bravado faltered under the weight of my fierce gaze. They left, retreating in disgrace. I slammed the door shut, only to see Dodo, stirred awake, tears brimming in her eyes, trembling on the sofa. This child seemed deeply unsettled, likely traumatized by something. I tossed the knife back into the kitchen, softening my tone. Dodo, don't be afraid. Those were bad people, and I scare them away. I felt her forehead. The fever had indeed subsided. Hearing her stomach rumble, I asked, "Would you like something to eat?" Dodo nodded hesitantly before shaking her head. "What about my brother?" 1801 had yet to return. I excused myself to the kitchen, bringing out a bowl of century egg and lean pork congee. Dodo was starving, eating cautiously while glancing at me, as if fearing my sudden anger. Her sensitivity suggested a troubled home life. Gently ruffling her hair, I offered her a lollipop. "Thank you, sister," she replied sweetly, nestling into the sofa. As I scrolled through my phone, I noticed Yang Weisong's plea for help in the group chat. He was a charming and popular figure at school, adept at masking his true nature, and many students rented in our community, quickly responding to his call. "I have bread and a self-heating pot. If any senior needs it, feel free to come and take it." Clicking on the profile of a responding girl, I vaguely recognized her as a petite and lovely accounting student living on the 12th floor, also enamored with Yang Weisong. A mutual dependency, it seemed. Little did she know, however, that she was not the only one seeking assistance. A whole swarm would soon follow. I recalled seeing her with groceries, indicating she likely had provisions at home. If she were clever enough, perhaps she would realize the futility of her situation before it was too late. After some thought, I too sent a message expressing my hunger. With little clout, no one responded. I then offered 20 yuan in exchange for instant noodles or bread. Yet again, I was met with silence. Outside, a fierce typhoon raged, shattering the old windows of the adjacent building, and the wind howled into our home, flooding the streets. It became clear that this was an unprecedented storm, causing unease among the residents, and the lively chatter of the morning faded into silence. Dodo fell asleep once more, and I covered her with a blanket to shield her from the chill. A series of knocks echoed through the air. Dodo, confirming it was 1801. I opened the door. He stood drenched in a raincoat, holding the sticky note I had placed on the door. "Is Dodo here?" I nodded, explaining her fever and upset stomach, assuring him that I had given her medicine, and she was now stable. 1801, surprised yet alarmed, asked, "Are you a doctor?" "Just a bit knowledgeable," I replied. He stepped inside, checking Dodo's temperature. Just as I thought he would take her in his arms, he unexpectedly spoke. "I apologize for the intrusion. My name is Hua Yishan. I just moved in last night, and I have nothing at home. The typhoon shows no signs of abating, and I need to gather supplies. Could Dodo stay here temporarily? I'll return for her tonight." I was taken aback. Could anyone really venture out in such a tempest? Chapter 8. Roll up your sleeves and get to work with little in the house. One must proceed with caution. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Ning agreed, reassured by her stockpile of provisions. Venturing out was undoubtedly a better option than harboring ill intentions toward her. Casting a brief glance at the living room, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for taking care of Dodo. It was my duty. You helped me yesterday," came the reply. Jiang Ning, always cautious by nature, had tucked away her supplies early on, leaving only modest winter melons, pumpkins, and cabbages in the kitchen. Hua Yishan nodded in acknowledgement before departing. Delays in her culinary plans prompted Jiang Ning to switch on the bathroom light and retrieve the unwashed pork intestines from her space to continue her work. However, just as she was making progress, the power suddenly went out. She secured the door and swiftly entered her space. The electricity remained unaffected there, filling her with exhilaration and a newfound confidence amidst the darkness of the apocalyptic world. People's intentions could be inscrutable, even when around children. Jiang Ning maintained her vigilance. That evening, she prepared cabbage noodles. Unable to consume eggs due to a cold, she added a slice of ham, which Dodo relished wholeheartedly. Gradually, Dodo became less fearful, enjoying the delicious meals prepared by his sister, while teasingly criticizing his brother's cooking. At just over 20, 1801 was still inexperienced in the kitchen. Observing Dodo's hearty appetite, Jiang Ning generously added half a bowl more. By 6 o'clock, night had completely enveloped the surroundings. The Jinrong community, situated on elevated ground, was still subject to flooding that reached the entrance of the complex. The chat group remained lively, yet there was a noticeable reduction in food-related posts. As the ravaging typhoon and power outage instilled a sense of fear, spreading tension among the residents. Jiang Ning raised the price for instant noodles to 30 yuan, yet silence prevailed in response. Firstly, neighbors were often swayed by monetary incentives, which could lead to awkward encounters later. Secondly, they too were gripped by fear, adopting a cautious stance against the dreadful weather. With the power out, the entire city succumbed to darkness, obliterating the once sparkling lights of civilization and ushering in an invisible unease. Jiang Ning drew the curtains and activated her solar-powered lamp. Dodo, frightened, instinctively clutched at her hem. Lacking experience in childcare, she resorted to using her tablet to play cartoons. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, 1801 returned, clad in dry leisure wear and carrying a heavy bag. Jiang Ning, "Thank you for taking care, Dodo," he said. The bag contained a sack of potatoes, 2 cabbages, 2 pounds of noodles, a box of cold medicine, an alcohol stove, and solid alcohol tablets. Hua Yishan cautioned, with the power out, water may also be cut off. It would be wise to stock up. Jiang Ning expressed her gratitude and, despite her initial reluctance, accepted the items. Once he left with Dodo, she promptly secured the doors and windows, igniting the gas stove to prepare braised pork intestines, sweet and sour ribs, corn soup, and stir-fried beef with green peppers. After a flurry of activity that extended into the early hours, she stepped outside to dispose of kitchen waste and noticed water stains on the corridor floor. The wet footprints led away from 1801's door. Had someone ventured out during the night? The stainless steel doors, despite the inherent risk, were being used to stockpile supplies. This not only served as a reminder to gather water, but also suggested that the items he provided were purposefully chosen. Back in her room, Jiang Ning fell deep into contemplation. There was something extraordinary about 1801. As the rain fell lightly and the air turned cool, she slept soundly. The outside world remained shrouded in darkness, and Jiang Ning continued to doze. When she finally awoke, it was well past 10 in the morning. Stepping onto the balcony, she beheld a gray expanse outside, the sky and water merging indistinguishably. The commotion from below caught her attention. The water had already flooded into the community, reaching the first-floor residence. After yesterday's power outage, the chat group had grown significantly quieter, yet images were still being shared showing the water rising to residents' ankles. Emergency numbers were unreachable. Even when they connected, assistance was futile as the designated points had been submerged. Residents, in a flurry of expletives, hurriedly moved their belongings upstairs. The proximity to the university town meant very few homes were unoccupied. Those who weren't living there often rented out their spaces. Some astute individuals were already inquiring within the group about temporary shelter. Typically, neighbors would assist one another, but with the power out and gas unavailable upon waking, no one dared to invite others into their homes. It was easy to summon a deity, yet difficult to send them away. What if a guest didn't wish to leave? Issues of accommodation were pressing, ever concerns about food. The last thing anyone wanted was to foster animosity while helping others, and the chat group fell silent. Frustrated, the first-floor residents pondered their options. They couldn't simply block the hallways, could they? With the relentless rain and typhoon, the damp corridors were hardly suitable for living. While adults might endure, what about the children? Many were unwilling to accept their fate and began knocking on doors, seeking refuge floor by floor. If necessary, they'd even pay for lodging. Residents either remained tight-lipped or reported their homes were already filled to capacity, leaving them with no alternatives. Another knock at the door surprised Jiang Ning. She hadn't expected such speed from the first floor, only to discover it was 1801. He too had just awakened, displaying signs of fatigue. "We've replaced our door. Is it all right to install the old one at the stairway?" Jiang Ning eagerly accepted, assisting swiftly. Together, they managed to fit the old door at the stairway leading to the 18th floor. While she claimed to be helping, 1801 bore the brunt of the labor, and Jiang Ning merely offered support, receiving a key in return. When first-floor residents came looking, they were greeted by the sight of the newly installed door at the stairway, their faces turning green with envy as they cursed and retreated downstairs. Listening to the commotion from above, Jiang Ning found it quite agreeable. It spared her a myriad of troubles and dangers. This door temporarily alleviated many issues, but it wouldn't be a permanent solution. One day, she would have to install her own. Others were not foolish. If two doors were installed simultaneously, it would be obvious that the 18th floor harbored supplies. Once they converged, even multiple doors would not suffice to hold them back. When the weather turned frigid, she could always bring out her supplies then. With the gas supply interrupted, Jiang Ning retrieved a gas cylinder from her space, diligently setting up the stove. After securing the doors and windows, she continued her culinary endeavors, frying and simmering. Even if the aromas wafted outside, the rain would wash them away. Yet the kitchen became stifling, greasy, reminiscent of a sauna, leaving Jiang Ning enveloped in odors. However, she recognized that if she did not cook now, she would be even more reluctant to do so in the future. After a spicy hot pot that left her drenched in sweat and invigorated, she observed the water level continuing to rise, now reaching halfway up her calves. To stave off anxiety, Jiang Ning powered down her phone and indulged in a comforting afternoon nap before returning to her space to cultivate. Observing the timer's pitifully low digits, she rolled up her sleeves and got to work. Time is life. Wielding the hoe with fervor, her delicate hands soon bore blisters. Though 10 square meters might not seem vast, the labor involved was particularly exhausting. After tilling the soil and leveling it, Jiang Ning divided the area into 4 sections, sowing various vegetable seeds while also planting a few eggplants, green peppers, and cucumbers in the corners, ensuring no space went to waste. The area was limited, and every inch needed to be utilized wisely. The time within her space synchronized with the outside world, yet it seemed exempt from seasonal changes. After some contemplation, she planted a kumquat and an elderly grape seedling in one corner. Time slipped away, and she spent 2 hours in a frenzy, feeling as though she was sacrificing her very flesh. Upon exiting her space, she realized the water had ceased rising, but the internet remained intermittent, giving the eerie impression that the world itself was on the brink of a standstill. Chapter 9. Rising water levels. The water continued to rise, flooding the space, while Jiang Ning tirelessly replenished it. The 3 households on the first floor occupied the corridors of the second, third, and fourth floors, causing a sense of discontent among the residents of the original floors. Yet, considering everyone's hardships, they refrained from voicing their grievances. Soon, however, someone could no longer contain their frustration. Garbage was strewn everywhere, and there were persistent knocks on doors requesting access to use the restroom. With no water to flush toilets, residents resorted to fetching water from their balconies, unwilling to let outsiders in. The disgruntled residents of the first floor resorted to using the hallway for their needs, further escalating tensions as they continued to move their troubles upward. This led to a surge of conflicts, with shouts echoing through the stairwell. The group chat was also embroiled in turmoil, saturated with resentment and aggression, devoid of the serene atmosphere that had once prevailed before the storm. Jiang Ning's phone incessantly buzzed, as the relentless Yang Weizong continued to send friend requests, even resorting to text messages after being blocked. Su Mingyao joined the fray as well. The latest message read, "Ning, let me explain, Mingyao and I are just ordinary friends." It seemed that the supplies on the 12th floor were dwindling, prompting Yang Weizong's tenacity. He must have stocked up on provisions himself. If not for the door on the staircase, he might have rushed up long ago. As Jiang Ning scrolled through the group messages, she indeed spotted a plea for help from a girl on the 12th floor, offering goods for barter or cash. With water, electricity, and gas all cut off, rescue efforts remained elusive. After finally managing to make a call, they were instructed to remain indoors and not venture outside. But subsequent attempts to call went unanswered. The meteorological department predicted that the typhoon would linger for 4 to 5 days, and now on the 5th day, the winds had intensified rather than abated. The community suffered additional damage, with several households sustaining broken windows, leaving their interiors in disarray. An elderly resident collapsed and suffered a heart attack. Trapped by the flood, rescue calls went unanswered, and frantic family members in the group pleaded for medication, desperately asking if anyone had heart medication left, as theirs had run out. Even a quick-acting heart-saving pill would suffice. "Help! Save my father!" Their voices were filled with despair and helplessness. Jiang Ning had quick-acting heart-saving pills, but the patient was in building 15 hundreds of meters away from her unit, and the message had been sent an hour prior. Standing on her balcony, she vaguely noticed something floating in the water. Using binoculars, she was horrified to discover it was a corpse. The group chat indicated it belonged to someone from Building 3, who had ventured out in search of food after going hungry for 2 days. Unfortunately, fate had dealt him a cruel hand. He hadn't even escaped the community before being struck by lightning, fatally electrocuted while in the water. Had such a fate befallen her in her past life? Jiang Ning was uncertain. Her phone had long lost power back then, and she had resorted to quenching her hunger with rainwater. As she gazed at the unfamiliar world outside, a heavy weight settled in her heart. However, turning around, she noticed green shoots emerging from her planting pots. The seed she had sown had broken through the soil, sprouting delicate, pale green tips. This unexpected display of new life lifted Jiang Ning's spirits. Crouching down, she gently stroked the caged breeding rabbit, noticing that the doe seemed to have gained weight. Upon touching her, she felt a firm, swollen belly. She must be pregnant, likely conceiving shortly after her purchase, though it had been undetected at the time. The gestation period for meat rabbits is around 30 days, and judging by her condition, the doe might give birth soon after the typhoon passed. Filled with joy, Jiang Ning couldn't resist treating them to 2 carrots. Lunchtime brought her a spicy hot pot, and as she sipped on pineapple beer while binge-watching her favorite series, she felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation, blissfully ignoring the chaos outside. Just as she finished washing the dishes and was about to take a nap, there was a familiar knock on her door. 3 short knocks followed by 1 long one. Dodo, now recovered from her cold, appeared at the door, her spirit noticeably lifted. Her hair was styled into a whimsical, messy bun, clearly a creation of room 1801. She held out a bright red apple, her innocent smile shining through. "Sister, this is for you." "Thank you," Jiang Ning said, though she did not accept it. She gently advised, "Dodo, save the good stuff for yourself. When you eat, make sure no one sees you, or it might be snatched away." Such an innocent child, she thought, would likely attract the attention of unscrupulous individuals in the harsh world to come. "I won't tell anyone, just for you, sister," Dodo insisted, her stubbornness evident as she held the apple aloft, declaring that there were plenty at home. Jiang Ning couldn't help but wonder how room 1801 managed to raise such a naive child amidst the stormy chaos. "Don't tell anyone," Dodo promised, covering her mouth to assure Jiang Ning. Amused yet exasperated, Jiang Ning accepted the apple and returned the gesture with 2 milk candies. Her WeChat chimed. It was Zheng Weili's message. "Aining, water has flooded half of the 1st floor. If it reaches the 2nd floor, would it be possible for me to borrow a place to stay with Luyu?" Zheng Weili, a formidable figure, was a national champion of the Collegiate Sanda Championships and was cohabiting with Luyu. Jiang Ning, Luyu, and Zhang Chao were all orphans who had grown up together. Luyu was frail, and Zhang Chao was physically weak. Despite this, they formed a group that had once bullied her until they received a well-deserved beating, after which they settled down. Zhang Chao was starved for affection and often sought out older sisters for companionship. Luyu, lacking in security, resembled a porcelain doll, perpetually chased by girls, yet he had fallen for the strong-willed Zheng Weili, who had boldly pursued him, claiming that sleeping in his embrace made her feel secure. Zheng Weili treasured him, treating him like a precious gem. The 4 of them occasionally gathered, maintaining a cordial relationship. In her past life, her phone had died, but in this life, she kept her internet connection alive, waiting for Zheng Weili's message. "Sister Weili, the landlord's belongings occupy 1 room, and I can't make room here. However, room 1803 is available. You and Luyu can move in, but must be swift. If the 2nd floor floods, I fear others might seize the opportunity." After a considerable wait, she finally received a response. "Okay, please keep an eye out." With the typhoon and torrential rain, accompanied by occasional thunder, only those with no other options would dare to take risks. Zheng Weili was merely inquiring in advance. She was naturally optimistic, and as of now, only half a floor was inundated, so it was uncertain if it would reach the 2nd floor. In reality, it had indeed flooded beyond the 2nd floor, but Jiang Ning couldn't disclose this information. The house was now vacant. As mealtime approached, room 1801 came looking for Dodo. To Jiang Ning's surprise, Dodo refused to leave, protesting, "No, I got a stomachache from the food my brother made." Hua Yishan appeared awkward, explaining, "I followed the recipe today. Yesterday, my brother said the same thing." Dodo, terrified of the culinary experience, insisted, "Sister makes it taste better." This left Jiang Ning feeling embarrassed. Reflecting on her simple boiled noodles, what was there to enjoy? Hua Yishan did not indulge her, Dodo. His features were striking, radiating an air of aloofness. And when his expression darkened, he exuded an intimidating presence. Dodo immediately wilted, dutifully following him out. As they reached the door, Hua Yishan turned back and said, "Jiang Ning, the garbage in the hallway hasn't been cleared by the property management. Shall we discuss it?" The refuse had not been collected for several days, and even with lids on, it still emitted a foul odor. Jiang Ning had been contemplating a chance to address it, but it seemed room 1801 had already brought it up. Given the communal environment, they quickly reached an agreement. They would dispose of the garbage first, and thereafter, each household would manage their own refuse, ensuring that it was not left in the hallway. With property management suspended, residents from other floors had taken to tossing their trash down, and Jiang Ning had no objections, pinching her nose as she discarded bag after bag of refuse. Zheng Weili might be moving in, and Jiang Ning brought this up with room 1801. They had no objections, but there were only 2 keys available. This posed no problem. What mattered was that Zheng Weili was a fighter, having saved her multiple times during the apocalypse, even giving her 2 pounds of noodles once. In such dire circumstances, she had willingly shared life-saving food with others, proving her character was indeed commendable. Unfortunately, Jiang Ning had never encountered her again. Whether she lived or perished remained a mystery. Even if one didn't lack provisions, surviving in a world rife with malevolence while going solo was a naive fantasy. Especially for seemingly fragile females living alone, they would be the first targets for those desperate for supplies. No matter how strong one was, there was always a risk of being caught off guard. If given the opportunity, she would not hesitate to seek out allies. Zheng Weili was precisely the person she wished to find and repay, yet she would remain vigilant. Upon returning home, I took a bath and changed my clothes. Over the past few days, I have indulged in an abundance of rich flavors, enough to last me 4 to 5 months. In the coming days, I shall prepare lighter dishes such as dumplings, noodles, 8 treasure porridge, and mung bean paste, allowing me to completely ease off the culinary intensity. The typhoon persists, and although the torrential rain has slightly diminished, the water levels continue to rise. Chapter 10. The Quest for the Inflatable Boat. 2 days later, the first floor was completely submerged. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony, observing several individuals daringly swimming out of the community. The terrain here was relatively elevated, and the water flow was not particularly swift. However, the situation outside was starkly different. Whether those who ventured out could return depended solely on fortune. Zheng Weili sent a message, declaring her intention to relocate immediately. She resided with Lu Yu in Unit 3, a mere 50 meters from Jiang Ning's building. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Jiang Ning trained her binoculars on the scene. Approximately half an hour later, an inflatable boat emerged in the water. The vessel carried various items, with Lu Yu clad in a disposable raincoat, paddling vigorously, while Zheng Weili, submerged in the water, strained to tow the boat forward. Jiang Ning, carrying garbage, descended the stairs with the intention of meeting the 2 on the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the 12th floor, she encountered Su Mengyao exiting Unit 1202, clad in an ill-fitting polka dot dress. Her eyes lit up upon spotting Jiang Ning. "On Ning," she exclaimed. In just 5 days, the aura of the once revered goddess had diminished. She appeared gaunt and pallid. Jiang Ning ignored her and continued her descent. "On Ning, are you upset with me?" Su Mengyao followed, her voice sweet yet fragile. "If I've done something wrong, please point it out." Jiang Ning, with a stern expression, warned, "Keep your distance." To her surprise, Su Mengyao seemed undeterred, persistently trailing behind. "On Ning, I assure you, my relationship with Senior Yang is not as you imagine. We merely share a good rapport. I believe we have a connection." Jiang Ning halted, hurling the trash bag at her. "Are you incapable of understanding human language? Or Is your intellect lacking? Caught off guard, Su Mengyao was struck squarely. The once goddess lost her composure and, flustered, shouted, "What are you doing? Su Mengyao, I cannot concern myself with your exploits. But do not cast your ambitions upon me." Her words made the girl from Unit 1202 standing at the door turn pale, her emotions akin to a roller coaster. "What intentions do I have towards you?" Su Mengyao retorted, her composure slipping. "We are merely acquaintances, exchanging greetings as alumni." Jiang Ning shot back, "If you have no intentions, why do you behave like a persistent lapdog? Constantly adding me on WeChat, what do you want?" "You." Su Mingyao's face flushed as she raised her voice. "Your home is cluttered while others starve. If you have provisions, why not assist those in need?" A masterful deflection, Jiang Ning produced a concealed kitchen knife, brandishing it threateningly. "Which of your eyes sees my home overflowing with goods? Like a leech, you suck dry one household before seeking another. Who among us is not hungry? Why should I part with life-sustaining food for your sake, merely because you flaunt your visage? In the harsh reality of a world in chaos, trading one's body for sustenance was not an uncommon affair." Su Mengyao screamed and recoiled, colliding with the wall, her face drained of color, trembling in fear. She never anticipated Jiang Ning would wield a knife, rendering her momentarily speechless. The commotion drew the attention of neighbors, who opened their doors. Jiang Ning disregarded their gazes and continued her descent, hearing Su Mingyao's sobs echo behind her. By the time Zheng Weili braved the stormy weather to swim over, the ordeal had nearly cost her life, despite the short distance of 50 meters. Jiang Ning assisted Lu Yu through the window, followed by several bags of belongings, the inflatable boat, and finally Zheng Weili, who emerged from the water. Residents on the second floor were similarly occupied with their relocations, as life without water and electricity proved arduous. Even if they had rice, flour, and oil, cooking was impossible. Some resorted to using liquor as fuel, while others resorted to burning furniture, and some, driven to madness by hunger, consumed raw rice, suffering dire consequences. As solid bags were tossed through the window, many eyes gleamed with hope, particularly when an inflatable boat was sighted. An elderly woman quickly approached, beaming as she asked, "How can you move with so many belongings? What do you have?" Her smile belied ulterior motives, her eyes gleaming with calculation. Seeing her approach, a breathless Lu Yu hastily placed the items at his feet, preventing her from touching them. When the elderly woman attempted to seize the inflatable boat, she pleaded, "Young man, we have been trapped here for days without food or drink. Please lend us the inflatable boat. We need to find something to eat for the children." The inflatable boat was a lifeline, and Lu Yu could not acquiesce. Yet the elderly woman lunged for it. In a moment of desperation, Lu Yu yanked the air valve, causing the boat to deflate with a hiss. "What is wrong with you? We are all suffering. Should we not help one another?" As Zheng Weili was pulled up by Jiang Ning and witnessed her boyfriend being bullied, her anger flared. She pushed the elderly woman, demanding, "What are you doing?" With considerable force, the elderly woman stumbled back, colliding with the wall, nearly losing her balance on the stairs. Her two sons rushed forward, demanding, "If you won't lend us the boat, why do you strike our mother?" They raised their fists to intimidate Zheng Weili. In the face of male aggression, Zheng Weili did not hesitate, retaliating with decisive punches and kicks, sending both men tumbling down the stairs into the water below. The elderly woman, about to scream, was rendered speechless as she witnessed her sons plunge into the water, abandoning her tantrum as she scrambled down to retrieve them. The onlookers began to criticize, asserting she merely asked a question: "Is it necessary to resort to violence?" Each one was envious, contemplating whether they could borrow the inflatable boat and reclaim it later. Jiang Ning had anticipated such a scenario. Otherwise, she would not have descended armed. Zheng Weili seized the kitchen knife, directing at the crowd, her voice steady as she proclaimed, "Dare to touch my belongings, and you will regret it." With her short hair and raspy voice, she could easily be mistaken for a man. Observing her prowess in dispatching two aggressors, the remaining onlookers, though brimming with hostility, found themselves lacking the courage to approach. There was no need for verbal sparring. Jiang Ning hoisted the bags, guiding both Lu Yu and Zheng Weili back upstairs. Lu Yu appeared despondent, and Zheng Weili's mood was equally grim. The tempest had not only upended the world, but had also shattered the very moral compass of humanity, leaving individuals with fearsome visages. As they approached the stainless steel door on the 18th floor, Jiang Ning paused, remarking, "Ah Ning, you truly are impressive." The neighbors installed it. "I merely benefited from their efforts," Jiang Ning replied. Lu Yu, sporting dark circles under his eyes, lamented, "Had we known, we would have moved earlier. We haven't slept well these past few days." They had endured various inconveniences, from shared toilets to late-night break-ins. Jiang Ning inquired, "You haven't run out of supplies, have you?" "We were fortunate. Just before the storm, someone mistakenly ordered a large quantity of goods to the wrong address. The supermarket delivered several bags, including 2 bags of 10 pounds of rice, bundles of noodles and rice vermicelli, pickled vegetables, tofu, a portable gas stove, solid alcohol blocks, an inflatable boat, and a solar charger." The order had been placed anonymously, and before the two could grasp the situation, the storm had arrived. Typically, they relied on the school cafeteria or ordered takeout, occasionally boiling instant noodles. Had it not been for the mistaken delivery, they might have faced starvation. Chapter 11. Twin Tornadoes in Apartment 1803. Without a key, Jiang Ning contemplated finding tools to pry open the door. Unexpectedly, Lu Yu retrieved a peculiar single hook from his pocket and, after a few minutes of fiddling with the lock, it clicked open. Startled and drenched in cold sweat, Jiang Ning instantly felt that the 2 doors of her home were far from secure. Jiang Ning chuckled awkwardly, remarking that it was not a concern to enter without a door, as he had been tinkering around in the house for 2 days. Apartment 1803 was spacious, boasting 3 rooms and 2 living areas. The furniture was covered with cloth, and upon lifting it, one could see exquisite pieces suggesting that the owner was not lacking in wealth, which likely explained why it had not been rented out. Aware of the legal ramifications of trespassing, Jiang Ning felt a twinge of unease and proposed to Lu Yu that they should only temporarily reside there and avoid disturbing the owner's belongings, ensuring everything was restored upon their departure. They chose a room with minimal furniture and began tidying up, with Jiang Ning lending a hand. The apartment was quite pleasant, save for the balcony, which lacked glass enclosure and was only surrounded by invisible stainless steel wire, leading to water pooling everywhere. As the saying goes, a grain of rice breeds enmity. Jiang Ning noted that there was still a bag and a half of rice remaining, while noodles and rice vermicelli had been significantly depleted. She resolved to abandon any thoughts of relying on outside help to last until the typhoon was over. She prepared rations for Lu Yu and Zhang Chao, cautious not to draw attention and merely providing them with the essentials, knowing that their survival would depend on their own resourcefulness. After tidying up both inside and out, Jiang Ning, noticing the exhaustion etched on their faces, bid them farewell and retreated to her room. As neighbors, it was inevitable they would visit one another. She carefully stashed away anything that should not be seen and enjoyed a sumptuous lunch of cordyceps chicken soup, braised pork ribs, stir-fried water spinach, and a slice of Chilean watermelon. Upon waking from her afternoon nap, she discovered the internet was down. With the disconnection, she felt utterly isolated, a wave of loneliness washing over her. To alleviate her gloomy mood, Jiang Ning began exercising. She had good physical stamina, having participated in several clubs during her university years, including Taekwondo, Tai Chi, military self-defense, and Sanda, which she had learned from Jiang Ning. Though her skills were somewhat scattered, she excelled in understanding. After 2 hours of grueling training, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, she felt an indescribable sense of comfort throughout her body. To survive and thrive, she knew she had to continuously improve herself. Jiang Ning devised a plan, dedicating 2 hours each day to physical training, 3 hours to studying traditional Chinese medicine, and another 2 hours to self-learning basic surgical knowledge. Her space was filled with over 100 books, all illicitly borrowed from the school library, which she could ponder over in the years to come. She also grabbed psychology texts, determined to learn them swiftly. Beyond the various natural disasters leading to death, few normal individuals survived in the post-apocalyptic world. Many succumbed to suicide, self-harm, or societal revenge. Jiang Ning herself was not immune to mental struggles, grappling with irritability, anxiety, and oppression. Thus, she had stocked up on numerous antidepressants, hoping they would remain untouched. Despite the glass sealing tightly, the room still felt damp. Jiang Ning purchased several large vacuum bags to store in used clothing and bedding, with wet garments hung out on the balcony to dry. The black soil was enigmatic. Although it synced with the outside world, the vegetables thrived far better than those grown outdoors. The potatoes in her planting pots had begun to sprout, and the grapevines showed signs of budding. Stepping out of her space, Jiang Ning located several thick plastic boards to cover the drains, securing them with stones. Rainy days brought an influx of cockroaches, particularly as the insect infestation worsened, making it easy for them to crawl up from the sewers. When floods arose, flushing toilets became particularly strenuous. For those on higher floors, conditions were somewhat better. Yet residents of the second and third floors had already begun to complain in their chat groups before the internet outage, lamenting that their toilets had become unusable and urging those above to exercise some civic responsibility and refrain from flushing waste. Even those on upper levels were not spared. While they could manage to flush occasionally, the stench continually wafted upward, suffocating them. To err on the side of caution, Jiang Ning had prepared numerous black plastic bags for dealing with physiological needs. However, the thought of tossing them downstairs made her hesitate, opting instead to resolve her issues within her space. Just as she intended to start dinner, Zheng Weili knocked on the door. After a day of rest, both felt rejuvenated. Zheng Weili arrived with alcohol wipes, astonished to see Jiang Ning's extensive supplies, including vegetables on the balcony and rabbits, nearly dropping her jaw in disbelief. "Ah, Ning, no wonder Lu Yu said you could survive in the desert all by yourself." Jiang Ning had always been inclined to stockpile and cultivate, nothing to hide there. Yet many items required a source. I was fortunate. Just days before the typhoon, Zhang Chao, a wealthy second-generation player obsessed with post-apocalyptic games, requested a large supply of medicine. And when I delivered, he casually gifted me a survival kit. She had selected several items, including a rubber boat and an earthquake emergency kit. Both Zheng Weili and Lu Yu were left in utter shock. The way she spoke made it seem as though the end of the world was truly upon them. They were not alone in this sentiment. In those initial days of the typhoon, online posts had exploded with concern. Living nearly 20 years, none had ever faced such a monumental disaster, and the calamity was not confined to the coastal south. The absence of any rescue news only amplified their fears. Lu Yu speculated whether the wealthy youth had received advance warning, as it seemed too coincidental. In his building, a solitary young man suffering from depression had succumbed to his mental struggles after running out of food, leading him to jump to his death. The current state of affairs bore an uncanny resemblance to an apocalyptic scenario. He abruptly asked Jiang Ning if she had any contact with Zhang Chao. She shook her head, explaining that she had converted her commission from selling medicine into supplies, placing anonymous orders online for home delivery, leaving Zhang Chao to fend for himself thereafter. Zhang Chao was known for his camaraderie, generous when it came to social gatherings, and as a friend, he was beyond reproach. However, he craved affection, often pursuing relationships with significantly older women, eliciting frustration from those who tried to counsel him. Eventually, Jiang Ning ceased her efforts. He had recently started dating a new girlfriend, to which Lu Yu remarked with a strained smile, "She is over a decade older, divorced with 2 children, a 10-year-old daughter and an 8-year-old son. That woman looks like she is from the streets, simply seeking a financial lifeline from Zhang." Jiang Ning was speechless, pondering whether he sought a girlfriend or a mother figure. Who can say? Lu Yu sighed wearily, reflecting on their shared experiences as those who emerged from orphanages often carried their scars. He too had faced ridicule for being a kept man and had endured Zhang Chao's repeated failures in relationships without complaint. Jiang Ning refrained from casting judgment, recalling her own foolish infatuation with Yang Weizong. Everyone had their choices. All one could do was hope for happiness. In her previous life, she had never encountered Zhang Chao, leaving her uncertain if he had survived the harsh realities of the apocalypse. As they chatted in the living room, Zheng Weili suddenly shouted from the balcony, "Quick, quick! A tornado!" Jiang Ning stepped outside to find her expression filled with shock and panic, her eyes wide as she momentarily forgot to breathe. Following her gaze, she beheld the ominous sky, where a colossal tornado had formed. No, It was two tornadoes. Chapter 12. The tornado shatters skyscrapers. Jiang Ning felt a tightening in her breath and quickly grabbed her binoculars to observe. At the same time and in the same location, two tornadoes, resembling each other in form, yet spinning in completely opposite directions, whirled like colossal shredders, uprooting trees, collapsing buildings, and tossing cars as if they were mere toys flung into the air. Even the torrential floodwaters were relentlessly drawn into their vortexes. The two tornadoes drew closer, their high-velocity winds resembling countless sharp sawtooth edges, obliterating everything in their path. Zhang Weili gasped, instinctively covering her mouth. The two tornadoes collided violently, merging as they tore through a skyscraper, shredding it to pieces and consuming it into oblivion. In less than a minute, a 30-story high-rise vanished entirely. The fused tornado rampaged anew, akin to a tantrum-throwing child wreaking havoc without a care for the consequences. This was Jiang Ning's first encounter with dual tornadoes, their destructive power exceeding that of an ordinary tornado by more than double. Though fortunately, their duration was only half as long. Yet in merely a few minutes, they could lay waste to an entire city. Jiang Ning's eyes remained fixed on the obliterated skyscraper. In her past life, she was uncertain if dual tornadoes had ever occurred, but she distinctly remembered that the skyscraper had not been destroyed. She had even sought supplies within it during the harsh winters, only to find it ravaged and stripped bare by survivors. Now it was utterly annihilated. Starting anew, Jiang Ning's confidence stemmed from the resources stored in her space and her acute foresight regarding natural disasters. But now everything had changed. As the tornadoes disappeared from view, even Zhang Weili, typically optimistic and cheerful, found it hard to breathe. Her icy hands gripped Jiang Ning tightly. Ning, is this still a typhoon? This world feels so foreign, as if there is no returning to the prosperity that existed before the storm. The dual tornadoes did not merely consume and destroy skyscrapers. The surrounding area was a mixed zone of commercial and residential buildings, densely populated and bustling with life. Would those people have any chance of survival? Lu Yu's expression turned grave as he reflected. The name of this typhoon truly fits. It feels as if it will chop this city into pieces. He embraced his girlfriend tightly, resting his head on her shoulder. Don't worry, we are lucky to have escaped. If one day we can't evade it, perhaps it won't even be as terrifying as we imagine. It might take us away without us even knowing. Lu Yu's upbringing had fostered a somewhat negative outlook in him, which was why he had fallen for Zhang Weili at first sight. She was a sunflower, always warm and radiant. But now, her laughter had faded, and Lu Yu felt a pang of sorrow. They had witnessed the frequent tornadoes over the past few days. This was not their first encounter. Zhang Weili embraced her boyfriend. If we were to be unfortunate enough to encounter one, would you truly be willing to die? If we must perish, at least we would do so together. Jiang Ning, overwhelmed with jealousy, thought, what have I done to deserve this? Natural disasters were already terrifying enough. Now she had to endure the torment of witnessing their affection. Zhang Weili, muscular from training, had a waist thicker than Lu Yu's and legs far more robust, presenting a rather jarring image that made Jiang Ning's eyes ache, just as she contemplated reminding them to tone down their display of affection. A heart-wrenching scream echoed from the opposite building. Residing on the top floor, Jiang Ning looked up to see a woman on the rooftop, holding a 4- or 5-year-old child by the hand and cradling another in her arms. The woman, disheveled, stood amidst the pouring rain, screaming in desperation, "Chu, you bastard! I swear I will haunt you as a ghost in my next life." The child, terrified, cried out loudly, the rain blurring their vision. "Mommy, I'm scared." Zhang Weili was taken aback by the scene. Is she going to jump? The thought of a mother taking such a drastic step with her children sent chills down her spine. She flung open the escape window, leaning out to shout, "Hey, please think this through. The typhoon will pass. You have 2 children. Don't be so selfish." The storm howled violently, scattering Zhang Weili's voice into the wind. Many others, sheltering indoors, witnessed the scene unfolding on the rooftop of Building 2, calling out in hopes of reaching the woman's senses. Yet, she seemed oblivious to the pleas, pulling her children and leaping into the abyss. A few people rushed to the rooftop to attempt a rescue, but it was too late. They could only watch helplessly as the mother and her children fell. Plop! A splash erupted, sending water soaring. The child struggled in the water. Help! Mommy, help! Lu Yu covered Jiang Weili's eyes, shielding her from the harrowing sight. The recent dual tornado had claimed countless lives. But the visual impact of this scene was far more visceral and haunting. Jiang Weili could not comprehend it. It was just a typhoon. How could it lead to such despair? Even if the mother had lost hope, the child's life was just beginning. What right did she have to take that away? The water's surface eventually calmed as the typhoon roared back to life. Lu Yu closed the escape window and led the dazed Jiang Weili back to the living room. Jiang Ning was relatively unfazed. She had witnessed far more gruesome and brutal scenes in her previous life, where the cruelty only escalated over time, without a formidable will. Not everyone could survive. I know that woman, Lu Yu mused. She may have relied on a man, but having grown up in an orphanage, he was evidently more resilient than Jiang Weili. Her husband was unfaithful, secretly fathering a child with another woman and squandering their savings on her. Just before the typhoon, he had been overheard by Lu Yu while gossiping with some aunties downstairs. The woman's desperate leap was likely fueled by betrayal and loss. Her husband probably hadn't even returned amidst the storm. It was daunting for a woman to raise 2 children alone, and even he and Jiang Weili felt utterly exhausted. Besides the natural disaster, there was also the ugliness of human nature. Perhaps she had truly seen no way out and felt compelled to seek release, unwilling to let her children endure suffering alone. His expression turned blank. Would this calamity ever come to an end? It seemed he was asking Jiang Ning, yet also questioning himself. Following 2 consecutive disasters, his spirits plummeted as he and Jiang Weili returned to the adjacent apartment. Jiang Ning secured the door, listened to some soothing music to ease her mood, and prepared a meal of braised beef with radishes, chicken with mushrooms, and sauteed lettuce. She found a light-hearted comedy to watch, eating while passing the time. The typhoon continued, the sky darkening as dawn approached. Jiang Ning was puzzled by how 1801 had taught Dodo. The child knocked on her door almost daily, and recently, she came right after lunch. Sister, can I see Xiao Bai and Hui Hui? Today, she sported a bun hairstyle, tilting her little head and smiling at Jiang Ning, offering her an egg. The child's pure and innocent smile had the power to heal even the most dismal moods, her eyes sparkling like the brightest stars in the sky. Dodo adored rabbits and often sat on the balcony to watch them. She had even named the 2 breeding rabbits. With the balcony enclosed in glass and the cage lined with cardboard, the rabbits remained fairly clean. Jiang Ning lifted Xiao Bai onto the sofa for her to play with, cautioning that she could not touch its belly as it was pregnant. Dodo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is she going to have babies? Upon receiving the answer, she laughed joyfully. Can I raise the babies? Rabbits are known for their prolific breeding, sometimes producing litters of over 10. Jiang Ning pondered if she could afford to keep them. If your brother agrees, I could give you one. Upon hearing that it required her brother's consent, Dodo's little face fell, unable to hide her disappointment. Judging by her attire, it seemed 1801 took good care of her. On rainy days, she always wore new clothes. But Dodo appeared somewhat fearful of him. Indeed, 1801's sharp features and aloof demeanor could be intimidating for a child. By chance, Jiang Ning noticed the bruises on her arm, and he was instantly taken aback. Not only her arms, but her legs and waist bore similar marks. And even her forehead was marred by a bruise, a sight that was truly shocking. Dodo, what has happened to you? He inquired. It was my brother, Dodo replied, her gaze fixed on the rabbit she was petting. Chapter 13. Intrusion in the night, she was aware of 1801's aloofness, but not his propensity for violence, particularly against children. Observing Dodo's demeanor, it seemed she was accustomed to being struck. Explaining her frequent visits to her apartment, she was seeking refuge from her aberrant brother. Why does he hit you? Though it was another's domestic affair, child abuse was intolerable. Jiang Ning refrained from inquiring about her past, but her timid, withdrawn gaze and ingratiating manner evoked her own unhappy childhood memories. Dodo, is he your biological brother? Perhaps this was why she hadn't turned the child away. Brother teaches me boxing, Dodo said, rubbing her bruised arm and offering a sweet smile. Sometimes I don't dodge in time, or I accidentally fall. Jiang Ning realized Dao had been practicing boxing for up to 5 hours daily. "Sister, I'll show you my boxing," she said, proceeding to a spacious area without waiting for Jiang Ning's assent. The normally meek girl transformed, her movements fierce, head held high, chest out, abdomen tucked in, a complete metamorphosis. She executed military-style boxing, her movements precise and forceful, her posture exceptionally keen, her eyes sharp and intense. An astonished Jiang Ning was speechless. Her form was even more impeccable than her own. Children required commendation, and after Jiang Ning praised her, Dao became acutely shy. "Sister, you're so kind. Brother never praises me, no matter how well I do." The profusion of bruises indicated harsh training. What did such intense training of a 4 or 5-year-old during a typhoon signify? 1801 had been absent in her previous life. But now he was engaging in a series of perplexing actions. Did he foresee the apocalypse and was rigorously training Dao for self-preservation? Dao's precise, skillful movements couldn't be learned from videos alone. Aware of her maturity, Jiang Ning didn't probe rashly, nor did she lower her guard. Despite her frequent visits, Dao never rummaged through things or begged for food, displaying remarkable upbringing, and she never arrived empty-handed. She retrieved the liniment she had prepared and gently applied it to Dao's bruises. "Soak in warm water tonight." After her respite, Dao kissed the rabbit goodbye and reluctantly departed. The past few days had been tumultuous downstairs, filled with arguments, curses, and physical altercations over trivial matters. The dire weather and harsh living conditions had exacerbated everyone's temper. Residents from the 9th floor engaged in prolonged shouting matches with those crammed into the 2nd floor hallway, nearly resorting to knives. Awakening one morning, the 9th floor residents discovered their apartment had been burgled, their meager food supply completely depleted. With the endless typhoon, this was a lifeline. Which heartless beast did this? 2nd floor residents were crowding their doorway, constantly asking to borrow pots or the toilet. If a thief had entered, they couldn't have missed it. The two families bickered and shoved each other, finally quieting down after a long commotion. The 9th floor wasn't the only one burglarized. Other floors experienced similar incidents. Even when awakened, homeowners couldn't see clearly in the dark, and the intruders wore masks. They weren't acting alone, but in groups, even with people in the hallways. No one dared to intervene against the gleaming blades. Their expressions were complex, filled with schadenfreude. They deserved it for hoarding food and forcing others to resort to theft. Now it's fair, everyone starves. Others who heard the cries for help lacked the courage to assist, instead barricading their doors with refrigerators or sofas, praying the intruders wouldn't break in. The apartment building was in chaos, some victims donning masks and arming themselves to rob others. Crime flourished in the breeding ground of the typhoon and torrential rain. Jiang Ning adjusted her routine, eating dinner and sleeping before dark, setting an alarm for midnight to perform physical training. After only 2 days, she heard noises outside her door. Pressing her ear to the door, she confirmed someone was surreptitiously picking the lock. The last few days had been chaotic, with several groups knocking on her door, begging for food because their children were starving. Trapped for 10 days with no water or electricity, who still had food, and even if they did, giving to one meant denying another. And the ravenous mob would overwhelm and devour you. Retrieving a cleaver from her dimension, Jiang Ning donned night vision goggles and quietly opened the inner door. Then swiftly thrust open the outer door. The person fiddling with the lock was caught off guard. Before he could cry out, his mouth was covered, and a sharp pain erupted in his abdomen. Jiang Ning stabbed him repeatedly, then pushed him aside and advanced toward the second intruder. A flashlight beam revealed the bloody knife in her hand. The man recoiled in shock and tried to flee, but Jiang Ning swept his legs out from under him, grabbed his collar, and slammed him to the ground. There were 4 intruders in total. The other 2 turned to flee, but one collided with a shadowy figure. Before he could utter a sound, his neck was snapped. The body was hurled out the window before it could even fall. Jiang Ning followed the sound and looked up, seeing a tall figure efficiently killing and disposing of the body. Surprised, she slashed the second man's neck. He clutched his throat, mouth agape, but unable to scream, his body convulsing. Rumors had spread throughout the building that 1802 had ample food. She was not only beautiful, but also lived alone. They had come in the dark not only for food, but also to take advantage of her, a college student, fair and tender. But he never imagined that such a comely girl would be a demon. Jiang Ning tore off the man's mask, revealing the man who had moved into 1803 in her previous life and repeatedly tried to break into her apartment. This was the depravity of human nature. Even with a second chance, he would choose evil. Jiang Ning sneered and plunged the knife into the man's heart without hesitation. She stood up, knife in hand, warily eyeing the man in the distance. The darkness obscured his features, but his build suggested. 1801, Hua Yishin approached, dragged the lifeless body to the window, and threw it out. Seeing her standing motionless, her expression tense, he quietly said, "You did nothing wrong. People like this are a scourge." Was he comforting her? He seemed unsurprised by the night's events, calmly killing and disposing of the bodies, his profound eyes betraying no emotion. Jiang Ning had speculated about his identity. His demeanor and bearing suggested a soldier or police officer. But now, he seemed more like a cold-blooded killer. Regardless of his identity, he posed no immediate threat and had even helped kill and dispose of the bodies. Jiang Ning nodded, agreeing with his assessment. Releasing them would only endanger more people. She wiped the blood from her face and cleaned the hallway with a mop and cloth, while 1801 repaired the damaged locks on the stairwell door overnight. Without a word, they returned to their respective apartments. Jiang Ning showered in her dimension and washed the blood-stained clothes. Having experienced worse, she lay in bed, remarkably calm, and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, the water level had risen again. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony, enjoying fried dough sticks and soy milk for breakfast. The golden brown, crispy dough sticks and the rich, fragrant soy milk were exceptionally enjoyable, lifting her spirits. The water was littered with garbage, various colored bags floating alongside several corpses, drifting towards the unknown. During her breakfast, she saw several people jumping into the floodwaters, attempting to swim out. Without exception, they were venturing out in the typhoon and rain to find food. People left every day, but Jiang Ning hadn't seen any return. Perhaps some did, but she hadn't witnessed it. The stairway echoed with a series of knocks once more, yet Jiang Ning paid no heed, focusing instead on brushing and rinsing to eradicate the lingering taste of food. As noon approached, Zheng Weili paid a visit, cautioning, "And Ning, the knocking has intensified. We must exercise caution in the coming days." Chapter 14. The group assault on grain theft. Zheng Weili lingered by the staircase for an extended period in the morning. The previous night, a solitary girl residing on a lower floor had not only had her door pried open, but had also been bullied in succession. Her face obscured. Her identity remained unknown. "You and Lu Yu should be cautious. Our floor is no longer safe," she warned. Despite the commotion from last night, Jiang Ning was puzzled by Zheng Weili's lack of awareness. However, upon noticing the marks on her neck, the reason became all too clear. Overexertion had rendered her utterly exhausted. With water, electricity, and gas all cut off, entertainment was non-existent, leaving only physical exertion as a means to pass the time. In a world beset by calamities, survival was already a challenge for adults, and pregnancy for women was a dire predicament. Jiang Ning felt helpless, unsure how to broach the subject with someone who had never experienced such hardship. Ultimately, she opted for a roundabout inquiry. "Sister Weili, I believe you have a competition next month?" "Indeed," Zheng Weili replied, a melancholic expression clouding her face. "With this dreadful weather, I have no idea when it will cease, disrupting my training. I can only practice aimlessly indoors. Yesterday, in a moment of frustration, I even used Lu Yu as a punching bag." She fantasized about participating in the competition, contemplating the necessary precautions, thinking that once they fully accepted the reality of this apocalyptic world, she could offer her guidance. As they returned to their rooms, Jiang Ning cast a glance at the tightly shut door of 1801. In the early hours, before the intruders could ascend, Zheng Weili knocked vigorously on the door. When Jiang Ning opened it, she found Zheng Weili unarmed, while Lu Yu brandished a knife, and the door of 1801 swung open simultaneously. Faced with the collective presence of the residents from the 18th floor, the would-be thieves initially appeared apprehensive, but soon regained their bravado, issuing menacing threats. "Hand over your food, or we'll make sure this knife doesn't go easy on you." Jiang Ning retorted coldly. "Who says we have any food? Isn't it obvious? If you had no food, why would you bother locking your door?" The leader brandished his knife. "We're starving here while you all are living in luxury, shutting your doors and ignoring our plight. How can you be so heartless? Enough chatter. Hand over your supplies, and I might spare your lives." In truth, Jiang Ning only ate until she was 8/10 full, her energy constantly depleted by rigorous training. There was no need to isolate herself from others, yet the others appeared gaunt and desperate. Their vitality was unmistakable. They could not conceal their hunger. This group had reached a point where their desperation had eroded their humanity, and reasoning with them was as futile as playing the lute to a cow. Jiang Ning, weary of idle talk, boldly challenged, "If you have the guts, come and take it from us." Upon saying this, she exchanged a glance with Zheng Weili. Though only a few were knocking, the shadows concealed many more, and if they did not make an example of this group today, they would undoubtedly return in greater numbers. Zheng Weili understood the unspoken message and instinctively shielded Lu Yu behind her. Seeing the audacity of the residents from the 18th floor, the intruders suddenly kicked open the stainless steel door, brandishing their knives as they charged forward. Jiang Ning sidestepped and struck at the leader with her knife. Zheng Weili, still burdened by the recent memory of witnessing a mother and her child leap from the building, felt a surge of aggression. She swiftly evaded and delivered a powerful blow to the man's abdomen. He tumbled down the stairs, crashing against the door before collapsing, immobile. 1801 remained steadfast, directly disarming one of the attackers. The commotion echoed with screams, creating a chilling atmosphere in the night. Jiang Ning continued to strike, her blows calculated to avoid lethal damage. Yet blood flowed profusely, staining the floor in a gruesome display. There were 6 in total. 3 were injured, while the rest had been disarmed. And Zheng Weili had left one barely conscious, with Lu Yu not even getting the chance to fight. Standing at the staircase, Jiang Ning brandished her bloody knife and posed a grim ultimatum. "Do you seek food, or do you value your lives?" The leader, clutching his bleeding arm, cried out in desperation, You are committing murder." "Murder?" Jiang Ning retorted, tearing off their masks to reveal faces she recognized. 2 were even prominent figures in the community, known for their ostentatious lifestyles, yet now veiled in shame. They committed acts of villainy amidst disaster. She pulled out her phone to photograph them, stating, "Feel free to report this. Let us see which officer apprehends him." To her surprise, the 18th floor residents, once so brazen, found themselves powerless against the tide of circumstances and began to plead, "We had no choice. We were just trying to survive. You haven't lost anything. Please let this go." Their earlier bravado had vanished, and now they knelt, begging for mercy. If the assault had been solely directed at Jiang Ning, they might have attempted a covert kill, but today's collective action was intended to intimidate. She glanced at 1801 and Zheng Weili, both silent in their agreement. "You're fortunate today, but your luck may not last. Now leave." The ruckus had drawn the attention of all floors, none daring to open their doors. Jiang Ning and her companions left the bloodied scene uncleaned, simply closing the door behind them as they ascended. Having witnessed the formidable skills displayed by 1801, Lu Yu seized the opportunity to introduce herself. "Hello, I'm Lu Yu. I just moved here a few days ago. Your skills are impressive. What do you do?" The stoic figure, He, approached the doorway and replied enigmatically, "Guess." Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, while Zheng Weili, sensing the potential complications, tugged at her boyfriend, urging, "Let us head back." Such individuals were not mere street thugs. Their identities likely held considerable weight, and prying too deeply could spell trouble. The deterrent effect was remarkable. For several consecutive days, no one dared to knock on the staircase door. Jiang Ning, having drawn back the curtains early, observed the raging typhoon that continued to howl, battering against the doors and windows, creating the illusion that the entire building was trembling. The storm had arrived ahead of schedule, persisting for a full 15 days without any sign of abating. The fears had materialized, the calamity had escalated, and it remained uncertain when it would conclude. Yet life must go on, and each day survived was a small victory. Xiaobai's belly had swelled considerably, her appetite astonishing. As Jiang Ning teased her with greens. She noticed bloodstains on the cardboard. Touching her belly, she sensed Xiao Bai's agitation, realizing she was about to give birth. New life amidst disaster. Once grown, thoughts of preparing spicy rabbit heads, cold rabbit, braised rabbit, dry pot rabbit pieces, and hand-pulled rabbit salad made her salivate. Soon, the first baby rabbit was born. It was an encouraging sight, measuring only a few centimeters, hardly larger than a mouse. When Dowdu arrived, Xiaobai had already given birth to 6. She discreetly pulled out 2 withered leaves of cabbage from her pocket, exclaiming, "Xiaobai has babies, quick eat." In total, there were 10 little rabbits, all demanding nourishment, leaving Jiang Ning troubled about how to feed them. Relying solely on feed was insufficient, especially after 2 weeks of relentless storms that had left the balcony greens yellowing from lack of sunlight. Had it not been for her secretive use of space to cheat, they would have long withered away. The plants grown in her space, however, thrived remarkably, their lush greenery pleasing to the eye. Unable to resist, she plucked some chicken feather vegetables that morning, washing them and tossing them into her noodles. The taste of homegrown produce was exquisite. 2 fruit tree saplings had also survived, particularly the old tangerine tree, which had begun to bud. Jiang Ning reassured herself that everything was progressing favorably. Caring for the rabbits, exercising, reading, and indulging in lazy mornings kept her life fulfilling. She developed a new habit of awakening each day to the sound of the wind outside. With enough exposure, she felt she had become a semi-expert. On the 18th day, however, the wind seemed to carry an unusual tone. Chapter 15. Finally awaiting rescue, Jiang Ning stepped on the balcony in her pajamas, observing the ferocity of the typhoon. The wind had noticeably begun to wane, yet the rain intensified. The second floor was completely submerged, and water was creeping up to the 3rd floor, causing chaos in the stairwell. For breakfast, she had a hand-grabbed pancake filled with a fried egg, ham, vegetables, and ketchup, which she had retrieved from her storage space, still crisp and warm. The aroma tantalizing her taste buds. Jiang Ning had prepared over 100 of these, ensuring she could savor them for quite some time. Delicious as they were a tad greasy. She poured herself a cup of honey grapefruit tea, sipping it while perusing her sophomore pharmacy textbooks. Around 10 o'clock, a knock echoed through her abode. She initially presumed it was Zheng Weili, but to her surprise, it was from room 1801. Jiang Ning was taken aback. He was typically a reclusive individual, preferring silence. Even though Dowdu often visited her, she had scarcely exchanged a few words with him. Instinctively, she became wary. Hua Yishan's stern visage bore signs of tension as he inquired, "Dowdu is ill. Can you treat her?" Jiang Ning was astonished. "What ailment does she have?" "A fever, vomiting, and diarrhea," he replied, his concern palpable. While one ought to visit a hospital when unwell, the torrential storm rendered such an endeavor impossible. Jiang Ning prefaced her assistance, stating, "I can take a look, but my knowledge is limited. Do not place your hopes in me." "Thank you," he replied. Despite her reservations, she reluctantly acquiesced, returning to her room to retrieve a folding fruit knife to tuck into her pocket. Stepping into 1801 for the first time, she noted the spacious 3-bedroom layout. With excellent lighting and an admirable arrangement of vintage furniture, impeccably tidy, far superior to her own humble dwelling. In this day and age, it was rare to find a young man adept at household management. Gazing at the balcony's glass, she observed the newly installed double-layered tempered glass, complemented by a triple-layer stainless steel door, rendering the residence akin to a fortress. Indeed, her own standards seemed rather limited. Redirecting her focus, Jiang Ning entered Dowdu's room. In addition to her fever, Dowdu was covered in rashes, her once bright eyes now dull and lifeless. "Sister," she murmured. Jiang Ning took her temperature, checked her pulse, and examined her body marred with bruises. Her medical skills were rudimentary, but they sufficed for the moment. Observing Dowdu's frail state, Jiang Ning concluded that moderate exercise could enhance her physical strength and immunity, yet excessive strain was inadvisable. It was apparent that Hua Yishan's methods had been excessively rigorous, leading to Dowdu's current condition. The short-term high-intensity training had induced a stress response in her body, resulting in lowered immunity and subsequent illness. Hua Yishan's expression shifted to one of guilt as he realized he had failed to care for Daodu properly. Witnessing the horrifying bruises on his sister's body, he struggled to comprehend, recalling how Daodu never complained of fatigue, even smiling when he had massaged her bruised forehead. He retrieved a medical kit filled with various medications. Jiang Ning, which of these can be utilized? He asked. If all else failed, they would have to risk a trip to the hospital. Jiang Ning perused the kit, pleasantly surprised by its comprehensive contents, most of which were suitable for children. The ailment was relatively straightforward. With the right medication, she could effectively treat it. She selected remedies for the cold and gastrointestinal issues and applied a belly patch to Daodu, planning to restore her health gradually. Unable to bear the sight of Daodu's bruises, she returned home with a half bottle of medicinal alcohol, advising to apply it 4 to 5 times a day for optimal results. Hua Yishan expressed his gratitude, stating, Daodu is prone to bruising, and I happen to have some medicinal herbs. Could you assist in identifying which can be used for the infusion? Despite his lack of childcare skills, his supply of resources was impressive. He produced 2 large bags of individually packaged medicinal herbs. Jiang Ning selected a dozen varieties, all aimed at promoting blood circulation, to be sealed in a glass jar and combined with a liter of white liquor for a fortnight before use. Spotting ginseng, she set it aside, noting its potential benefits for fortifying the body against the cold. Rock candy infused in white liquor was equally commendable, capable of alleviating internal heat while nourishing the kidneys and blood. Daodu quickly fell asleep after taking her medicine, though she occasionally murmured incoherently in her slumber. Sick children evoke deep sympathy. Her eyelashes were laden with tears, her pale lips continuously whispering for her mother and father. Hua Yishan sat by her bedside, gently wiping away her tears, his tone laced with remorse as he reassured her, Do not be afraid, Daodu. Your brother is here. As he reached the doorway, Hua Yishan called out, offering a pack of noodles. Thank you for caring for Daodu, he said. The noodles had been inexpensive prior to the disaster. Yet in these dire times, they represented several days of sustenance. Jiang Ning accepted graciously, feeling no need to refuse. Upon returning home, she prepared rock candy infused in white liquor, recalling her oversight in teaching others while neglecting her own needs. In the biting cold, a warm cup by the fireplace brought indescribable comfort. She also washed several pounds of grapes, placing them on the balcony to dry for potential fruit wine. Stepping out of her storage space, she sensed a change in the typhoon's intensity. She was not alone in this perception. Many others around her noted it too, some even shouting and cheering from their windows. Their spirits soared, as if the disaster was nearing its end. In high spirits, Jiang Ning prepared a dish of boiled fish accompanied by fragrant rice. She couldn't bear to discard the plastic takeout box, knowing it would become a precious resource in the future, washing it for reuse. Just as she was enjoying a peaceful nap, the thunderous roar of motors jolted her awake. It was a rescue boat, manned by firefighters clad in bright orange vests. Although the typhoon had not yet ceased, its ferocity had diminished significantly, allowing for cautious navigation. After 18 long days of isolation, hope finally dawned as the world reconnected. The moment the rescue boat appeared, many succumbed to tears of joy. Rescue had arrived. The government had not abandoned them. Amidst their tears and laughter, a mix of elation and desperation surged as they wiped their eyes. Only 3 boats were present, yet they represented the collective hope for survival. The loudspeaker crackled to life as firefighters assured the residents of each building, Do not panic. We will not abandon anyone in need of assistance. Please gather your essential belongings. Elderly and children will be prioritized. This initial rescue endeavor targeted only the lower floors that had been inundated, yet throngs of residents surged towards the lower levels, encircling the firefighters with demands for food and supplies. Our homes are still standing, but we have had nothing to eat for 3 days. Can you bring us some food? Another cried out. The crowd's anxiety escalated, transforming gratitude into resentment, their demands growing increasingly outrageous as they questioned the government's response, expressing their frustrations as taxpayers. The situation devolved into chaos, with the atmosphere thick with tension and uncertainty. Chapter 16. The The luxurious RV worth millions, Jiang Weili invited Jiang Ning to descend and assess the situation. All the food had been consumed, and while there remained a bag of rice, the gas had run out, leaving only a scant supply of alcohol blocks. To conserve fuel, she soaked the rice daily, placing it in a thermos, then poured boiling water over it, sealing the lid to allow it to cook. Furthermore, the damp weather had rendered her clothes undry, leading to a gynecological ailment. If possible, Jiang Weili and Lu Yu wished to visit a shelter. Conditions would undoubtedly be poor, but at least they would have ample food and hot water, wouldn't they? The typhoon had unleashed torrential rains far beyond meteorological forecasts, flooding even their third floor. Other areas were likely faring even worse. Jiang Ning dashed her hopes, lamenting that the food soaked in water had become sparse. Given the current water level, the gymnasium and library were submerged, and relevant authorities could only commandeer hotels or office buildings as rescue sites. With so many people crowded together, the challenges of eating, drinking, and sanitation loomed large. Though the typhoon had subsided, the rain continued, and flooding might persist for months. In her previous life, many low-floor residents had evacuated to shelters, only to return within a few days, complaining of overcrowding and the lack of basic necessities like food and sleep, not to mention safe places to rest. Robberies, thefts, and brawls turned the situation chaotic. The government was tasked with disaster relief, yet they also needed to scour for food, ultimately resorting to underwater salvage when all else failed. However, food that had been submerged for so long was likely spoiled, and it would be a miracle if they could sate the populace even partially. With a heavy heart, Jiang Weili decided to venture out, hoping for some good news. Jiang Ning remained behind to check on Do, whose condition had improved, bringing a smile to the half-trained doctor. An hour later, Jiang Weili returned dejectedly, informing her that the firefighters were only rescuing those whose homes had been flooded, and they were uncertain about larger-scale aid efforts. Jiang Ning encouraged her, asserting that if heaven would not save them, they must rely on themselves. Indeed, Jiang Weili replied, finding a flicker of hope rekindled within her. The typhoon had ceased. Perhaps the downpour would soon follow suit. To be alive necessitated the presence of hope, did it not? Yet the rain persisted, intensifying, and the sky grew ominously dark. By 5 o'clock in the evening, darkness had descended, though the typhoon had largely abated. Apart from the sound of rescue boats incessantly traversing the waters, the city lay enveloped in a terrifying silence. Jiang Ning had dined early and began setting alarms, intending to wake every hour from 10 o'clock onward. Around 1 in the morning, the firefighters had successfully evacuated the trapped citizens, leaving Jinhong community eerily quiet, save for the sound of rain. She donned her anti-cut and anti-stab suit, its fabric reminiscent of autumn clothing, testing its resilience with a blade against a sample. She noted with satisfaction that it remained unscathed, a testament to its quality. Feeling a chill, she layered on a jacket and a raincoat before stealthily opening her door and descending the stairs. The corridors were devoid of residents, littered with refuse, and the stench was unbearable. Reaching the third-floor window, she climbed onto the narrow protrusion, retrieving her inflatable boat from the darkness, along with waterproof goggles and a lithium battery-powered mining lamp, paddling towards the unknown. The rain was torrential, and the waters surged with alarming swiftness. The city had transformed into a foreign landscape, with only skyscrapers rising above the floodwaters. Jiang Ning had prepared for this, having observed the water currents and memorized the landmarks along her path. Nevertheless, navigating through the downpour proved arduous, taking nearly 2 hours to reach the large supermarket she had visited before the storm. Though the supermarket was only 2 stories tall, its elevation was significant, and the floodwaters barely reached the second floor. With considerable effort, she managed to beach the inflatable boat on the driveway. Stowing the boat away, she proceeded to the rooftop parking lot. The expansive parking area was filled with cars, predominantly luxury brands: Mercedes, BMW, Ferrari, Lamborghini, indicating that affluent residents had sought refuge for their vehicles atop the parking structure before the storm's arrival. With flashlight in hand, she swept the rows of cars, her gaze riveted by a massive RV, an opulent vehicle worth millions. Its bulletproof body and glass, along with explosion-proof, wear-resistant tires, made it a marvel. The vehicle was a hybrid, equipped with a foldable solar panel atop its roof. In a world where energy was scarce and gasoline was a controlled commodity, this RV represented a mobile sanctuary, capable of both travel and long-term habitation, embodying all of her aspirations. Jiang Ning retrieved an electronic jammer from her space, a cutting-edge technology she had procured at a high price on the black market. She pressed the jammer against the vehicle's door, activating it for a few minutes until she heard a series of beeps followed by the sound of the lock disengaging. Successfully unlocking the door, she pulled it open. The interior was spacious, featuring a kitchen, living area, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms, complete with a washing machine, luxurious beyond compare. The scant furnishings suggested it had likely been purchased recently, only to fall victim to calamity. Jiang Ning, pleased with her discovery, stealthily stored the RV within her space. Not rushing into the supermarket, she produced a siphon and fuel containers, draining the gas tanks of other vehicles. The rooftop fire exit was locked, so she used heavy-duty cutting pliers to gain access and descended the stairs. Exiting through the fire door led her to the second floor's clothing section, where the water had nearly risen to her knees, submerging many garments. With limited space, she hastily collected some clothing from the women's section and dashed to other areas. The clearance aisle section boasted an array of products: paper towels, soft drinks, mooncakes, chips, bathing supplies, and more. Across from that was the home appliance area, where refrigerators, air conditioners, and washing machines lay submerged. She selected smaller appliances that could be useful later: yogurt makers, ice cream machines, bean sprout makers, and small frying pans, throwing them into her space. Next came the household goods section, where she gathered high-end air conditioning blankets, down comforters, and various bedding items, as well as an assortment of athletic shoes and boots. She also collected a variety of skincare products, face masks, eye creams, and serums. Moving on to the liquor and tea counter, she found an abundance of brands, including Mao Tai, Wuliangye, XO, Martell, red wines, beers, cocktails, an invaluable treasure in the post-apocalyptic world, where such items would become scarce and highly sought after. After clearing the waterlogged items, Jiang Ning produced a window-breaking tool to shatter the glass of the counter, rescuing the submerged luxury cigarettes, though regrettably, many were ruined. Fortunately, the tea remained sealed and untouched, stored neatly on the shelves. She collected all varieties: Westlake Longjing, Pu'er, Tiguanyin, Shenyang Maojian. Regardless of their price, each was a non-renewable resource, leaving not a single item behind. Just in this section alone, she was on the verge of occupying nearly 10 cubic meters of space. However, she had prepared before leaving, having cleared out the planting pots from the balcony, the vegetables and fruit trees from the living room, and the charcoal from the kitchen, freeing up approximately 150 cubic meters. The floodwaters were rising swiftly, and these belongings would be engulfed before dawn. Chapter 17. Zero-cost shopping at the supermarket if the volume of space could be augmented by 2 zeros. Jiang Ning would hastily scour the city. Instead, she is left helplessly watching survival supplies succumb to the flood, while humanity engages in a more brutal struggle for existence. Armed with knives over a moldy piece of bread, the reality is harsh. Jiang Ning can only focus on her own well-being. Regaining her composure, she continues to race against the rising waters. Shampoo, body wash, soap, sanitary pads, disinfectant, milk, yogurt, powdered milk, alpaca milk, soybean milk powder, cereal, lotus root powder, and sweet lotus soup, along with white sugar, rock sugar, and brown sugar. The water has risen to her thighs. She has no time to check labels or be picky. Her hands swiftly sweep across the shelves. Anything is better than succumbing to the flood. Canned goods, dried fruits, snacks, chocolates, energy bars, biscuits, cheese, chicken legs, chicken wings, duck necks, beef jerky, lamb chunks, flavored tofu, spicy strips, and bamboo shoots. Space is filling at a visible rate. After gathering a substantial amount of noodles, Jiang Ning heads to the instant food section, where instant noodles, snail rice noodles, hot and sour noodles, and dry noodles abound. However, due to the typhoon, the selection is limited, particularly with instant noodles, which are left with only the pickled cabbage flavor. She is not one to be choosy, nor does she mind any traces of foot odor. In her previous life, she had gnawed on tree bark and consumed earth just to survive, and in the end, resorted to using sticks to dig when nature called. Upon reaching the seasoning section, she immediately stocks up on essentials: peanut oil, corn oil, olive oil, tea oil, and blended oil, despite the lack of space. Soy sauce, oyster sauce, vinegar, cooking wine, all chosen for their large containers that occupy minimal room. Various brands of laoganma, olive vegetables, debanjiang, fermented tofu, and canned bamboo shoots lined the shelves, which she swept through. If she encountered something she liked, she would fish it out of the water to avoid waste. Next came the assortment of ingredient packs: boiled beef, pickled vegetables oil, red oil hot pot, Orleans chicken wings, and salt-baked chicken powder, many of which she barely noticed as she swept past. The water has risen to her waist. Though she is clad in a full-body raincoat, she still feels the chill, and moving is particularly cumbersome. Yet, this is her final opportunity for a shopping spree. Securing more resources now is preferable to fighting for a morsel later. Unfortunately, the first floor is flooded, otherwise there would be precious resources available. As the water approaches her chest, she can feel herself starting to float, with most products either submerged or bobbing on the surface. Gathering supplies has become increasingly challenging. But thankfully, her space is nearly filled to capacity. Even the bathroom is almost overflowing. Just as she attempts to retrieve floating snacks, a flash of light catches her attention nearby. Jiang Ning is astonished to discover that she is not alone in her quest for zero-cost shopping. The beam of a flashlight pierces through the darkness, prompting her to quickly conceal herself behind shelf, her senses heightened. It is unclear how many individuals have arrived, and with the water hindering movement, a confrontation could be detrimental. Moreover, she has already gathered most of the crucial supplies from the second floor. If her space is discovered, Jiang Ning cannot afford that risk. She retrieves a portable diving mask from her space, dons it, and silently submerges, swimming towards the fire escape. The floodwater seeps into her raincoat, rendering her body exceedingly heavy. Holding her breath, she swims while shedding the raincoat, only surfacing when she can no longer hold her breath, allowing her to breathe through the mask. From the sounds, it seems only one person has arrived. Jiang Ning exhales in relief, exerting considerable effort to push open the fire escape door and ascends the staircase to the rooftop. She refrains from using her flashlight, pausing to catch her breath while consuming chocolate to replenish her energy. Once the dizziness subsides, she walks barefoot towards a rooftop. There is no one on the rooftop, while the second floor is already half submerged. As she departs, Jiang Ning casts a glance at the parking lot where a Hummer she covets sits. Identical to the vehicle from Unit 1801, it boasts a high chassis and ample horsepower, exuding an imposing presence capable of sending ordinary SUVs flying. A true war chariot for the apocalypse. Regrettably, her space cannot accommodate it. Thus, she opts for a more comfortable and multifunctional RV instead. She pats the hood of the car, feeling as though she is parting with a piece of herself. Soon, these vehicles will be submerged and swept away by the current. A true pity. The water level rises rapidly, and the current grows fierce, making it easy for the inflatable boat to be swept away. Jiang Ning has no choice but to retrieve the speedboat. There are numerous underwater obstacles, and she dares not accelerate too quickly for fear of damage. The entire city has plunged into darkness, with a waterproof miner's lamp offering limited visibility, forcing her to navigate slowly through the water. Operating the speedboat is straightforward, yet the sound of the motor could attract unwanted attention. Fortunately, with the typhoon having just passed, the government is actively conducting rescue operations. Even if nearby individuals hear her, they might mistake it for the fire department's rescue efforts. Instead of returning to her apartment, Jiang Ning races against time to reach another location. The 3-kilometer distance takes half an hour to traverse in the dark. She approaches a 6-story electronics commercial building, with the flood already submerging the 3rd floor. Jiang Ning uses a glass breaker to shatter a 4th-floor window and climbs inside, heading straight for the storefront of a solar technology company. She recalls the promotional flyer she received before the typhoon, advertising the latest solar generator. She had specifically visited the store to gather information. It features high-efficiency solar panels, off-grid power generation, and a versatile frequency inverter capable of both efficient concentrated power generation and fast charging via grid electricity. Most importantly, it has a storage capacity of up to 100 kilowatt hours. A full 100 kilowatt hours can simultaneously power several air conditioners or heaters. Of course, the price is equally impressive, $680,000. Jiang Ning cannot afford to purchase it, but she has committed the store's location to memory. Compared to it, other generators seem inferior, confirming that the mall is deserted. She produces a crowbar and begins to pry at the shutter door with vigor. The storefront is not large, and once the door is pried open, she rushes towards the prominently displayed new generator. The exhibit only contains the storage unit and inverter. She pries open the back storage area to search for components and discovers another generator of the same model. Without hesitation, she loads it inside. The solar panels and mounting brackets occupy considerable space. Other areas of her storage are already filled, leaving only the balcony for placement. Concerned that the components may be damaged, she takes everything that remains. Noticing there is still space on the balcony, she also collects several portable storage units. Although their capacity is significantly lower, the ability to charge directly is still quite valuable. The mall houses many expensive appliances, but there is no room left in her storage. It is already past 5 in the morning. She must hurry back before dawn breaks. The current intensifies, and Jiang Ning battles against the rain as she steers the speedboat into the wind. Approaching the Jinrong community, she shuts off the motor and paddles to the calmer waters at the base of the building, stealthily switching to the inflatable boat. Though dawn is yet to break, the outlines of objects are becoming discernible. As she rows to the window of a unit building, she notices an additional inflatable boat. No, it is a speedboat. There's someone aboard, placing items through the window. From the figure, it appears to be a man, and upon turning, he spots Jiang Ning. There's no time to hide. Jiang Ning instantly becomes alert. Chapter 18. The typhoon has ceased, yet the rain falls heavier, nevertheless. It appeared that the man's speedboat was laden with numerous items. In these times, possessing abundant supplies equates to insecurity. Seizing the moment when visibility was obscured, she discreetly retrieved 2 backpacks from her space and paddled towards him. This physique, this height, could only belong to 1801. Despite her raincoat and mask, she was instantly recognizable. No wonder she had raised such a fair-skinned child. It turned out she engaged in daily zero-cost shopping. Kindred spirits, there was no need for awkwardness. 1801 also recognized the masked Jiang Ning amidst the torrential downpour and nodded in her direction as a greeting. After securing the speedboat, he extended his hand to assist her. Jiang Ning, not one to be overly coy, handed him the waterproof backpacks and reached out for him to pull her up before carefully stowing away the inflatable boat. No words were exchanged as they ascended the stairs, burdened with their loads. With 1801's ample supplies, it was evident that multiple trips were required, and Jiang Ning willingly helped him carry 2 bags. Upon reaching the 18th floor, their eyes met, and they swiftly turned away to unlock the door quietly. After dropping off the items, Jiang Ning savored a warm bowl of ginger syrup, changed out of her wet clothes, and hurriedly took a shower, drying her hair. The dawn was breaking, and 1801 had already finished moving his supplies. She wiped the water stains from the corridor before knocking on Zheng Weili's door. The two, thinking they were under siege, emerged wielding knives. Jiang Ning pressed 2,000 yuan into their hands and lowered her voice. The typhoon has passed. You should sneak out quietly before anyone notices. The supermarket on the slope in the university town has 4 floors and is situated on higher ground, so it likely hasn't been completely flooded. I recall the owner's family lives in the supermarket. They may open for business, regardless of the prices, buy substantial and durable food. On her return, she intentionally took a detour and spotted the supermarket's lights glowing in the distance, with several speedboats anchored outside. This disaster had caught everyone off guard. Both supermarkets and wholesale markets were submerged, and it was highly probable that even the national grain storage sites within the city had been inundated. Most of the food lay submerged, and even if the military and government were willing to provide aid, it would be futile without resources. Thus, no rescue efforts were initiated. Chaos soon erupted outside, with rampant looting as people fought for survival. Jiang Ning vividly recalled that in her past life, this supermarket was commandeered by the government early on, operating under purchase limits, with citizens receiving goods on a first-come, first-served cash basis. In an era dominated by electronic payments, who still possessed the habit of using cash? And how many would have thought to withdraw money before the typhoon? Consequently, those unable to procure funds and desperate for survival resorted to violence. Though the police carried firearms, who truly dared to fire upon starving citizens? With a limited number of bullets, who would they target? People were everywhere, not wishing to commit crimes. Yet money was merely a number, either trapped in banks or digital wallets, inaccessible in times of need. Jiang Ning only learned of the situation in the afternoon, swimming to the supermarket with a plastic barrel, only to find it utterly ransacked, blood stains marring the ground and walls. Zheng Weili, regaining her senses, questioned, "Can the supermarket really open?" Jiang Ning replied, "I can't be certain, but it's better than waiting idly." She urged, "You should leave early. Once they awaken and regain their senses, there may be nothing left for you." Zheng Weili, coming to her senses, quickly changed clothes with Lu Yu before rejoining Jiang Ning. "Let's go together. I still have a bag of rice at home. I won't go this time." Jiang Ning fabricated an excuse. "If we all depart, what if someone comes to rob us later? You could spend your money and just share what you buy with me." "Yes, let us be quick about it." Zheng Weili seemed dazed, yet she felt embarrassed to let Jiang Ning bear the cost. "I'll consider the money as a loan from you. We can split whatever we find. Bring something for self-defense and stay safe. Besides, dawn is approaching." Jiang Ning hastily ushered them downstairs. She had already issued a warning. How much they could secure depended on their fortune. Locking the door behind them, Jiang Ning set aside any thoughts of rest and began organizing her filled space. The solar power storage box remained within her space, while other supplies were moved to the larger room of her rental property. She emptied a considerable amount of goods scavenged from the supermarket, dismantling excessive packaging to conserve space, subsequently sorting and sealing them in large plastic bags or cardboard boxes. Essential supplies were stored in her space, while non-essentials, like snacks, were kept at the rental, allowing her to reclaim substantial cubic footage later. Jiang Ning transformed into a master of organization, diligently arranging over 100 cubic meters of invaluable supplies. Uncertain of how long she would survive, she hoped these resources would suffice until her natural demise, yet the future remained unpredictable. If circumstances allowed, who wouldn't desire a better life, filled with abundance and enjoyment? Preparing in advance was always prudent. In her frenzied state, she even neglected her vehicle, methodically filling it with essential supplies. Time flew swiftly, and before she knew it, it was past 9 o'clock. The atmosphere downstairs felt unusually lively. The typhoon had ceased, but the rainfall intensified. As threats diminished, the young and capable braved the waters. Some carried buckets or basins, while others donned life jackets or clutched wooden planks. Feng City, a southern land of fish and rice, despite rapid industrial growth over the decades, still housed numerous mulberry fish ponds in the suburbs, with water networks weaving through the area. Many local villagers possessed wooden boats, some paddling into the community in search of long-lost family or relatives, while others even brought out ceremonial dragon boats to form groups in search of people or supplies. Inflatable boats and speedboats were present, but exceedingly rare. After all, it was not a water-centric city. Who would keep such vessels at home? Jiang Ning, mindful of the time, stood on the balcony, observing the neighborhood and occasionally searching for glimpses of Zheng Weili and Lu Yu. After approximately half an hour, the familiar color of an inflatable boat came into view, laden with items. Just as she was about to descend, a group of men suddenly emerged from Building 3, making a beeline for the inflatable boat. Their movements were swift, but Lu Yu and Zheng Weili were equally quick to react. Lu Yu paddled furiously, while Zheng Weili raised her or to strike at their heads. Jiang Ning armed herself with a knife and stepped outside, only to find 1801's door opening simultaneously. Hui Yi, dressed in casual attire, wore a detached expression. "I'll accompany you." They both understood the precarious nature of their situation, where many had set their sights on the 18th floor. Jiang Ning did not decline, and the two hurried downstairs. The water had already risen to the 4th floor, and the stairwell was crowded with those seeking to escape in search of survival. as they watched Jiang Wei's inflatable boat draw nearer, especially with supplies that could sustain life on board. The crowd's eyes burned with desperation and fury, some even harboring resentment, reveling in the sight of the two being robbed. Chapter 19. The threat at the door. Human nature is such that it is not the scarcity that troubles us, but the inequality. In a time of calamity, why should one person thrive while others suffer and starve? Not only did they offer no assistance, but they also waited for the moment to pounce and rob the two. Jiang Ning wielded two knives, a cleaver in her left hand and a boning knife in her right. With a cold demeanor, she pushed through the crowd. Standing resolutely by the window, the sharp blades, stained with dried blood, sent the onlookers recoiling in fear. As one individual, emboldened, attempted to lecture her, he was met by the imposing figure of Hua Yishan, who stood beside her, mirroring her fierce stance. Jiang Ning surveyed the crowd, her icy gaze capturing the expressions of all present, and declared, "Do not preach your lofty principles to me. If anyone dares to insult me or attempt to rob, I shall strike down one for each that comes forth." The notorious reputation of the 18th floor is known to all. We are not to be trifled with. These beasts indulged themselves without a thought of sharing. And after the last robbery, several had been injured, one victim succumbing to excessive blood loss. Just yesterday, someone had reported to the firefighters, only to be told that their duties were solely to rescue and that they should report any crimes once the floods receded. In light of Jiang Ning's formidable presence, silence fell over the crowd. They were wary of uttering a single word that might provoke a wrath. Jiang Wei, not one to back down easily, had managed to overpower several men, and the duo finally reached the window. Jiang Ning remained vigilant against the inhabitants of the building, while Hua Yishan assisted in gathering supplies. 2 bags of 20-pound rice, 1 bag of 10-pound flour, some noodles, damp vegetables, 2 packs of candles, and 3 large boxes of alcohol blocks, along with fermented black beans and chili sauce. Though not in abundance, it was a hard-won prize. Lu Yu was exhausted to the point of instability, while Jiang Wei bore a wound on her arm, blood staining her clothing. The onlookers, driven by greed, dared not approach. Yang Weizong and Su Mingyao, blending into the throng, exhibited complex emotions of hatred. They yearned to establish a connection, but understood that Jiang Ning would not entertain them. Yet, someone could not contain themselves and asked to borrow an inflatable boat, offering to pay for its rental. The four remained silent, their expressions fierce as they ascended the stairs with their belongings. A woman's voice erupted in curses behind them, joined by many others, condemning the heartless and unfeeling denizens of the 18th floor. Jiang Wei, utterly fatigued, could scarcely muster a word. Upon returning to the 18th floor, Jiang Ning procured iodine and bandages, along with anti-inflammatory medication. The wound was not deep, but she cleaned and dressed it meticulously. Both had been shaken by the ordeal, their spirits lingering in a state of disarray. They had assumed the chaos within the apartment building was overwhelming, yet they were unprepared for the tumult outside. They arrived early, braving the rain to secure their inflatable boat, only to be met by an ever-growing crowd. As the throng thickened, they finally awaited the opening of the supermarket. Prices had surged 20-fold, and a relentless influx of people rushed in, seizing goods without regard for the shelves or others' possessions. With no internet access, the supermarket only accepted cash, leaving those without it to barter with gold necklaces or bracelets, a slow and convoluted process. Many, devoid of funds, resorted to theft and escape. Police sirens blared as chaos erupted. Initially subdued, the situation spiraled as the number of cashless individuals swelled. With limited supplies, a second wave surged forth, creating a maelstrom of desperation. Fear gripped everyone, terrified that their hard-won resources would be snatched away. Jiang Wei and Lu Yu seized the opportunity to flee, but the water was teeming with bodies, akin to a boiling pot of dumplings. They were assailed from all sides, some aiming for supplies, others for the inflatable boat. Despite Jiang Wei's formidable strength, she found herself outnumbered. Not only were their supplies partially stolen, but her hands bore cuts, and some vile individuals even attempted to puncture the inflatable boat. Had it not been for its puncture-resistant design, their return would have been perilous. In this foreign and brutal world, Jiang Weili questioned the essence of humanity, weary and leaning against Lu Yu. Jiang Ning, at a loss for words of comfort, reminded herself that this apocalypse had only just begun. Before they could catch their breath, a knock echoed from the door below. To their surprise, a large crowd had gathered, at least dozens of people, crowding the 17th floor corridor. Jiang Ning frowned. Did these individuals intend to force their way in? The supplies that Jiang Weili had fought for with her life were now the target of those unwilling to venture outside, seeking to prey upon the vulnerable 18th floor. Exhausted, no one wished to speak. They silently armed themselves with knives and descended the stairs. For pairs of eyes, glinting with menace, stunned the crowd into silence. Though fear gripped them, they hesitated to leave, emboldened by the thought that a group of dozens could easily overpower just four. A bespectacled middle-aged man stepped forward, wearing a disarming smile, and said, "Please, do not misunderstand us. We mean no harm." Jiang Ning, her expression unyielding, replied, "What is it you want?" "My name is He Jian, the representative chosen by the neighbors. I wish to discuss organizing a group to venture out for supplies." His smile remained, but the four remained mute, prompting him to awkwardly clarify, "The government has yet to provide assistance, and the situation outside is chaotic. It is dangerous to go out alone. We thought it wise to select capable individuals to accompany us, providing mutual support. Do you have a boat or an inflatable raft?" He Jian added, his smile unwavering. "We are mere neighbors, after all. In times of great disaster, we should look out for one another, should we not?" His words, though initially soft, bore an undercurrent of threat. Jiang Ning paused for a moment before responding. "Allow us to discuss this." She exchanged glances with her companions and moved to the window to deliberate. "What are your thoughts?" Jiang Weili, fiery by nature, could not tolerate threats. "If they wish to take the inflatable boat, they shall have to step over my corpse first. Let them come if they dare." These individuals were cunning. Perhaps they sought to borrow the inflatable boat. Lu Yu, displaying more pragmatism, suggested, "A wise man avoids unnecessary conflict. If they are pushed too far, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage." Jiang Weili vehemently opposed the idea. "No, if we allow them to succeed this time, it will never end." Jiang Ning turned to 1801, asking, "What do you think?" "I'm indifferent. The decision lies with you." The prospect of scavenging together was implausible. Even if they found sufficient supplies, the sheer number of people would render any share negligible, leading to further strife. Why not lend them the boat? They might find a larger vessel or inflatable raft in the outdoor stores, alleviating their focus on our supplies, Jiang Ning suggested. Lu Yu, Jiang Weili. Chapter 20. Salvaging the liquefied gas cylinder having lived a second life. Jiang Ning was acutely aware of the duality of human nature. While it was not his desire to concede, maintaining the current stalemate was not a viable solution. The only way to ensure our safety was to allow them to venture out in search of supplies. When desperation strikes, a person can truly lose their sanity. When faced with life and death, there are no limits to what one might do. It was only then that Jiang Weili agreed. Descending, Jiang Ning addressed He Jian, stating that while they need not search for supplies together, he would lend them the rubber boat for a day. He advised against hastily seeking food, suggesting they prioritize locating a vessel instead. He Jian had not truly expected the 18th floor to consent to a joint expedition. It was merely a strategy, presenting an impossible request initially before settling for a more attainable one. His primary aim was to borrow the rubber boat, and he genuinely expressed his gratitude. However, he cautioned, "We shall only lend it this once. What if you lose or damage it? Let us not indulge in empty words. Do you consider yourselves good neighbors?" Jiang Ning retorted bluntly, "This is vital for our survival. Lending is a matter of goodwill, while withholding it is a matter of principle. Do not presume that your numbers grant you the right to intimidate us. Should you provoke me, I would not hesitate to retaliate. Survival is an innate human instinct. Despite their numbers, no one would willingly seek death." The 18th floor had a history of violence, and for a moment, silence enveloped the room. He Jian looked at them, seething with frustration. Moments ago, they had boasted loudly. Now, they were like turtles retreating into their shells. However, he could only muster the courage to press on, for his family awaited sustenance. Taking the lead in this matter would likely yield more supplies. Moreover, establishing himself as the central figure would simplify future negotiations. If we damage it, we shall compensate you. He offered, knowing words alone would not suffice. Written proof was essential. Jiang was infuriated. Yet he clenched his teeth and acquiesced. Very well. What was merely a flimsy rubber boat? Once it was in his possession, what consequences could arise from refusing to return it? When the floods receded, they could always report it to the authorities and reimburse her later. Once terms were settled, Jiang Ning drafted a note, and both parties signed and sealed the agreement. Upon acquiring the rubber boat, Jiang beamed with delight, uttering numerous flattering remarks before signaling everyone to disperse. Jiang Ning called out, "The rubber boat is in your possession. I will hold you accountable for any mishaps." "That is only natural." Jiang Ning smiled at him. "You reside in 1303 with a wife and 2 children, while your elderly mother suffers from health issues, correct?" Jiang was taken aback, his face draining of color. Feeling a shiver run down his spine, he hastily assured, "Rest assured, we will safeguard the rubber boat." With so many calculating faces around, how much could a single rubber boat yield in supplies? Any hint of inequality in distribution could incite chaos. Let them squabble amongst themselves. Upon returning to the 18th floor, Jiang Ning returned 2,000 yuan to Jiang Ning. She had intended to pay, but the supermarket had descended into utter chaos. They had merely snatched up supplies and fled without the opportunity to settle their bill. Jiang Ning accepted the money, understanding that order had unraveled. Yet she believed the government would soon restore control, providing them with another chance to spend it. Though the money remained unspent, Jiang Ning suggested splitting the supplies evenly. "Since we didn't spend anything, I cannot accept your generosity," she firmly declined, adding, "This is your risk in retrieving these supplies." The two remained steadfast in their stances, and Jiang Ning was determined to receive her share. Ultimately, she managed to take 2 packs of noodles, a bit of alcohol, and some dried vegetables, refusing to accept anything further. After her departure, Liu discussed with his girlfriend, "That one from 1801 appears cold but seems quite honorable. With eyes upon us, we must unite, especially since we couldn't have secured our belongings without his assistance today." Jiang Ning concurred, suggesting they send a token of goodwill. This would serve as a formal introduction, ensuring mutual support in the future. Liu gathered 5 pounds of rice and knocked on the door of 1801. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony, watching the rubber boat glide away from the building, occupied by 6 men wielding clubs as makeshift weapons. Others from surrounding buildings eyed them enviously, some contemplating a heist. However, the sight of their sharp weapons caused hesitation. A knock resonated at 1801's door. "Do you know where I can find gas?" Jiang Ning not only knew but had been there before. She vaguely recalled that area being low-lying, having been instructed to evacuate prior to the typhoon's arrival. It was uncertain if any remained, and even if it did, it would likely be submerged. The community relied on pipeline gas, with hardly anyone using liquefied gas cylinders. Portable gas stoves and alcohol blocks proved insufficient. To put it plainly, even if they found rice and flour, they would be unable to cook. Jiang Ning had the space, yet her past knowledge could lead to exposure. There were a few eateries at the community entrance that she had observed using gas cylinders. Perhaps they could devise a plan to obtain some? Liu immediately chimed in. "What we need most right now isn't food. Shall we give it a try? But we must be swift. If we wait too long, there may be nothing left." Huaishan had no objections. They quickly reached a consensus. Noticing Jiang Ning exiting, he furrowed his brow, concerned about what might happen if they left and someone attempted to break in. This posed a legitimate worry. It was not the front yard that frightened him, but rather the risk of fire in the back. They reconvened, deciding that each household would send 1 representative, leaving Jiang Ning to guard the home with Dodo. Huaishan would take the speedboat along with gasoline. Dodo felt a bit intimidated by Jiang Ning, but bravely nodded, "Brother, come back soon." Huaishan gently patted her head, softening his tone, "All right." Thus, while the main group ventured out to scavenge for food, the 18th floor would strategically seek liquefied gas cylinders. Liu pondered that if they found an excess, they could barter for food. As the speedboat's engine roared to life, it drew considerable attention, with some still harboring thieving intentions. However, the boat sped past them, leaving them in a cloud of spray, rendering them nearly indistinguishable. Several eateries were submerged, yet finding the community entrance was not challenging. Jiang Ning prepared her portable diving mask and waterproof flashlight, though the situation was somewhat precarious. Lu Yu, frail from illness, was unable to enter the water, and even if he could, he lacked the strength to pry open the door. The water was over 10 meters deep, and prying open the door would require immense effort and time, exceeding Jiang Ning's lung capacity. Hua Yishan picked up the diving mask, declaring, "Let me handle it." After donning the diving mask and headlamp, Jiang Ning secured a rope around him, instructing him to pull it if any trouble arose. As they descended, both remained vigilant, wielding their clubs defensively, wary of any unexpected assailants. The floodwaters were murky, and Lu Yu exclaimed in astonishment, "Jiang Ning, what is that?" Chapter 21. Peril at the liquefaction station. Jiang Ning gazed at the increasingly close floating object, only to discover, upon prodding it with a stick, that it was a corpse. Initially, the sight was shocking and nauseating, but as she encountered more, she gradually became desensitized. As she exited, she noticed several bodies drifting in the community. Time slipped away. A minute had passed without a stir from the rope in her hands. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Anxiety gnawed at her as she tugged the rope twice, yet silence prevailed. For an ordinary person, remaining submerged for over a minute was a feat. Even though 1801 was adept at diving, for minutes felt excessive. A sense of foreboding crept over her, and just as she was about to pull the rope, the water surface erupted with a splash. 1801 surfaced, having checked several shops, all of which had been pried open and emptied. Emptied? Who possessed such prowess? Lu Yu was filled with melancholy and disappointment, unable to locate any liquefaction tanks. Even if they found something, they could not cook it. They had moved with sufficient speed, yet they were outpaced by someone else, revealing their youth and lack of life experience. Jiang Ning cast a glance at 1801. These snack shops had been submerged since the day after the typhoon. Even if some shop owners had managed to relocate, it was implausible for all the establishments to have been breached. The floodwaters were murky and swift. Without diving masks and strong swimming skills, success was nearly impossible. Unless, of course, these shops had been ransacked at the onset of the disaster. A vague suspicion began to form in her mind. For now, she could only venture to the liquefaction station and hope the proprietors had not completely evacuated. Having come this far, there was no sense in returning empty-handed. She would take her chances at the liquefaction station. Jiang Ning retrieved her phone, secured in a waterproof bag, and showed the offline map to her companions, indicating a location marked by what seemed to be a large banyan tree. It was approximately 6 or 7 kilometers from Jinhan community, not particularly far, though somewhat remote. Having established their destination, the trio navigated their speedboat towards the liquefaction station. The suburbs were dotted with low-rise buildings, all now submerged, creating an eerily desolate landscape. During their journey, they encountered firefighters rescuing stranded civilians. Upon spotting the speedboat, they hurriedly shouted into a megaphone, hoping to commandeer it for evacuating the trapped individuals. This once-in-millennium flood had overwhelmed rescue resources. Hui Shun paid them no mind as the three sped past through the floodwaters. The city had transformed into a vast ocean, rendering direction indistinguishable. Jiang Ning, peering through binoculars, directed them to the right, where green foliage emerged from the water, indeed the banyan tree. As they slowed to approach, they confirmed it was indeed the banyan leaves. Towering high, the tree now showcased only its crown of green. They disembarked, securing the speedboat to the banyan tree, and Jiang Ning gestured towards a general direction. Hua Yishan donned a diving mask and plunged into the water. After more than 2 minutes, he resurfaced, having discovered that the liquefaction station was sealed with a roller shutter and sliding iron gate. Prying it open would not be easy. He instructed Jiang Ning to retrieve the folding crowbar from his bag. Lu Yu, perplexed, wondered why he lacked professional equipment. Jiang Ning had gear in her space, yet it was inaccessible as they were in a team. Noticing that 1801's bag contained a simple diving mask, rope, and cord, she swiftly secured the rope and donned the mask. "I will assist below. Keep a vigilant watch for any anomalies and pull the rope immediately if anything seems off." Lu Yu nodded, urging caution. The floodwaters were icy as Jiang Ning dove beneath the surface, guided by the beam of her waterproof lamp toward the liquefaction station, simultaneously retrieving a pair of steel pliers. In the distance, she spotted a dim light and swam towards it. Huai Shun stood in the water, straining to lift the roller shutter, but the resistance from the water was formidable. Jiang Ning approached to lend her strength. Their eyes locked, and together they exerted their efforts. The shutter gradually ascended, revealing the sliding iron gate behind it. Hui Shun seized the steel pliers from her grasp, severing the chain binding the gate. Before they collectively pulled it open, inside was shrouded in darkness. Just as Jiang Ning prepared to swim further in, a shadow darted towards her. Hui Shun reacted swiftly, pulling her back as the shadow zipped past her head, surging upward through the water. A beam from the flashlight illuminated the shape, revealing it to be a liquefaction tank. Not just one, but several floated out in succession, eager to rise to the surface. Jiang Ning instinctively reached out to grasp one, only to remember that these were likely empty bottles. Fully filled liquefaction tanks had a substantial density, making it challenging for them to surface. She fished out a high-powered waterproof flashlight from her pocket, scanning the pitch-black surroundings and faintly discerning several tanks resting in a corner. Swimming over to grab them proved futile. Huai Shun, possessing considerable strength, hoisted a liquefaction tank from the building and tugged at the rope tied around him. Lu Yu grasped the rope and pulled upward, and soon they emerged from the water. Jiang Ning climbed aboard the speedboat, and together they hefted the cumbersome liquefaction tank onto it, likely left behind by the owner who had not managed to relocate everything in time. You all stay on board. I will retrieve the others. After catching her breath, Hui Shun submerged once more. The water pressure weighed heavily, and holding her breath left Jiang Ning feeling uncomfortable as she sat on the speedboat, gasping for air. Lu Yu vigilantly scanned the surroundings with binoculars, suddenly tensing up, and Ning, someone is coming. Jiang Ning stood up and indeed spotted a speedboat swiftly approaching through the rain. Visibility was poor, but there appeared to be at least 4 or 5 individuals aboard. Lu Yu yanked on the rope, while Jiang Ning sought a weapon for self-defense. Huai Shun resurfaced, dragging a liquefaction tank behind him. By the time he climbed aboard, the approaching speedboat had drawn near, revealing 6 burly men wielding sharp steel pipes. This liquefaction station is under our control. Hand over what you've salvaged if you know what's good for you. Big brother, we don't have diving masks. One of them sneered. That's easily resolved. Just make them haul everything up and hand it over. Precisely, and leave the speedboat and other supplies with us. We might consider letting you go. With tattoos resembling dragons and tigers, they exuded an air of intimidation. Clearly, they were gangsters. In a world where societal order had crumbled, they had become marauders. They disregarded the 3S presence entirely, as if everything was already theirs for the taking. Lu Yu's expression turned frantic as he gripped the crowbar tightly, fixating on them. Jiang Ning reached in her pocket. All right then, come and take it. Little sister, just wait. Your brothers are coming soon. Their crude laughter echoed as they piloted the speedboat closer, their eyes fixed on Jiang Ning like ravenous wolves. Just as they closed in, less than 10 feet away, Jiang Ning was about to produce their belongings when Huai Shun, faster than she anticipated, acted decisively. Chapter 22. The Test of Resources. Huai Shun brandished a modified nail gun in his hand. The inflatable boat rapidly deflated, causing the tattooed individuals to scream in terror, with several losing their footing and tumbling into the water. The swift current whisked away 2 of them almost immediately. Others attempted to swim towards Jiang Ning, who brandished a wooden stick and struck at their heads. Ah, you foul woman, do you wish for death? Help, I can't swim. Huai Shun did not hesitate to fire at the tattooed men, their cries of anguish echoing as the inflatable boat sank further, plunging everyone into the raging floodwaters. Jiang Ning was relentless, akin to a game of whack-a-mole, mercilessly smashing their heads. Such scum were rampant, committing acts of arson and pillage that obliterated humanity. Eliminating them now meant saving countless lives. Amidst the chaos, a wooden stick was seized, and a bald-headed thug approached with intent to tear her apart. Jiang Ning yanked him forward with ferocity, and without hesitation, her sharp blade struck. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, Blood gushed forth, and the man, released in agony, was swiftly swept away by the torrent. Lu Yu was utterly stunned, his body rigid as if carved from stone. He knew Jiang Ning could fight. Even he and Zhang Chao together could not contend with her. Yet, he never anticipated her brutality, decapitating others as if slicing through watermelons. The tattooed individuals vanished completely into the flood, the vast expanse of sky and earth drenched in rain, everything washed clean. After a brief respite, Hua Yishan submerged once more into the water. Together, they worked in unison, one person lifting, two carrying, amidst the torrential rain and flood. Fortune favored them. They discovered a total of 12 liquefied gas canisters. Divided among themselves, they could last a considerable time. To their surprise, they also found 3 twin-burner gas stoves at the gas station. Unsure if they would function after being submerged for so long, they decided to take them back nonetheless. The canisters were quite bulky, and the inflatable boat could barely accommodate them. However, their rounded bodies threatened to tumble into the water with the slightest jolt. Jiang Ning retrieved an inflatable raft from her large backpack, inflated it, and securely tied it to the inflatable boat, transferring half of the gas canisters over and binding them with rope. Exhausted to the point of near collapse, she produced 6 chocolate bars, sharing them with her companions to replenish their energy. Once they regained their strength, they set off in the inflatable boat on their return journey. Hua Yishan and Lu Yu led the way, while Jiang Ning sat atop the inflatable raft. Although retrieving the gas canisters proved challenging, safely transporting them back was even more daunting. It was only natural that such a bounty would incite envy. As they feared, they encountered others scavenging for supplies along the way. Upon seeing their load of gas canisters, the onlookers' eyes glinted with greed. Unfortunately, they were only in kayaks and could not catch up. Near the city, they narrowly avoided a collision with a dragon boat carrying 20 men. Fortunately, Jiang Ning had been vigilant, using binoculars to survey their surroundings, allowing 1801 to navigate around the danger. Upon successfully returning to Jinrong community, 1801 did not slow down. Instead, they accelerated, drifting smoothly to a stop at the apartment building. Lu Yu, who had been flung into the water, called out, "Wife, save me." As they reached the window, Zheng Weili was already waiting. The 4 of them hastily transported the gas canisters inside, drawing the attention of those who heard the commotion. However, faced with the residents of the 18th floor, each a fierce guardian, despite their envy, none dared to entertain ill intentions. As they ascended, they bumped into an elderly woman. "Little girl, where did you get those gas canisters?" "From underwater," Jiang Ning replied candidly. "You should give it a try if you have a means. It would be best if everyone went out to scavenge more, rather than fixating on the few we have on the 18th floor." After 4 trips, they finally completed the transfer. Zheng Weili pulled Jiang Ning into the apartment, where Lu Yu mentioned that all the gas canisters were retrieved by Hua Yishan, who also provided the inflatable boat and gasoline. "How should we divide this?" Jiang Ning pondered for a moment. "I suggest we split it evenly. Wouldn't that be unfair to him? He did contribute the inflatable boat and gasoline, but without me and Lu Yu, he could not have salvaged them alone. Moreover, you must not overlook your own contributions. Had you not stayed behind, who would have helped him look after his sister and guard the house? The moment he left, they could have been ambushed." Zheng Weili came to her senses. "You're quite thoughtful, but will he agree? We can ask him later. If he feels he deserves a larger share, we can negotiate how much is appropriate." It was not that Jiang Ning sought to be greedy. Her space was not lacking in gas canisters. However, achieving absolute fairness and teamwork was impossible. Hua Yishan had indeed put in substantial effort. It was reasonable for him to receive a few extra canisters. Yet, what if he demanded 7 or 8? If she refused, he would be displeased. If she acquiesced, it would be her turn to feel uncomfortable. Next time, if it fell upon her in 1803 to contribute more, how would that be accounted for? Each individual's sense of balance was different, making mutual satisfaction unattainable. Sooner or later, conflicts would arise. It was better to establish clear rules from the outset. Not wanting to strain relationships with neighbors they would see regularly, Jiang Ning decided to observe Hua Yishan's attitude before proceeding. "If we can cooperate, we shall. If not, we shall part ways." After hearing Jiang Ning's reasoning, Zheng Weili found it logical. If his demands are reasonable, we will continue to collaborate. If he is too greedy, we can seek our own resources while maintaining a cordial acquaintance. After their discussion, the two ventured into the hallway, and Jiang Ning turned to Hua Yishan. How shall we divide these? Hua Yishan glanced at her. Let us split it 3 ways. What do you think? Zheng Weili and Lu Yu had no objections. Thus, each household received 4 gas canisters, ensuring they would not have to worry about fuel for a year. Dao Du, awakened from her slumber, dashed barefoot from 1803 and joyfully leaped into Hua Yishan's arms. Brother, still damp. Hua Yishan stepped back and ruffled her hair. Have you been good? Yes, Dao Du replied, gazing up at him with sparkling eyes. I listened to Sister Li. Immediately, she leaped towards Jiang Ning. Sister, I want to see the bunny. Jiang Ning smiled, opening the door to let her in. After changing out of her wet clothes, Dao Du warmed herself with red date, ginger tea, and rested on the sofa. Around evening, Jian knocked on the stairwell door, cheerfully returning the inflatable raft. Thank you, Miss Jiang, for the reminder. We managed to find a few inflatable rafts ourselves. Jiang Ning remained silent, inspecting the raft. Noticing her lack of response, Jian chuckled awkwardly. I heard you all salvaged quite a number of gas canisters. May I ask where you found them? In the water. Which water area? At the gas station. Jian inquired with a smile. Are there any left? Jiang Ning shot him a sidelong glance. Are you asking me to gift you one? I merely inquired. He adjusted his glasses. In any case, thank you all. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out to us. As long as you do not create trouble, everything is negotiable. Disliking the commotion below and concerned for Zheng Weili's safety, Jiang Ning knocked on the door of 1801. I have a stainless steel door. Should we install it too? Hua Yishan had no objections, and with a few helping hands, they quickly completed the task, drawing the curtains and turning on the solar lamps. Jiang Ning laid out a feast of spiced shrimp, skewers, fried rice noodles, and beer to indulge her palate. She left 1 gas canister in the kitchen for appearance's sake. When it came time to cook, she could use the mobile power supply. The remaining resources could be reserved for when conditions became less favorable. She had tested it thoroughly. All power supplies could charge quickly in her space, which felt like a miracle. Continuing to categorize and organize the goods they had swept from the supermarket, she worked tirelessly until late into the night before finally turning off the lights to rest. Today had indeed been exhausting, yet profoundly fulfilling. While her space was not lacking in supplies, she recognized the necessity of enhancing her skills and survival experience to withstand the harsher challenges posed by nature. The following day, the outside world buzzed with activity. The street was noticeably busier, with an increase in both inflatable boats and rafts compared to the previous day. Whether it was the allure of newfound success or the sheer necessity of survival, many masked individuals emerged to scavenge, devoid of the internet and surveillance. The darkest facets of their humanity were fully unleashed. Amidst a cacophony of clamor, punctuated by the wails of despair, there seemed to be the unmistakable sound of gunfire. Gunfire? Jiang Ning pricked up his ears, certain he had not misheard. The returning residents buzzed with chatter, proclaiming that a murder had occurred, that a soldier had taken a life. Chapter 23. Inviting the wolf into the house indeed, following the chaos of yesterday. The military and political departments promptly adjusted their strategies and decided to deploy the army to maintain stability. Unlike the police, the military does not hesitate to use firearms. Their mission is to uphold national security. Jiang Ning recalls a time in her previous life when the military intervened with an iron fist to eliminate a group of wrongdoers, thereby restoring order. She observed the outside world through her binoculars and, as expected, spotted soldiers in military green patrolling with live ammunition on speedboats. The sporadic sounds of firecrackers echoed throughout the morning, instilling a sense of calm in the world. The gas stove in the water couldn't be ignited. After much effort, Lu Yu managed to dismantle the portable gas stove, replacing several parts until it was finally repaired. Feeling a sense of accomplishment, he offered to repair Jiang Ning's stove as well. The two invited Jiang Ning to dinner as a gesture of gratitude for her hospitality in finding them a place to stay. They prepared simple dishes, stewed vegetables and stir-fried potato shreds with lao gan ma. The potatoes having been brought by Jiang Ning, already sprouting, which she carefully cut away before blanching. The meal was simple, yet both Jiang Weili and Lu Yu were nearly brought to tears. It was the first time in 20 days that they enjoyed fragrant, soft rice and a comfortable hot shower. The feeling of being full was delightful, revitalizing their spirits. "And Ning, without you, we might still be crammed in the shelter," Jiang Weili said, raising her glass of boiled water in a solemn toast. "Today is rather modest. Once things return to normal, I shall treat you to a lavish feast at a five-star hotel." "Certainly, I'll look forward to it," Jiang Ning replied. As they conversed while eating, Lu Yu remarked, "With the military's presence, the situation outside has stabilized considerably. I heard the government is distributing supplies to the department store, allowing citizens to purchase limited quantities as needed. Shall we go tomorrow?" "Yes, we must rise early," Jiang Ning affirmed. "By the way, many people have been diving to salvage supplies today." Lu Yu continued, "The largest supermarket near us is teeming with people, but the water is too deep for ordinary folks without equipment. I've heard several have been swept away, though some skilled divers managed to retrieve a few items. Unfortunately, most of it is spoiled, yet they hesitate to discard it." Jiang Weili sighed. "If it weren't for Ning's reminder, we would be starving right now." The department store opened at 8, and the group set their alarms for 6. After a bit of tidying up, they left at 6:30. Since 18, Owen was not going. The responsibility of guarding their belongings naturally fell upon him. At 6:30, it was still dimly lit, yet many had already ventured out. It took them an hour to reach the department store. Entering directly from the 4th floor, they found the water world damp and teeming with people. The shopping area was on the 6th floor, but the queue had already extended to the 4th, with some having arrived the night before to secure their chance to enter. Military personnel patrolled with live ammunition, and despite the bustling noise, no one dared to act recklessly due to the prior day's severity. The three hastily joined the line. As time passed, the crowd swelled. The store opened promptly at 8, allowing 50 individuals in at a time, each given a mere 5 minutes before being ushered out. The purchase limits were exceedingly strict, with each person allowed only 2 pounds of grains, requiring identification for cash transactions. After 3 hours of waiting, they had only 5 minutes to shop. In such an expansive store, one had to compete not only in speed, but also in stamina. They agreed that rice and flour were the most filling options, and they should avoid instant noodles and snacks. Jiang Ning chose rice, while Jiang Weili and Lu Yu opted to take 2 pounds of each. $100 a pound. Don't be put off by the price, even with money. It's hard to come by. The quality of the rice was mediocre, but having any at all was a blessing, as prices would only rise from here on. Soon, the paper currency would be worthless for even the simplest needs. With the population of Fengsheng being substantial, rice and flour would quickly be depleted. The government would continue to release supplies, but those would be salvaged and dried from the water. Not only would they be unfit for consumption, but even obtaining them would be a struggle. Jiang Ning decided to spend the full 2,000 yuan. Jiang Weili worried that their inflatable boat might be damaged and considered buying a backup, only to discover it was priced at 10,000 yuan. Items like laogan ma and preserved vegetables had similarly skyrocketed in price. The cost and risk of venturing out were exceedingly high. The trio pulled together a few essentials and spent the 2,000 yuan, though their bags were not particularly full. As they descended the stairs, they inadvertently spotted Yang Weizong and Su Mingyao also in line, their hands clasped together, exuding intimacy. The girl from 1202 trailed behind, looking gaunt with her sunken eyes, appearing utterly dispirited. Seeing her, Jiang Ning couldn't help but reflect on her past self. Upon noticing Jiang Ning, Yang Weizong instinctively released Su Mingyao's hand and greeted her with a smile. Jiang Ning, however, coldly turned her face away, pretending not to see. After leaving the store, they boarded their inflatable boat. Noticing that it was still early, Lu Yu suggested, "Zhang Chao lives nearby. Shall we pay him a visit?" They had been in contact the day after the typhoon struck, but had not heard from him since. Jiang Ning pondered for a moment before agreeing. Besides being a poor judge of character in selecting women, Zhang Chao had not exhibited much malice as a friend. In her past life, she had received assistance from Jiang Weili, and having only Lu Yu and Zhang Chao as friends since childhood, she felt inclined to lend a hand if circumstances allowed. After an hour of travel, They arrived at Zhang Chao's residential complex, relying on memory to locate the 8th floor. After knocking for some time, a woman's voice emerged from within. "Who is it?" "I'm looking for Zhang Chao. There's no one by that name here. You must have the wrong address." The woman sounded older, likely a middle-aged lady. Jiang Ning furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. No matter how much she knocked, the occupants inside ignored her, causing a disturbance to the neighbors instead. When an elderly lady finally opened the door, Jiang Ning hurriedly inquired, "Excuse me, does Zhang Chao live next door?" The elderly woman, with a complicated expression, shook her head, unwilling to divulge anything. Liu Yu sensed trouble and took out a small amount of rice from his bag. After hesitating for a moment, the elderly lady relented and allowed them inside. "You're looking for that cultured young man who has a rather amusing way of speaking, right?" Liu Yu nodded eagerly. "He's a good lad, but rather foolish. He invited trouble into his home and got kicked out." The elderly lady shook her head as she spoke, recounting how, when the typhoon first hit, that woman had come with her parents and 2 children, and it was the young man who risked his safety to bring them in. At that time, I thought they were siblings, who knew that within a few days, he would be thrown out. Liu Yu, Jiang Ning, Zheng Weili, clenching her fists. He had knocked on the door several times, but the woman refused to open it. Eventually, in desperation, he stayed in the hallway until the rescue operation came to take him away. The shelter was divided by region, and the residents of the complex were relocated to the Fengqing Hotel. Liu Yu could not fathom how Zhang Chao had survived these past days. "How could there be such a despicable woman?" he exclaimed, feeling an intense anger boiling within him. Chapter 24. The Refuge upon reflecting on Zhang Chao's predicament. Zheng Weili was consumed by fury. She resolved to confront him, despite his foolishness, for it was he who had assisted in stockpiling the necessary medication for Jiang Ning, providing a comprehensive selection while saving both time and money. As a friend, Jiang Ning could not remain indifferent, especially since Zhang Chao had once shielded her from harm during their childhood skirmishes. With determination, Zheng Weili kicked the door and shouted, "Listen, those inside. You have 1 minute to come out, or I shall not hesitate to show you no mercy." Yet, the only response was silence. Jiang Ning handed her a crowbar, which Zheng Weili wielded with great strength, the sound echoing sharply against the door. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them. An elderly couple in their 50s, guiding a young girl of 8 or 9, emerged from the staircase, struggling to carry a heavy rubber boat bag. Instantly recognizing the bag as one she had anonymously purchased for Zhang Chao, Jiang Ning realized that this family was not only exploiting him, but also hoarding supplies meant for him. She approached, seizing the girl by her collar and dragging her toward the door. "If you do not open this door, do not blame me for the consequences that may befall your parents and you." With that, she brandished a knife, sending the girl into a fit of tears. Crying for her mother, the couple rushed forward, shouting in panic, "Murder! Murder!" Their cries echoed through the building as they desperately attempted to alert the others to their plight. It was evident that this family was complicit in Zhang Chao's plight. The girl, despite her tender age, understood the gravity of their situation all too well. In this apocalypse, children could smile while simultaneously wielding a knife against you. Their innocence belied a far darker reality. Jiang Ning knew hunger could drive people to desperation. She had experienced it firsthand. Finally, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman with a sallow complexion, who barked fiercely, "What do you want?" "We don't know Zhang Chao. If you continue to cause trouble, I will call the police." Zheng Weili responded with a powerful punch, sending the woman crashing to the ground, bloodied and missing several teeth. A young boy in the house screamed and hurled a cup at them in retaliation. The surroundings were cluttered with Zhang Chao's belongings, a stark reminder of his presence. As the boy lunged at her, Jiang Ning swiftly countered, slapping him hard and crashing him against the wall. Despite the adult's behavior, the children appeared well-fed, a stark contrast to their actions, which were fueled by the desire to preserve their own survival at Zhang Chao's expense. The woman cried out in agony, while the couple performed a theatrical display of desperation, but to no avail. The others in the building were too preoccupied with their own suffering to intervene. Zheng Weili, a seasoned fighter, knew precisely where to strike to inflict pain without risking fatality, and soon the woman lay in a heap, resembling a discarded animal. She glared at the couple, stating coldly, "I do not harm the elderly, but should anything happen to Zhang Chao, I will ensure your entire family pays the price." The room was in disarray, with Jiang Ning's supply package reduced to a mere few pounds of rice, 2 bags of salt, and little oil remaining. Lu Yu collected the remaining items and some of Zhang Chao's clothing, readying what they could for urgent needs. An elderly woman, emboldened by her age, lunged at Lu Yu, attempting to reclaim what was taken, only to be swiftly kicked down by Jiang Ning. "I do not strike the elderly, but I will." After seizing the keys from the couple, Lu Yu locked the door behind them, not forgetting to take the rubber boat. Without it, their chances of survival were slim. The elderly man clung desperately to it until Jiang Ning brandished a bloodied knife, which finally instilled fear in them, their faces draining of color as they cowered in a corner. Jiang Ning fixed her gaze on the middle-aged woman, remarking, "You are quite the venomous widow." With that, she grasped the woman's collar and tossed her out the window. Lu Yu and Zheng Weili stood in stunned silence as the elderly couple clutched their child, wailing in despair, while Jiang Ning left without a backward glance. They departed in the rubber boat, observing the widow struggling in the water nearby. Unfortunately, she could swim. How to deal with her would be left to Zhang Chao's discretion. If he continued to act foolishly, even friendship would not warrant salvation. After all, in this apocalypse, no one's life was more important than their own. Lu Yu and Zheng Weili conferred about seeking refuge at the Fengqing Hotel. Jiang Ning felt a mix of emotions but ultimately conceded, recalling how Zhang Chao had once shielded her from harm. Upon reaching the Fengqing Hotel, they found it overwhelmed with people. The staff were besieged by citizens seeking refuge. The municipal system had collapsed, the water littered with refuse, and the air was thick with the stench of desperation. Lu Yu pushed through the crowd for over half an hour before emerging, breathless. The accommodations were organized by sector, with Zhang Chao likely on the 14th floor. They could not glean more information, as the hotel was packed with thousands and the communication systems were in disarray. Jiang Ning's ears buzzed from the din. "Let us devise a strategy to find him." The hotel was vast, each floor housing numerous rooms, and the dimly lit corridors were filled with people. A moment's distraction could lead to a collision. Upon reaching the 14th floor, Jiang Ning retrieved a flashlight. She had assumed that 5 or 6 individuals in one room would be over capacity, yet to her surprise, there were over a dozen crammed inside. The bedding was filthier than rags, and a foul odor permeated the air. The conditions were appalling. Zheng Weili nearly retched. This environment is intolerable. Yet, there was little they could do. With so many low-rise buildings and factories, the relevant authorities had done all they could. Expecting to knock on doors one by one, they discovered that the rooms were too crowded, with air stagnant and many occupants spilling into the hallways for fresh air. As they ascended, countless pairs of eyes turned toward them. Despite the darkness, Jiang Ning sensed a palpable hostility. Were it not for the military presence below, armed to maintain order and having dealt with previous troublemakers in the shelter, they might have hesitated to enter. Even so, they remained vigilant. They searched through numerous rooms, encountering many faces devoid of vitality. Zheng Weili felt a heavy heart, but could do little more than sigh inwardly. After searching over 20 rooms, they finally located Zhang Chao. He stood by the window, staring vacantly at the rain outside. Although he had never been robust, he appeared even more gaunt now, his clothes so dirty that their original color was indiscernible. Having grown up together and shared countless experiences, Lu Yu recognized him immediately. Zhang Chao. After calling his name several times, the figure by the window finally turned, staring blankly at the trio. Zhang Chao regarded them for a long moment, a stiff smile attempting to break through, but appeared more sorrowful than joyful. He looked utterly disheveled, his face covered in grime, and a sheen of oil covered his skin. Chapter 25. Raiding the office, building the expression of emotions among men diverges significantly from that of women. Jiang Ning and Zheng Weili refrained from entering. Instead, Lu Yu went in to engage in conversation. They did not discuss specifics, only mentioning that he had come to Fengqing Hotel upon arriving at the community. The conditions at the refuge were deplorable, prompting Lu Yu to suggest he come to Jinyong community, where we now reside next to a Ning in a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. You should move in with us. We can sort out the rest later. Jiang Ning called Zheng Weili to the window at the end of the corridor, asking, "What are your plans?" In truth, Zheng Weili preferred not to have outsiders disturb her. But given the extraordinary circumstances, friends must support one another. Without Jiang Ning, she and Lu Yu would be compelled to remain at the refuge. Lu Yu was genuinely sentimental. He had only two friends, her and Zhang Chao. After all, who doesn't he face difficulties at times? The flood will eventually recede, so let him stay with us. The food at home could last 2 to 3 months, if necessary. We would find a way. Zheng Weili was straightforward, rarely overthinking her words or actions. Moreover, she firmly believed that the world would eventually recover. As they conversed by the window, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao exited the room. Zhang Chao approached them, forcing a strained smile. "Weili, I need to trouble you." Zheng Weili playfully slapped his shoulder, saying, "We're friends. When the flood recedes, just treat us to a good meal." They descended and set off in an inflatable boat. Jiang Ning handed Zhang Chao a pack of biscuits. He expressed his gratitude, tearing open the packaging and devouring them ravenously, his eyes misty. Lu Yu also contributed the remaining rice balls. "Sorry to let you see my plight," Zhang Chao remarked. "What of it? Jiang Ning has been in worse predicaments in the past. There's nothing easy in this apocalypse." Upon returning to Jinyong community, everyone was utterly exhausted. Jiang Ning unpacked 2 pounds of rice and other items bought from the supermarket. "Zhang Chao, don't accuse me of taking advantage of you. Once the flood recedes, you must repay me 100-fold, and in the future, give me an extra one on orders." His haughty demeanor, coupled with a teasing tone, revealed the familiar Jiang Ning. Showing no contempt for him, Zhang Chao sighed in relief. "I'll give you 2. What about me?" Lu Yu interjected, feeling particularly indignant. "You must cover my and Weili's morning tea for a year." "All right, consider it done." After entering the house, changing shoes, and donning pajamas, Jiang Ning lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Unlike Lu Yu and Zheng Weili, Zhang Chao, who was in sales, possessed far sharper insights. She needed to guard the secrets of her space. She could not afford to slip up. In the following 2 days, none ventured outside. Jiang Ning busied herself with reading and organizing, nearly exhausting herself. At last, she managed to sort through all the supplies from the supermarket raid, stacking them up to the ceiling. The large room was locked, with the key hidden in her space. During this time, Zheng Weili visited once, and while chatting, Jiang Ning inquired about Zhang Chao. "How's he doing now? He hardly speaks, spending all day sleeping." Zheng Weili sensed trouble, worrying he might be too deeply hurt by that woman, especially in such harsh realities. "Do you think he will be unable to recover? He always seems to rebound after breakups. He should be fine in a couple of days." Jiang Ning rummaged through a cabinet, retrieving a bottle of white liquor. "This is from the last time he helped me with orders. It was a gift from his company to clients, and he handed me a bottle. Let him drink this, and he should be all right." Many to vent their feelings. Despite being an orphan, Zhang Chao was resilient, having emerged from difficult circumstances. Zheng Weili pondered, accepting the liquor but expressing her concerns. "The typhoon has been gone for several days. Why does the rain persist?" Not only did it persist, but it continued to rise, creating a suffocating sense of panic. Who knows? It could rise to the 18th floor any day. The next day, they slept in, only to be awakened by a knock on the door. Zheng Weili had come to summon them, informing them that Zhang Chao had consumed an entire bottle of liquor the previous night and was now sober and lively, requesting their presence for a discussion. After changing clothes and grooming, Zhang Chao appeared significantly more presentable. His expression was grave as he addressed everyone. "I believe the apocalypse is upon us." Jiang Ning's heart sank, and she turned to him. "Do you not find this unusual?" Zhang Chao sat upright, initiating his analysis. "An unprecedented typhoon, with rain pouring as if the heavens had ruptured. While at the refuge, I heard numerous reports. The government is tirelessly salvaging supplies from grain and oil wholesale markets. The bread and rice balls we consume are made from those salvaged grains. Even if our nation ceases farming, it has stockpiled enough food to last the populace for 2 years. Why then are they fishing out spoiled grains from the water for us to eat? And they only provide us with a third of a meal, while the rest is being dried and stored." Lu Yu expressed disbelief, "But it's been raining heavily every day." Food cannot be transported. Do not underestimate the power of the state, Zhang Chao asserted confidently. If it were merely the southern coastal areas suffering, aid would have arrived long ago, unless... He paused. This is a nationwide disaster, perhaps even a global one. Before the internet outage, Zhang Chao had kept up with the news and forum posts, noting that many regions beyond their own were affected. A simultaneous outbreak of calamities. What else could it be if not the apocalypse? Even if the flood subsides one day, a return to normalcy will be impossible in the short term. This is precisely why the government is urgently salvaging and storing supplies. His words sent a chill down Zheng Weili and Lu Yu's spines, leading them to propose, why not venture out to see if we can find anything? Zhang Chao turned to Jiang Ning. Ning, what do you think? The water is too deep. Even professional divers struggle, let alone ordinary people without equipment. Jiang Ning swiftly negated the idea. Even if we were fortunate enough to salvage something, we might not have the means to transport it back. We should consider alternative approaches from the water. Yet, the marketplace had been thoroughly cleared out. There was no chance left for them. Jiang Ning reminded them. We don't necessarily need to search for food. Anything we possess that others lack can be bartered for food later. Lu Yu understood the strategy of seizing opportunities before others did. But what should we seek? Medicines, Zhang Chao proposed. Everyone is flocking to the marketplaces and underwater. We should head to the office buildings instead. Office buildings primarily house companies. They likely have few supplies, Lu Yu countered. Our building had scavengers yesterday. The urban office buildings are nearly emptied. My company is located in a more remote office building. The waterways there are intricate, given the current water levels. Even with an inflatable boat, it would be impossible to navigate. Some people may have motorboats, but without fuel, they are stuck circling the city. Jiang Ning concurred. Both Zhang Chao and I are familiar with that area. We should take a chance. If we can locate the medicines from his company, our future days will be considerably easier. Although the company is not a warehouse, it has a showroom. The quantity of medicines may not be large, but it will be a significant boon for a small group. Besides, it seems that the building houses more than one pharmaceutical company, despite having stocked up in advance. It was only a meager sum of 50,000 yuan. Who would ever complain about having too many medicines? In critical moments, a single pill can save your life. Therefore, swift action is imperative. Once others regain their composure, they will miss their opportunity. Encouraged by their discussion, Zheng Weili and Lu Yu felt a sense of urgency. Why not consult with 1801? He has a motorboat. Chapter 26, Priority for Medicines Without Delay. Lu Yu knocked on the door of the good neighbor amidst the apocalypse. Upon learning that they were in search of medicine, Hua Yishan paused for a moment before agreeing. As was customary, Zheng Weili stayed behind to watch over the base with the children. Although Zhang Chao proposed a theory about the apocalypse, Zheng Weili harbored her own concerns and, after much hesitation, finally stated, Your primary objective this time is to procure survival supplies and medicine. As for other items, please consider your own needs. The message was implicit, yet understood by all. Jiang Ning, quick to pick up the cue, interjected, If we find the medicine and survival supplies, we shall split them equally. Personal needs beyond that should not encroach upon our collective resources. Clarity was essential, and all parties agreed without dissent. A motorboat and 3 inflatable boats could carry a substantial amount of supplies, but their only concern was the possibility of others getting there first. The journey to Zhang Chao as company was 20 kilometers, and the 4 of them boarded the motorboat, braving the rain. As they approached the outskirts, the waters grew increasingly complex, and the wind began to howl. Even the most skilled sailors would struggle to navigate wooden boats and inflatable rafts under such conditions. Hua Yishan, however, exhibited commendable skill, deftly maneuvering through the intricate waterways. Amidst the gloomy expanse, they spotted several towering office buildings rising above the water surface. Zhang Chao pointed in their direction, and the 4 drew closer, noticing through the 5th-floor glass that the offices were submerged. The offices appeared orderly, indicating they had not yet been ransacked. They retrieved a hammer and forcefully struck the glass, allowing the floodwaters to surge inside. Once the flow stabilized, they entered the building to secure their boat. Fortune smiled upon them. The vast office building remained untouched. With clear intentions, they ascended the stairs directly to the 12th floor. home to Zhang Chao's pharmaceutical company. Using bolt cutters to sever the lock, Zhang Chao was the first to reach his workstation. He sighed in relief upon seeing several large boxes stacked behind him. These were meant for delivery to the pharmacy, but the typhoon caused a delay, so I brought them back to the company. The assorted goods included anti-inflammatory and antibacterial medications, remedies for rheumatism, cold medicine, and dozens of other varieties. The pharmaceutical agency was modest in size, with only a handful of employees in the sales department. The exhibition room was filled with a chaotic array of medications, those for hypertension, blood sugar, and cholesterol. Though the quantities were limited, the variety was abundant, filling several large boxes. Jiang Ning suggested, given our limited space, let's remove the outer packaging and take only the medicines. This will save us a significant amount of room. Agreed, Zhang Chao replied. I'm familiar with the uses of these medications. I can sort them when we return. They began to dismantle the packaging, while Jiang Ning scoured the workstation for coffee. Biscuits, various snacks, teas for men, herbal teas for women, and self-heating pots. Although the quantities were meager, they were not to be overlooked. The break room was brimming with drinks, milk tea packets, and bottled water, all of which they collected, leaving no useful item behind. They discreetly stashed away the items they did not need. The medicines filled 2 large travel backpacks, marking a bountiful haul. After concealing the remaining supplies, they proceeded to the 15th floor. The building housed 3 pharmaceutical companies, and they prioritized collecting from each. The second company also had a considerable amount of medicine. Zhang Chao gazed longingly at the large refrigerator in the exhibition room and lamented, "This company primarily distributes vaccines. These are valuable, yet we cannot take them." Through the glass, Jiang Ning glimpsed several types of vaccines: smallpox, tetanus, rabies, meningitis, HPV, and influenza. The refrigerator was equipped with a backup power supply, capable of operating for a month during outages. But once removed, the vaccines could not be preserved at room temperature. Jiang Ning cast a brief glance and continued gathering supplies. After clearing out all 3 pharmaceutical companies, one inflatable boat was filled to the brim. Around 1 in the afternoon, the group, hungry, settled down to enjoy a meal of the luxurious self-heating pot, coffee, milk tea, and various trendy snacks. Listening to the rain outside while savoring the delicious, spicy meal, the aroma wafted through the office, creating a truly delightful experience. "We have enough medicine, but our food supply is quite meager," one suggested. "This building also houses a few popular live-streaming sales companies. Let us try our luck there." Without hesitation, they resumed their search. The first company they found was a cosmetics and skincare retailer, which did not pique Zhang Chao and Lu Yu's interest. But Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. The space was filled with all manner of high-end skincare products, makeup, lipsticks, face masks, and luxury creams. Jiang Ning wasted no time, tossing the most expensive items into her bag. Lu Yu wanted to bring something back for Zhang Weili, also selected a few items. The men, uninterested in cosmetics, sought survival supplies and headed toward the second live-streaming company, urging, and Ning, "Hurry up, we'll wait for you upstairs." Once they departed, Jiang Ning quickly cleared the space. Unfortunately, the second company specialized in women's clothing, showcasing an array of dresses, shoes, and bags. Lu Yu selected a few pieces for Zhang Weili, and Jiang Ning picked out several for herself. The third company finally offered food items, primarily snacks, dried beef, lamb jerky, nuts, various breads and pastries, trendy drinks, and even melted ice cream. A pity it had all thawed in the refrigerator. They gathered several large black plastic bags filled with these items. Not to be overlooked, they even raided the janitor's closet for garbage bags, which would prove useful. Time passed swiftly, and their methodical approach was proving inefficient. Jiang Ning proposed splitting up to cover different floors, enhancing their efficiency and saving time. The building had a total of 15 floors, with Jiang Ning responsible for 3, while the 3 men took on 4 each. Jiang Ning decided to start from the 15th floor and work her way down. Upon reaching the 15th floor, she returned to the earlier pharmaceutical company and collected all the vaccines from the refrigerator. Her space could preserve them indefinitely. With time running short, she focused on larger companies, quickly zeroing in on a well-known appliance company S branch in Fengshan. The product exhibition hall, was expansive, showcasing air conditioners, washing machines, refrigerators, smart rice cookers, and other stylish appliances filled with technological charm. It was rumored that the government would establish bases across the nation, with some conditions being quite favorable. Moreover, the space was equipped with a solar generator. Jiang Ning decided to select a few items she fancied, just in case they proved useful in the future. If not, she could always discard them later. She chose a 6-figure double-door refrigerator, 5-figure air conditioners and washing machines, multi-functional air cooling fans, automatic cooking pots, ice makers, rice cookers, bread makers, soy milk machines, wireless vacuum cleaners, and dryers, among others. Jiang Ning enjoyed cooking but loathed washing dishes, so she promptly collected several dishwashers. These items took up considerable space, but she had wisely cleared her storage in advance. The large company boasted generous employee benefits. The break room was overflowing with provisions, milk, snacks, and drinks, not to mention a variety of grains, red dates, lotus seeds, and even shark fins and bird's nest, likely meant for client hospitality. Regrettably, all the fruit had spoiled, leaving only a pile of withered lemons. Adjacent to the break room was a bakery that provided snacks for employees, stocked with milk, flour, cake mix, eggs, condensed milk, and dried fruits. The refrigerator contained wine and steak, though the steaks had also gone bad. Jiang Ning, not in need of these items and unwilling to encroach upon Lu Yu and Zhang Chao's survival resources, packed only the useful items. She did not overlook the workstations, keeping what was beneficial and stowing away any inconvenient items, such as wires, plugs, and various tools and books. While unpacking deliveries, she discovered 2 pairs of ice skates and thought they might come in handy during extreme cold, so she added them to her space. From beneath a workstation, she dragged out 2 large parcels. Noticing that the shipping slips did not indicate the contents, she cut them open with a knife. To her astonishment, both boxes were filled to the brim with condoms. 2 large boxes contained a staggering total of 3,000 pieces. Jiang Ning glanced up at the workstation sign, Wang Meng. To the brave warrior who respects 100 battles. Chapter 27. Grateful for the generous supplies, Jiang Ning had never tasted pork. Yet she was aware that such a commodity was highly sought after in the post-apocalyptic world, making it a valuable trade item. Without hesitation, she cast it into her storage space, only to suddenly recall something and hastily stuffed several handfuls into a black plastic bag. Though she did not count them, there were likely dozens. After clearing the 15th floor, she moved on to the 14th, where a single technology information company occupied the vast area. Hundreds of workstations stretched as far as the eye could see. The owner must have amassed considerable wealth, as the employee benefits were rather generous. The break room was stocked with premium snacks and self-heating hot pots for overtime workers, while the refrigerator overflowed with steaks, pork chops, and lamb chops. The moment she opened the door, the pungent odor nearly made Jiang Ning retch. Once she had raided the break room, she proceeded to the owner's office. It appeared to belong to a rather eccentric CEO, as the office spanned several hundred square feet, featuring a conference room, reception area, lounge, and even a personal collection gallery. Were modern CEOs truly this indulgent as to create a collection space in their office? The robust collection piqued Jiang Ning's curiosity, and she exerted all her strength to pry the door open, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. The entrance faced an ornate display case, with a Tang sword hanging prominently in the center, its scabbard intricately adorned and lavishly silver-plated. Jiang Ning unsheathed the sword, its blade reflecting a chilling gleam. It felt substantial yet not overly heavy, clearly a quality weapon, far superior to a butcher's knife. Raising it, she cleaved through a wooden box as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. This was no mere blade. It was a weapon of divine craftsmanship. The display case contained numerous antiques, blue and white porcelain vases, hat stands, plum vases and colorful glazes, apple-shaped vessels, tripod cauldrons, and inkstones. Jiang Ning was no connoisseur of such items, but anything worthy of the CEO's collection, especially alongside the Tang sword, could hardly be considered inexpensive. The wear and tear suggested they had been weathered by the passage of time. In chaotic times, gold is valued, while in prosperous eras, antiques hold worth. Yet in the apocalypse, Even a loaf of bread pales in comparison to the value of these artifacts. Nonetheless, they were aesthetically pleasing, and she could certainly use them as decorative pieces, taking up little space. To the left of the display case hung several paintings, all the work of renowned ancient calligraphers, each piece worth at least 7 or 8 figures. However, Jiang Ning's attention was drawn to a corner piled high with Moutai liquor, the 1982 5-star brand, with a market price of 150,000 per bottle, totaled 10 bottles. The 2002 Feitian brand packed 6 bottles per case, each case valued at 70,000, with 10 cases entirely full. The 2010 Feitian brand, with 12 bottles per case, each case worth 80,000, and a staggering 50 cases. This was no mere liquor. It was a collection of exquisite artistry. Jiang Ning expressed her gratitude to the CEO and swept it all into her storage space. This indulgent CEO had a diverse array of collections, from diamond-studded Patek Philippe watches to high-end diving gear, the MTUE brand being the most expensive limited edition. Jiang Ning had researched diving masks before, recognizing that this particular model was valued at 980,000. With floods expected to last for months and the uncertainty of recurring natural disasters, she accepted it without a second thought. A transparent glass cabinet housed a 5-star golf club. Having worked a summer job at a golf course, Jiang Ning knew this club was worth 180,000 USD, equivalent to 1.08 million. She emptied the collection gallery, sparing even the display case, which could be used as firewood in the bitter cold. In a nondescript corner, she discovered a safe. Anything that could fit within the collection gallery was bound to hold significant value. The lounge featured a kitchen and an oversized refrigerator filled with delicacies: foie gras, prime beef, caviar, black truffles, Iberian ham, 1982 Lafite, steaks, salmon, and more. The refrigerator was not only fully stocked but also equipped with a battery to keep all ingredients fresh. Aside from thanking the owner, Jiang Ning had nothing more to say, swiftly placing both the ingredients and the refrigerator into her storage space. The Tang sword and golf club were the finest weapons in the apocalypse, and Jiang Ning did not wish to hide them. Instead, she placed them into a bag slung over her shoulder. With abundant supplies on the 14th and 15th floors, she collected meticulously, ensuring not a single parcel escaped her grasp. The 13th floor, however, was more chaotic, housing a high-tech incubation base filled with a myriad of new startup companies. The base was rather impoverished, lacking even basic provisions, making it difficult to find anything of value. Breathless from exhaustion, Jiang Ning consumed a few energy bars before continuing her efforts to pry open doors. One particular company, specializing in nanofabric, boasted a modest storefront adorned with various clothing materials. At the center of the sample room, a glass display showcased an unassuming silver-gray autumn shirt, priced an astonishing 198,000. Such blatant robbery was consumer intelligence so easily exploited, driven by determination. Jiang Ning approached closely to examine it. The nanothermal-regulating shirt promised to maintain a constant temperature of 25 degrees Celsius. Intrigued by this claim, she smashed the glass with a hammer and grasped the garment in her hands. Yet, the supposed thermoregulation failed to manifest any noticeable change against her arm. Nevertheless, it felt exceptionally soft and smooth, akin to silk against her skin. After some inspection, she decided to take it, if only to try on something so extravagantly priced. Having collected all the fabrics, she discovered an additional 10 rolls of thermoregulating material in the sample warehouse, ideal for crafting intimate apparel. Midway through her search of the 13th floor, Zhang Chao, having completed his own tasks, came over to assist her. Upon seeing the Tang sword and golf club slung across her back, his eyes nearly popped out of his head, and after a moment of astonishment, he gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You're amazing." Fortune had smiled upon her. As darkness fell, they needed to hasten their efforts, prompting Jiang Ning to urge him to help transport the supplies downstairs for the inflatable boat. Zhang Chao, utterly exhausted, complied without complaint. The obscured visibility made collecting supplies difficult, and Jiang Ning's fatigue left her bent over. Yet, for the promise of a better life in the apocalypse, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Before long, Lu Yu joined to lend a hand, and the bounty they gathered was commendable. After a brief discussion, they realized that transporting all the goods would be a challenge, especially given the weight of the supplies, which would likely exceed the capacity of the speedboat. She sent Lu Yu to assist with the supplies and retrieve the packed speedboat from her storage space, along with a 5-liter can of gasoline. Having crossed the threshold, she would soon have her own speedboat. The 13th floor yielded few supplies, and as Jiang Ning dragged a heavy box outside, she called to Lu Yu. "Look what I found. A speedboat, huh?" Lu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Ning, your luck is off the charts." "Indeed, it appears to be a purchase made by a water sports enthusiast, and I have benefited from it," she replied, her performance lacking subtlety. In the darkness, Lu Yu could not discern her expression, and she called out to Zhang Chao while moving supplies. "Chao, Ning found a speedboat." Thus, with 2 speedboats and 3 inflatable boats on the 18th floor, their assets were substantial. The only concern was the limited gasoline, which would not carry them far. "No worries. We will find ways to collect more gasoline later. We will go wherever we wish in the future." The 4 of them worked tirelessly, transporting all the supplies to the 5th floor. After thoroughly searching the building, they had indeed gathered a significant amount of provisions. Not only 1 trip, but even 2 would not suffice to transport it all. Chapter 28. The expansion of space as everyone indulged in high-calorie self-heating meals. They casually shared their collection progress. Setting aside the chaotic assortment of snacks and drinks, Jiang Ning had amassed the most grains, while Zhang Chao had raided a family-owned product agency, collecting over 100 pounds of yak jerky, rhodiola, saffron, matsutake mushrooms, cheese, and more. Lu Yu discovered several bags of wuchang rice, and Hua Yishan found a liquor agency, securing dozens of cases of alcohol. Upon tallying their finds, the most abundant item was bottled water, a necessity that could not be discarded, as relying solely on rainwater was hardly practical. After some discussion, they decided to prioritize bringing back medicines, meat, alcohol, rice, and grains, followed by instant noodles, spicy rice noodles, and bread, with bottled water and beverages left for last. Additionally, each individual took what they personally needed. The inflatable boat was considered Jiang Ning's, along with a tang knife, golf clubs, and skincare products. Lu Yu took some clothes and shoes, while Zhang Chao collected electronic devices, gaming consoles, and watches. Hua Yishan carried stuffed toys, children's books, and stationery, clearly intended for Dodo. Each person kept track of their items, striving to minimize their impact on communal resources. While transporting the goods to the rubber dinghies, Lu Yu casually remarked that he had found a seed store, lamenting that the seeds had been contaminated with pesticides and were inedible. Otherwise, they could have taken them back just in case. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 pairs of eyes fixed on him. "What's wrong?" Zhang Chao was at a loss for words. With the entire world submerged, if this truly were the apocalypse, seeds might become more valuable than medicine. Only then did Lu Yu realize his foolish mistake. Take them back. That's a redundant statement, he thought, as he and Hua Yishan continued loading the boat, while Jiang Ning and Zhang Chao headed upstairs to retrieve more supplies. Upon reaching the upper floor, they were taken aback to discover a base belonging to a certain Long Tech, founded by the great individual who had ensured his fellow citizens were well fed. The base was modest, primarily filled with new hybrid rice varieties, totaling around 500 to 600 pounds, alongside numerous hybrid vegetable species, hydroponic technology, and nutrient solutions. It was all incredibly valuable. Jiang Ning meticulously cataloged the information, and the two made several trips back and forth. On the final trip, she deliberately lagged behind for a moment to secure the laboratory's computer, which held invaluable documentation and data that might prove crucial in the future restoration of civilized society. By the time they finished, it was already past 9 in the evening. The inflatable boat from 1801 was tied to 2 rubber dinghies, with Jiang Ning's attached to one. They gauged the power and weight capacities before setting sail towards the Jinrong community under the cover of night. Jiang Ning piloted the boat, while Lu Yu sat nearby, scanning the surroundings with binoculars. The binoculars featured night vision capabilities, allowing them to observe and avoid obstacles, as well as potential threats from would-be robbers. Fully loaded with supplies, they maintained a slow speed. Upon arriving at the Jinrong community, the duo silently turned off the engine and dimmed the mining lamps to their lowest setting. paddling back to the apartment building. At this hour, nearly everyone was asleep, but they still needed to tread lightly, as the abundance of supplies could easily attract unwanted attention. Jiang Ning came down to assist, and they spent nearly an hour moving everything, concerned that Jiang Ning might not be able to hold the fort alone. Hua Yishan insisted that Jiang Ning stay behind while the three of them returned to the office building to finish the job overnight. The supplies were piled haphazardly in the living room of 1803, creating a sense of delightful chaos. Ignoring their fatigue, they took out stools to sit and sort through the items, dividing them into 4 equal portions, while those that could not be divided were set aside. The second trip was not yet completed, as there remained a significant amount of beverages and bottled water, which Zhang Chao and the team from 1801 would fetch in another run. By the time all items were transported to the 18th floor, it was already 1 in the morning. The group worked tirelessly through the night to distribute the supplies. Jiang Ning claimed an ample stock of medicines, grains, beef, alcohol, 10 pounds of wuchang rice, over 10 cases of bottled water, 7 or 8 cases of milk, and 2 large sacks of snacks and instant foods, along with a myriad of assorted items. In summary, they were well stocked for half a year. The only lingering concern was the seeds they had brought back. While they all understood the seeds' value, only Jiang Ning had any knowledge of their care, and the incessant rain made proper storage critical, as improper conditions could lead to spoilage. After contemplating, she suggested, "How about I store them? I could try to cultivate hydroponic vegetables, and later I can teach you all." It was not out of greed, but rather a necessity. In a world plagued by disasters, extreme temperatures were unsuitable for plant growth, leaving little opportunity for cultivation, and seeds that were left too long would perish. Her space could preserve their freshness, and she genuinely wished to safeguard these precious resources. If, in the future, researchers could develop suitable planting environments, she would consider donating them anonymously. After all, her space only measured 10 square meters, and the seeds she had gathered would last her a lifetime. No one objected, and they helped carry the items into her home. "And Ning, whether we can achieve vegetable freedom depends on you. I'll do my best. Success is not guaranteed." Exhausted, she washed up and collapsed into bed. Staying up late was detrimental to her health, and when she finally awoke around noon, she felt dazed. After a day filled with junk food, she awoke parched. Even her throat was protesting. Jiang Ning prepared a meal of rice, steamed ribs, and fragrant greens, which she consumed with profound satisfaction, finishing with a bowl of medicinal chicken feet. Delightful. After satisfying her hunger, she entered her space only to be nearly startled into disbelief. What on earth is this space? Jiang Ning was astonished. While the supplies were still hers, the space had expanded. What was once a 2-bedroom apartment had transformed into a 3-bedroom unit. No, it was more than just an additional room. The overall area had increased. The master bedroom had expanded by about 5 square meters, the secondary bedroom by 2. And the living room, bathroom, kitchen, and balcony had all grown larger, with an additional 10 square meters of space. Even more astonishingly, the garden had doubled in size, from 10 square meters to 20. What did this mean? Not only would she enjoy vegetable freedom, but also the prospect of fruit freedom. She immediately fetched a measuring tape, estimating the total increase to be around 50 square meters or approximately 150 cubic feet. Amidst her excitement, Jiang Ning was perplexed. How could the space have suddenly expanded? Was it due to being filled to capacity? No, the last time it had nearly reached its limit. There had been no change. So there must be some other unknown reason. Pondering this conundrum, she slowly contemplated the implications. Would the time spent in her space increase with its expansion? Excitedly, she glanced at the light-shadow timer, which had accumulated over 20 days. Deducting the time already spent, only a meager 36 hours remained. Truly disheartening. Although daily statistics were recorded, the time had not increased. There was nothing to be done but continue to utilize her space. Rolling up her sleeves, she began organizing the supplies, filling the newly available areas in the master and secondary bedrooms. As she tidied up, an unsettling feeling lingered, as though something was amiss. Upon procuring cases of matai, Jiang Ning realized with sudden clarity that the antiques and display shelves acquired the previous night were nowhere to be found. A thorough search confirmed their absence. While the matai, Diving suit, wristwatch, and safe remained. The antique calligraphy and paintings had vanished. Could it be that these age-old artifacts possessed a certain sentience, thus causing the spatial dimensions to expand? It seemed plausible, especially considering the exquisite jade pendant she wore. Yet, the display shelves were devoid of such sentience. Why had they disappeared as well? As Jiang Ning pondered the enigma of spatial expansion, seated on the sofa, Zhang Chao approached her door. Perhaps the starvation endured during the typhoon had instilled in him a profound awareness of the scarcity of resources, as the three individuals were depleting their supplies at an alarming rate. Awakening to find the water level had risen once more, he was further convinced that the apocalypse had indeed arrived. Having only scoured his company's office building the previous day, he suggested seizing the adjacent two buildings before someone else did, initially intending to merely fill the apartment and spatial void. Jiang Ning's interest was piqued by the newly acquired 150 cubic meters. While provisions were plentiful, she recognized that mere sustenance was insufficient for survival in the post-apocalyptic world. The possession of resources could be a curse, potentially leading to a swift demise. Items such as the Tang sword and golf clubs acquired the previous day would better equip her to defend herself against malevolent forces. In the event of falling into the water, the diving equipment could prove to be a lifesaver. Furthermore, acquiring more spiritually resonant objects could potentially expand the spatial dimensions further. With these considerations in mind, Jiang Ning readily agreed. Subsequently, Zhang Chao proceeded to knock on the door of apartment 1801. With no objections from 1801, the group promptly gathered their belongings and set off. Despite their efforts to maintain a low profile, they attracted attention, eliciting complex expressions from onlookers. Jiang Ning understood that even with their precautions, they had been noticed the previous night. However, what did it matter? They had rightfully acquired their possessions. The current in the urban area was relatively stable, and in order to conserve gasoline and maintain a low profile, they opted to propel themselves with paddles rather than engage the motor. Nevertheless, they were still being observed. As they passed between buildings 8 and 9 to exit the residential complex, a thick rope was abruptly pulled taut in the murky floodwaters. Reacting swiftly, 1801 managed to deflect the rope with their paddle, preventing the group from being overturned. Had they engaged the motor, the inflatable boat and its occupants would have been capsized into the water. In a moment of stunned silence, several men emerged from buildings 8 and 9, armed with weapons, and rapidly swam towards the inflatable boat. These individuals were clearly intent on committing a grand act of larceny. Rising to her feet, Jiang Ning drew her Tang sword with a grim expression and forcefully struck at the approaching assailant. Ack! A piercing shriek echoed through the air as the man's arm was severed, staining the floodwaters crimson. Eliminating a single assailant would not be sufficient to quell the threat. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning brought her blade down upon his head. Had this incident not transpired, she would have remained unaware of the extent to which the residents of the 18th floor were being observed. While it appeared to be a coordinated effort between buildings 8 and 9, there were undoubtedly others lurking in the shadows, awaiting an opportune moment to strike. The residents of the 18th floor had been marked as vulnerable targets, and should they falter or display any sign of timidity, they would be besieged, their resources plundered, and even Zheng Weili and Do Do would perish. Therefore, retreat was not an option. Any display of leniency would lead to an irrevocable descent into the abyss. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao, although physically weaker, had come to a similar realization. The world had changed, no longer governed by laws, but by the principle of survival of the fittest. Those sharp weapons could inflict fatal wounds, and they could not afford to remain passive. Raising their oars, the two men struck at the heads of their adversaries, daring anyone to approach. Jiang Ning relentlessly wielded her sword, turning the waters surrounding the inflatable boat into a crimson morass. Severed limbs and wounded bodies thrashed about in agony before being swept away by the floodwaters. Having wounded 5 or 6 assailants, the remaining attackers were terrified and turned to flee. Recalling the tragic events of her previous life, Jiang Ning's eyes welled up as she coldly declared, "Give chase." They could not allow them to escape. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu paddled with all their might, while Hua Yishan produced a nail gun. His aim was precise, and even as the assailants floundered in the floodwaters, he felled them one by one. Total annihilation. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao were breathless. "Shall we return now?" "No," Jiang Ning replied, cleaning her tang sword. "Returning now would be a sign of weakness, signaling to them that Sister Weili is vulnerable. The next time we venture out, they will descend upon the 18th floor." Lu Yu was filled with anxiety. He knew that Zhang Weili was capable, but how many could she defeat with her bare hands? Jiang Ning is right. We must make haste and return quickly. Despite his apprehension, Lu Yu gritted his teeth and continued paddling. Exiting the urban area, the motor of the inflatable boat roared to life, propelling them towards the outskirts. Halfway there, they noticed another inflatable boat approaching. Using binoculars, Jiang Ning identified Yang Weizong standing at the helm. Su Mingyao was also present, along with the male survivors from the 8th floor. The inflatable boat was towing a rubber dinghy laden with supplies, and the occupants wore triumphant smiles. As the two inflatable boats passed each other, Yang Weizong flashed a mocking grin at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning remained unfazed, knowing that the apocalypse would eventually deliver a harsh lesson. However, she harbored a sense of foreboding, suspecting that their mission today would be in vain. Before long, her premonition came to pass. Within a day, the remaining 2 office buildings had been completely ransacked. Shattered glass littered the ground, office desks were overturned, and chaotic footprints were visible everywhere. It was evident that the buildings had been scavenged by multiple groups. Zhang Chao was filled with chagrin. "We were too late. There's nothing left." "Perhaps not," Jiang Ning calmly replied. "It depends on what one seeks. Their own supplies, if rationed carefully, would last for at least 6 months, by which time the floodwaters would have receded, giving way to the frigid depths of the apocalyptic winter. In temperatures plummeting to 60 or 70 degrees below zero, sustenance would not be the primary concern. Survival would depend on the ability to withstand the extreme cold. She subtly suggested, "Since we've come all this way, why not gather some firewood to take back? It would be wasteful to have consumed all that gasoline for nothing." Lu Yu was puzzled. "We have an ample supply of gas. Why would we need firewood? Can a gas stove dry clothes?" Zhang Chao nearly struck him on the head. "With the weather being so erratic this year, who knows what the future holds? The gas supply will eventually run out, so it's always wise to stockpile extra." "That's right. Weili's clothes never dry. We should gather some firewood to dry them." Chapter 30. The 18th floor as a hub of malevolence, a group ascended, only to find the premises in disarray, with the offices predominantly constructed of plastic. Occasionally, they stumbled upon wooden desks, yet these were merely compressed sawdust and an abundance of glue, rendering them flammable and toxic. The adjacent office building exhibited similar neglect. They discovered only discarded fast food, several cases of bottled water, and scant timber. The group returned to the building housing Zhang Chao's company, where signs of intrusion were notably present, albeit in a better state than before. It appeared that upon discovering the previous looting, the intruders had hastily moved to raid the other 2 buildings. Jiang Ning's hypothesis proved accurate. The higher they ascended, the fewer traces remained. She suggested a thorough re-examination, as each individual's focus differed and there might be overlooked areas. Jiang Ning searched through the spaces previously examined by Lu Yu, while Zhang Chao swapped with room 1801. The priorities had shifted from seeking pharmaceuticals and food to a broader scope. With an additional 150 cubic meters of space, the ever-cautious Jiang Ning aspired to fill it completely. She envisioned enriching her mental landscape with books, exquisite vases from the boss's office, solid wood desks, wardrobes, jade ornaments, and cleaning supplies. Men, lacking the innate flair for scavenging as women do, found Jiang Ning uncovering an array of neglected snacks, and she rummaged through deliveries for suitable clothing and shoes. She discovered a jade company, its counters barren yet devoid of signs of vandalism. After a thorough inspection, she found the manager's office firmly locked. Utilizing her tools, she pried the door open to reveal 4 safes, presumably containing jade. Jiang Ning meticulously gathered the contents into her space, also finding some tea, tobacco, and liquor, which she promptly smashed the office furniture to obtain. At a sports brand's outpost, she salvaged appropriately sized attire for her team members, leaving nothing behind. A nearby company seemed to be preparing for a team-building event, as the administrative department housed several boxes of barbecue charcoal and camping utensils. After scouring 4 floors, Jiang Ning returned to the clothing live-streaming company, acquiring a batch of garments, including women's underwear and bras, which the men hesitated to take. Later, she stealthily revisited the home appliance company from the previous night, collecting a selection of appliances that might prove useful, including a luxurious massage chair valued at several thousand. Timing her visits carefully, she slipped into areas previously searched by the others, gathering anything salvageable until her additional 150 cubic meters of space was entirely filled. To facilitate transport, she disassembled all wooden furniture, cutting them to manageable sizes, which perfectly filled 2 speedboats and 3 inflatable rafts. Returning early, they finished the distribution just past 9 o'clock. Following the events of the day, the 18th floor had gained a notorious reputation. The residents of the building now regarded them with trepidation. They made no effort to conceal their actions, carrying timber upstairs. Upon closing her door, Jiang Ning immediately accessed her space, finding the safe securely nestled in the corner, while the living room, balcony, and bathroom remained unchanged. Could it be that the Jade Company was peddling counterfeit goods? Unwilling to accept this, she opened the master bedroom door only to discover an additional bathroom of approximately 10 square meters. The safes remained locked, but the Jade collection should be substantial. However, the space had only expanded by 10 square meters, indicating that the conditions for upgrading remained stringent. Nevertheless, she resolved to continue her search. In this post-apocalyptic world, precious metals and jade were not particularly valuable. Bartering would suffice. In the middle of the night, she was awakened by a cacophony of noise and piercing cries from downstairs. Such occurrences had become commonplace in this new reality, and Jiang Ning simply turned over and resumed her slumber. Upon waking naturally, she enjoyed a modest breakfast of 2 red bean buns and steamed dumplings, washing it down with milk. The weather was dismal, with the cultivated vegetables turning a sickly yellow. Jiang Ning diluted some nutrient solution and applied it, treating her plants as one might a dying horse. Checking her space, she noted that the timer had only increased by 2 hours, a painfully slow progression. She now had an additional 10 square meters of fertile soil and planned to continue planting vegetables, aiming to stockpile enough for 2 to 3 years before diversifying her crops. Naturally, she intended to plant fruit saplings, which would yield results by the following year. Her physical training had evidently improved, allowing her to save 15 minutes on tilling and planting. 15 minutes that could mean the difference between life and death in harsh conditions. Just as she exited her space, Liu knocked on the door. Upon opening it, she was taken aback by his bruised face. "Who did this to you?" she inquired. Liu, somewhat sheepish, explained. "It was my fault. Zhang Chao and I are not in the best shape. Wei Li has been pushing us hard since last night." Previously, she had hesitated to lay a finger on him. Now, she was relentless in her training. Liu understood that the world had changed. He could no longer rely solely on Wei Li and Jiang Ning for protection. From now on, he aspired to be a man, to rise up and safeguard his own. "Indeed, you all certainly need the training," Jiang Ning remarked, suddenly recalling something. She retrieved a black bag from her room, which she had found in the office building. "I thought you and Wei Li might find this useful, so I kept it." Upon seeing the contents, Liu's expression turned awkward, yet he soon smiled. "Thanks. I was just lamenting how to find this." Almost forgetting the matter at hand, he cheerfully asked, "Do you know what happened last night?" "I have no idea. I was sound asleep. Yang Weizong and Su Mingyao were robbed." Liu expressed disdain for Yang Weizong, who had been playing both sides with Jiang Ning. Luckily, she had distanced herself in time. After such a conspicuous return with supplies, it was no surprise they had been targeted later that night. Yang Weizong resided in Unit 802, which was cramped with too many people, while Unit 1202 had a few others crammed in as well. The gang initially raided 1202, but thanks to Yang Weizong and his companions rushing in, Su Mingyao narrowly escaped an assault by several men, although they managed to drive the assailants away. Upon returning to the 8th floor, they discovered their supplies had been completely looted. Jiang Ning was astonished. A classic case of misdirection? In these times, even robbery required a modicum of intelligence. Most of their supplies were stored on the 8th floor, but their speedboats and inflatable rafts remained untouched. Jiang Ning chuckled. It's not that they weren't stolen. Rather, those individuals are looking to cultivate their crop, harvesting it bit by bit. One of the thieves had sustained injuries and had the audacity to come knocking for help. Yet, despite their cries, the 18th floor remained indifferent. There was also another matter. Earlier that morning, 2 individuals from other units had come seeking alliances, but Wei Li had sent them packing. Jiang Ning found it absurd. The 18th floor was merely trying to protect itself, yet it had become synonymous with villainy. While they conversed, Zhang Chao, equally battered, emerged inquiring, "Are we heading out today?" "I'd rather not," she replied. "If you need anything, feel free to go. I'll stay here and keep an eye on things." With the place already ransacked, venturing out seemed futile, as they would likely find nothing of value. Moreover, both Zheng Li and Lu Yu had been influenced by Zhang Chao's doomsday rhetoric, perpetually feeling a sense of scarcity and impending doom. After exchanging pleasantries, the trio ventured out with their inflatable rafts, aiming to gather supplies and glean information. Shortly after noon, 3 more individuals arrived seeking alliances. Exasperated, Jiang Ning penned a notice and affixed it to the door. No alliances. She was wary not only of those with ulterior motives, but also of Zheng Li and the others. After all, in a world like this, human nature was the most unpredictable variable. Friends and colleagues could easily turn against one another in desperate times. Should the moment of betrayal arrive, she would not hesitate to withdraw. With all her essential needs met, she resigned herself to the fact that other desired supplies were temporarily out of reach, and focused on strategizing how to expand her space instead. With the 3 absent, Jiang Ning indulged herself, savoring spicy chicken feet, squid strips, cold dishes, and marinated duck intestines while enjoying a book to pass the time. It was still early, so she took out some pre-mixed meat filling to prepare wontons. As she folded the dumplings while watching her favorite show, she amassed over 1,000 wontons just as she heard the return of Zheng Li and the others. They brought back timber and 2 stainless steel doors salvaged from them all, comparing them to the doors of Jiang Ning and room 1801. Lu Yu felt an acute sense of insecurity, having spent considerable time at the mall measuring before prying them away. After much toil, the transformation of the 1803 has finally reached completion. An additional door has been installed on the staircase. To ascend to the 18th floor, one must navigate through 3 obstacles. Observing Lu Yu as he applied cement, Jiang Ning inquired curiously, "Where did you source this from?" "I procured a couple of bags from a nearby construction site," Lu Yu replied. The trio deliberated on making another trip to acquire some glass for the balcony, as the incessant rain had rendered it excessively damp. Jiang Ning cautioned, "Let us ensure we procure high-quality materials to avoid the misfortune of a typhoon returning and shattering the glass." Lu Yu wholeheartedly concurred, sharing tales with Zhang Chao about several instances of shattered glass in the neighborhood. After a day of contemplation, Jiang Ning remained convinced that the expansion of space is intrinsically linked to spirituality. The disappearance of the antique shelves must pertain to the nature of the wood used. Quality timber takes decades, even centuries, to mature. For instance, the precious golden silk nanmu can take thousands of years to grow. The museum was inundated, and the ancient artifacts have either been salvaged or relocated by relevant authorities. Items made of gold, silver, and jade are relatively easier to retrieve once the floodwaters recede. At present, the only viable path lies with wood. Wood? An idea suddenly struck Jiang Ning. Chapter 31. Dealing with the scheming and the naive to procure superior timber. Neither commercial centers nor office buildings sufficed, and the museum lay submerged. Yet, one locale remained, a potential source of fortune. Fengsheng, globally renowned as a premier furniture production hub, boasted the International Furniture Expo Center in Lezhin, a landmark of 4A distinction, hosting the annual Global Furniture Expo. This year, marking its 30th anniversary, the exhibition promised unprecedented grandeur, heralded by extensive advertising campaigns launched half a year prior. Jiang Ning, recalling the details, noted that the expo's original commencement date was 3 days before the typhoon, scheduled to span half a month, implying its ongoing status. A confluence of the world's finest furniture at the Expo Center. What a spectacle it must be! Jiang Ning remained indifferent. Foreign furniture rarely incorporating wood, unlike domestic vintage pieces, She remembered an advertisement from a major furniture company boasting of a millennium-old Zeton with four-poster bed, along with a complete set of interior furnishings, priced at a staggering 9 figures. In recent years, a surge in cultural confidence has swept through the nation, igniting a renaissance in vintage furniture. To generate buzz, the Expo Center had secured a piece of ebony as its centerpiece. Beyond ebony, other valuable woods, such as wali, old sandalwood, and rosewood, were showcased to promote furniture culture globally. Jiang Ning resolved to visit, and promptly, with Zheng Weili and the others gathering building materials. Jiang Ning knocked on the door of 1801, announcing, "I'm heading out." 1801 offered no objection, simply cautioning, "Be careful." Descending with the inflatable boat in tow, she encountered Su Mingyao on the 17th floor, accompanied by Yu Qingqing from 1202. Su Mingyao. Eyes were rimmed with red, tears welling up as she pleaded, "A Ning, a Jian, is injured. Only you can save him. Please, I beg you help him." Jiang Ning, treating her as heir, continued downstairs with a cold expression. Undeterred, Su Mingyao grabbed her. "A Ning, we're alumni. You can't just stand by and watch him die." Her loud, tearful cries drew neighbors from the 17th floor. Jiang Ning unsheathed her blade and slashed. Su Mingyao shrieked and dodged, half of her waist-length hair severed and scattered on the ground. Before she could recover, Jiang Ning kicked her to the ground. Tears streaming down her face, she stared in disbelief at Jiang Ning, her eyes wide with shock, forgetting to cry. Jiang Ning, with relentless force, pinned her chest, her gaze icy. "If you're so eager to die, I'm happy to send you to meet your maker." Pinned and pressed, her eyes devoid of warmth, Su Mingyao felt her ribs about to break, her face pale with suffocation. Yu Qingqing recoiled. Jiang Ning, "Mingyao only wants you to save a Jian. If you won't, there's no need to resort to violence." "Is she insane, or are you?" Jiang Ning retorted, her gaze piercing. "The 18th floor isn't a hospital, and I'm no doctor. You have an inflatable boat. Why not take him to a hospital? Do you take everyone for fools?" Yu Qingqing stammered. "But our boat is out of fuel, and the rain is so heavy." "Then let him die. Why try to shift the blame onto me?" Jiang Ning's tone dripped with sarcasm. "You're such friends, unwilling to risk yourselves, yet burdened by guilt. You seek to transfer the responsibility to me?" Her words struck a nerve, leaving Yu Qingqing stunned. Jiang Ning, a mere first-year medical student, barely grasping the basics, was being sought out as a savior. It seemed absurd. "Perhaps you could lend us your boat to take a Jian to the hospital? If you want to play the saint, be my guest." Jiang Ning approached her, sneering. "Do you enjoy being exploited so much that you want to drag me down with you?" Yu Qingqing paled, her expression one of utter devastation. Ignoring her, Jiang Ning continued downstairs. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Yu Qingqing called out, "Stop." Jiang Ning pressed on. Yu Qingqing, indignant, demanded, "If you knew they were up to no good, why didn't you warn me?" "What am I to you?" Jiang Ning countered. "Why should I warn you? If you're so benevolent, why do you only offer food to Yang Weitsong when so many are starving? He brought a group to your house. You could have refused. Why didn't you? Are you truly oblivious, or are you seeking his favor? Now that you're aware, why do you still associate with him?" Looking at Yu Qingqing, she realized how foolish she herself had been in her past life. Why say anything? It was futile. Everyone had their own agenda. In her past life, she had also sensed it, seeking his favor while feigning ignorance. Spoiling him with food and drink, she was easily swayed by Yang Weitsong, sweet words, willing to give him her all. Had a stranger warned her of his ill intentions, she would have dismissed them as a madman. That was the nature of love-struck fools. So why should Jiang Ning speak? Besides, even after seeing their true colors, Yu Qingqing still played along. What good was she? "I didn't. If you had warned me sooner, I wouldn't have given them food." Yu Qingqing, unable to confront her own mistakes, cried, "Why are you so cruel? Why didn't you tell me sooner that Yang Weitsong is a beast?" Tears flowed uncontrollably. Jiang Ning advised, "You'd better cry louder. He might be listening upstairs." Yu Qingqing gasped and instinctively covered her mouth, still playing along. No one can wake a person pretending to be asleep. Jiang Ning had no responsibility or obligation. Boarding the inflatable boat, she set off toward the expo center in the torrential rain. Mindful of potential dangers, Jiang Ning donned a life jacket, with diving equipment ready in her spatial dimension. Despite the risks, she navigated the boat with skill, avoiding several whirlpools. Calm and collected, she covered the 40 kilometers in just over an hour, the colossal and artistic expo center looming in the distance. Fengcheng's intricate network of waterways meant multiple rivers converged at the expo center, flanked by provincial highways and interchanges. The more complex the waterways, the greater the vigilance required. Jiang Ning focused intently, spotting a series of whirlpools ahead, and accelerated. Chapter 32. As long as one survives, one must hoard relentlessly. With a sudden surge of acceleration, I deftly maneuvered through a sharp turn, nearly losing my balance in the process. Fortunately, my limbs steadied, allowing me to navigate the wide arc and successfully arrive at the exhibition center. Despite its modest 12 stories, the center's high ceilings and grand design exude an impressive aura. As I circled the building, I noticed the absence of life within, save for the shattered glass that bore witness to past turmoil. According to the industrial layout, the area surrounding Lutown is primarily focused on furniture manufacturing, with factories dominating the landscape. The commercial and residential zones lie across the river, obscured by torrential rain. All around me, floodwaters prevailed, leaving the exhibition center as the sole bastion against nature's wrath. The glass was remarkably sturdy. A hammer proved futile against its resilience. I resorted to using a glass-breaking tool, and, after several attempts, I succeeded in shattering it. Truly, as a 4-8 tourist attraction, the exhibition center sprawls impressively, though its once lavish hall now lay submerged in water. Nevertheless, the grandeur of its architecture remained visible above the deluge. Darkness consumed the brilliance of the space, and I relied on the beam of my flashlight to survey the stylish furniture scattered throughout. The intricate waterways surrounding the center served as a formidable barrier against intruders. Or perhaps the center simply lacked the survival supplies that any potential survivors would seek. Regardless, it remained unscathed before my arrival. Everywhere I looked, there were furnishings, an endless assortment that spanned the globe. Chinese, European, American, African, Korean, modern, postmodern, classical, neoclassical, pastoral, and even cyberpunk styles. The creativity and variety were breathtaking, with no limit to what could be imagined. I refrained from hasty actions, instead making my way to the top floor's furniture museum. The exhibition center was devoid of power, cloaked in darkness, and the only sounds were the echoes of my footsteps in the vast emptiness. Climbing the stairs, I finally reached the top floor, my legs weary from the effort. The entire floor was dedicated to historical exhibits. Photographs and artifacts displayed various types of wood, alongside ancient furniture in varying states of decay. With my flashlight in hand, I navigated through the exhibits for nearly half an hour until I arrived at the centerpiece, a long, irregularly shaped piece of wood over 4 meters in length, a dark brown hue gracing its surface. This was the famed ebony, a wood that had been buried for thousands, even tens of thousands of years, shaped by the relentless forces of nature into a form resembling neither wood nor stone, a veritable mummy of the plant world. Regarded as the spirit of all woods, ebony is often referred to as the fossil of wood, with legends claiming that one tale of ebony is worth one tale of gold. I could not estimate its worth. After all, no matter how precious, it could not fill one's belly, rendering it worthless to any survivor. Encased in transparent glass, retrieving it was no simple task. The shatterproof glass resisted every blow from my hammer. Equipping myself with a mask, I withdrew a chainsaw from my supplies, its piercing noise echoing relentlessly. After considerable effort, I finally succeeded in cutting through the shatterproof glass, releasing a delightful fragrance into the air. The scent of ebony was surprisingly enchanting. With no time to waste, I swiftly secured this treasure into my space. Continuing with the chainsaw, I encountered an array of prized woods: South Sea rosewood, agarwood, and small-leaf red sandalwood, all encased in glass, while others were cordoned off with warning tape to prevent unauthorized handling. I could not discern which held spiritual energy, so I simply cast them all into my space. As I progressed, I finally discovered a finely crafted 1,000-craft step bed made from red sandalwood. Its exquisite artistry was impeccable, albeit somewhat eerie in the darkness. The bed was too large to fit into my RV's living space, leaving me no choice but to dismantle it. After disassembling it, I tossed it into my space along with its accompanying tables, chairs, and vanity. There were also numerous ancient furnishings of various materials, tables, armchairs, and concubine chairs, along with many whose names I could not recall. To be honest, I sweated profusely while smashing the display cabinets, even with several layers of cloth covering my face. In a peaceful era, I would likely have faced dire consequences for my actions. I toiled tirelessly, leaving no piece of wood unexamined. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, I found a spot to rest, consuming chocolate for energy and downing a can of Red Bull. Once my spirits lifted, I switched off my flashlight and stepped into my space. Inside, I found a scattering of worn furniture, though most had vanished. I was taken aback by the sight before me. The living room was approximately 30 square meters in size, featuring a spiral staircase leading to what appeared to be a second floor. All the rooms, kitchen, bathrooms had expanded, and the master bedroom now included a walk-in closet. Counting carefully, I realized I had gained an additional bedroom and a study. Now my space comprised 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 3 bathrooms, and a study. The spiral staircase reached only the ceiling, hinting at further potential for expansion. Even more astonishing was the black soil garden, which had grown from a mere 20 square meters to an impressive 300 square meters. I had indeed made a fortunate gamble. The ancient, spiritual woods proved to be immensely rewarding. I expressed gratitude to the ebony, the red sandalwood, and all the spirits that had contributed to my space. As for those items the space did not accept, I had no intention of discarding them. They could serve as firewood during the harshest of winters. This expedition had proven invaluable, yielding an estimated additional 400 square meters, or 200 cubic meters in total. Exiting my space, I descended to the next floor. The subsequent 2 levels were filled with Chinese-style furniture, and overwhelmed by the abundance, I could only rely on my instincts to select the pricier items for my space. I piled all my acquisitions in the garden, stacking them layer upon layer. The space could absorb what it needed, and whatever it could not, I would find opportunities to exchange later. With an additional 200 cubic meters at my disposal, I felt emboldened. As long as I survived, I would hoard relentlessly. The 8th floor housed a service hall, screening rooms, and numerous restaurants, cafes, bakeries, and convenience stores, presumably designed for tourists and attendees of exhibitions to rest. All the meat and vegetables had spoiled, yet the restaurants had stockpiled supplies in anticipation of guests, with rice, flour, and grains totaling over 10,000 kilograms. Alongside more than 300 barrels of oil, all varieties abundant, as well as numerous spices and beverages. In one upscale restaurant, I even discovered 20 unopened bottles of premium caviar and 30 bottles of Lafite red wine, all still within their shelf life. The refrigerators storing these valuable ingredients were equipped with power reserves, and 3 large fridges were filled with steaks, lamb chops, foie gras, Tanya blue lobsters, Parmigiano cheese, and more. I had not anticipated such a bountiful haul. I collected the refrigerators as well. I gathered all the goods from the convenience store and bakery, save for the expired and moldy items. I even took the coffee beans, sugar, milk, and coffee machine from the CAF. In total, I added over 100 cubic meters of supplies. After thoroughly exploring the 8th floor, I discovered a substantial maintenance supply department housing 2 high-capacity generators. In such a vast exhibition center, it was likely that power outages could occur, and these generators were intended for emergency use. To operate the generators, however, I would need diesel. I searched the engine room, but found no trace of diesel. Chapter 33. Diesel Acquisition. Jiang Ning managed to pry open the warehouse of the maintenance department supply section and finally located diesel in one room. Each barrel contained 160 liters, totaling 30 barrels, which amounted to 800 liters, or approximately 4 tons. Coincidentally, an international exhibition was taking place, and with an unprecedented typhoon on the horizon, stockpiling merely this amount of diesel was far from sufficient for emergency power outages. Therefore, she explored all accessible areas and discovered 2 additional rooms filled with diesel, bringing her total to 12 tons. The motorboat and RV could both run on diesel, providing her with an ample supply for an extended period. In her excitement, she stored everything in her space. While her space contained several solar power storage units, who among adults would choose? She desired it all, equipped with tools. She meticulously dismantled the generator, along with the maintenance department's tools and spare parts, packing them all away. The seventh floor and below were furnished with various styles of modern furniture. Jiang Ning continued to collect as she walked. She had a preference for modern furniture, as designers had thoughtfully considered the needs of those living in small spaces, incorporating many foldable features. With an additional 200 cubic meters of space, she seized every available item with unrestrained zeal. Beds, latex mattresses, sofas, wardrobes, TV cabinets, nightstands, tables, chairs, and rocking chairs. Exhausted, she paused to rest and promptly checked her space. Later, upon collecting wooden furniture, she noticed only a portion had vanished. It seemed the merchants employed clever tactics, often disguising inferior goods as higher quality. The space proved to be an impeccable treasure-seeking machine. Ascending the spiral staircase, she discovered an additional living room, but otherwise, there were no further changes. She swept through the fifth floor, selecting only durable and practical items, as aesthetics held little value in a post-apocalyptic world. Otherwise, the items she took outside might raise suspicions. Having spent too much time at the exhibition center, she checked her phone and realized it was already 3 in the afternoon. Driving her motorboat back, she noticed 2 residential buildings under construction along the way. Reminded of the devastation caused by earthquakes and the resulting ruins, she hesitated briefly before steering her motorboat towards them. The residential buildings were completed and currently undergoing renovations, with many materials already delivered to the upper floors. Jiang Ning uncovered waterproof tarps, sand, cement, lime powder, glass doors and windows, tiles, waterproof coatings, and more. The materials varied slightly by floor, depending on the renovation progress. Sand was easily obtainable, so there was no need to waste precious storage space on it. The other materials would be challenging to reproduce, even if the government initiated reconstruction. Not everything could be manufactured anew. As she ascended, she continued to gather supplies, piling everything in her black soil garden. She noticed that since the second floor of her space had been established, the garden's capacity had increased, matching the height of the second floor. This change meant the usable area of the garden had expanded from 900 cubic meters to 800 cubic meters. Fortunately, construction materials did not occupy much space, allowing her to gather everything she found. The garden was not a preservation area, so Jiang Ning remembered to pack away the waterproof tarps to shield the cement, lime powder, and waterproof coatings. After collecting her items, she suddenly recalled the safes stored in her space. She retrieved them all and began to pry them open. The alarm's piercing sound filled the air as she stuffed her ears with earplugs, gradually prying open the safe door. The 4 safes from the jade shop were utterly empty. It appeared the entire space had been thoroughly cleaned out. Next, she pried open the safe from the domineering CEO's personal collection, and unexpectedly, a gun fell out. Can this be considered a collectible? It was evident that the CEO had a penchant for defying the law. Besides the handgun, there were also 2 boxes of ammunition, totaling 200 rounds. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to acquire such items. This was a delightful surprise. Although Jiang Ning had never handled a real gun, she had participated in a shooting club at school where they practiced with rubber bullets, and she had some aim. With this newfound possession, she could sleep more soundly, and she expressed her gratitude for the CEO's contributions. Now, only one safe remained, located in the domineering office. This one surely contained no contraband, right? As she pried it open, she was met with a box brimming with paper. No, to be precise, it was money. Stacks of 10,000, totaling 100 stacks. 1 million, all brand new banknotes. This was something Jiang Ning had never anticipated, had she received this sum before the calamity. Well, she might have been sewing on a sewing machine. Although the currency had not yet been rendered obsolete, its value had depreciated significantly. It was better than nothing. She stuffed the money into her backpack and tossed the safe into the floodwaters. The 18th floor was barely manageable for a team. And venturing out alone was no easy feat. Jiang Ning pulled out her phone to check the offline map, curious if there were any nearby locations worth exploring. There was a commercial science museum, albeit in the neighboring U-City. U-City was the provincial capital, but the museum was situated in the suburbs, merely 20 kilometers from Lutown. Besides further expanding her space, she had no immediate needs. Extravagant items like ships or airplanes were out of the question. She could only set out to explore, hoping to stumble upon something useful. After finalizing her route, she headed towards the U-City Commercial Science Museum. Surrounded by vast expanses of water and unfamiliar paths, it took her nearly an hour to arrive. The museum had only 2 floors remaining above water. U-City was bustling, and the museum had undoubtedly been searched countless times, leaving a scene of devastation. Almost everything that could aid their survival had been taken. Just as she was about to leave after a brief stroll, her flashlight inadvertently illuminated an orange sphere. Round like a ping-pong ball, its bright color captured her attention, measuring approximately 3 meters in diameter. This was an escape pod? Jiang Ning had once come across a video showcasing escape pods designed for protection against earthquakes and tsunamis. Picking up a nearby brochure, she confirmed her suspicion. It was constructed from a 3-layered aerospace-grade metal shell, capable of withstanding sharp external impacts and enduring high temperatures and pressures without deforming, boasting formidable protective capabilities. The internal escape compartment was equally robust, featuring advanced welding technology, safety belts, and shock-absorbing seats, allowing individuals to seek refuge within the capsule, ensuring a sense of security. This latest upgraded version included a GPS system, oxygen supply, lighting, drinking water, and food. The storage capacity for drinking water and food depended on the internal space. A single-person escape pod could sustain one for 5 days, while a pod designed for 5 to 10 people could last half a month. The single-person version had a diameter of 0.8 meters, while the one before her stood at a towering 3 meters, likely the largest model available. Jiang Ning opened the hatch and found 6 shock-absorbing seats inside. The space was quite spacious, allowing for comfortable movement, and it featured a miniature toilet processing unit with a water-stored bubble at the bottom, enabling it to float if it fell into the water. Numerous sealed compartments surrounded the interior, presumably for storing supplies, complete with a first aid kit. During an earthquake or tsunami, one could hide inside, isolated from the external calamity. Once the disaster subsided, an emergency signal could be triggered, awaiting rescuers to arrive. From its placement, it seemed there should also be a single-person escape pod, but that had already been taken. The one before her was far too cumbersome. Even a group of people would struggle to lift it. Jiang Ning attempted to push it, but found it immovable. She decisively stored it in her space, thinking it might prove useful during an earthquake someday. Her visit today could be considered a stroke of fortune. Time was slipping away, and Jiang Ning resolved to leave. Upon returning to the Jinrong community, the sky was overcast, and darkness was fast approaching. Just as she was about to enter the community, she noticed a commotion not far away, accompanied by fierce dog barking. Chapter 34. Hoarding a dog with her vision blurred, Jiang Ning retrieved her binoculars. She observed a couple of rubber boats occupied by several men and women, brandishing wooden forks and iron rods, relentlessly striking at the window ledge extending from the 5th floor. On that ledge stood a drenched dog, baring its sharp fangs and barking furiously at them. "Quick, kill it, and we'll have meat to eat tonight." The men and women appeared extremely exhilarated, brandishing their weapons, provoking the dog into a frantic evasion. Yet it remained resolute, fiercely confronting its assailants. In the face of sudden calamity, everyone was caught unprepared. All food supplies had been soaked in water, leading many to starve to death. Now, even a gaunt dog could promise a hearty meal, wouldn't it? This was meat. Who wouldn't desire it? Their eyes gleamed with a ravenous hunger, eager to devour it whole. Jiang Ning initially wished to remain uninvolved, but upon seeing the dog's face, she was overcome with tremors. It was Kola. She had named it herself. Kola had been abandoned by its owner and sold to a dog meat restaurant, managing to escape after biting the owner during its impending slaughter. With nowhere to go, it wandered near the university town, often lingering around the small eateries across the street, frequently chased away by the shopkeepers. At that time, Jiang Ning was reselling dog food. and every time she encountered it, she would scatter some dog food or toss a piece of sausage. The abandoned dog resembled an orphaned infant, the sole distinction being that humans had orphanages while stray dogs faced extermination upon capture. Initially, Kola was cautious and resistant to Jiang Ning's approach, only eating after she had distanced herself. Gradually, as familiarity grew, it remained alert yet would peek out from behind a tree, secretly watching her. Later, it developed an affection for Yang Weizong, tirelessly attempting to be near him, even abandoning the dog food business, forgetting all about Kola. Their reunion occurred during a bitter winter. Jiang Ning was oblivious to how it had survived. Its fur had completely fallen out, revealing festering frostbite, and it was emaciated, reduced to mere bones. Yet even in such a dire state, upon witnessing her being besieged by several villains, it bravely charged in, gnashing its teeth at them. Had it not lunged forward, a baseball bat would have struck her head. In its attempt to protect her, Kola was mercilessly beaten to death, its jaws still clenching the wrist of one assailant, even in death. She survived, yet was killed and prepared for consumption. Having returned to life, she searched for it multiple times nearby, but found no trace. How absurd and laughable it seemed. She had bared her soul to Yang Weizong, who stood idly by as she was slaughtered by demons, while the stray dog she had occasionally fed sacrificed itself for her. Kola, upon their reunion, tears streamed down Jiang Ning's face. Without hesitation, she hurriedly piloted her speedboat toward it, calling, "Kola." The stubborn dog, standing on the window ledge, brightened at the sound, instinctively turning its gaze in her direction. In a moment of distraction, it was struck heavily by a club, letting out a piercing cry. Turning, it lunged at its attacker, biting fiercely. The rubber boat rocked violently as Kola clung to its assailant, while others rushed to assist, swinging their clubs. It dodged left and right, nimbly evading blows. The clubs instead struck the bitten victim, who howled in agony. Another rubber boat approached, but due to the swift current, it lost control and crashed into the first, causing two people to lose their balance and tumble into the water, crying for help. Before they could regain their composure, Kola leaped towards the oncoming boat. With its powerful jump, it knocked a person down. In just a few exchanges, 3 people had fallen into the water, and 2 had been successfully bitten. One drew a knife and plunged it fiercely into Kola. Jiang Ning steered the speedboat forward, capsizing the rubber boat, swiftly turning around. Kola pushed off with its emaciated body, leaping 3 to 4 meters to land safely on Jiang Ning's speedboat. The engine roared and water splashed high. By the time the assailants clambered back onto their rubber boat, the speedboat had vanished from sight. The sky was overcast, and they could barely make out the woman's face. Their plans to feast on dog meat thwarted, several sustained injuries, and they cursed profusely. The speedboat sped into the neighborhood, stopping beneath an apartment building. Jiang Ning's vision blurred by the rain. She eagerly reached out to embrace Kola, but it recoiled, its eyes filled with wariness and suspicion. Its condition was dire. Blood dripped from its mouth, most of its fur had fallen out, and numerous scars marred its body. Clearly, this was not its first encounter with such human hostility. In this apocalyptic world, desperate measures were taken for survival. It was unimaginable. How had it survived this time? Jiang Ning felt a pang of fear for Kola. "Don't be afraid, Kola. I'll take care of you from now on. As long as I have food, you won't go hungry." However, it continued to keep its distance, its guard unwavering. Jiang Ning had no opportunity to get close, let alone soothe it. After some thought, she pulled out a sausage, tearing open the packaging and tossing it over. Even with food before it, Kola remained cautious, inching forward to sniff before voraciously devouring it. Then fixing its gaze back on her, Jiang Ning ripped apart 10 sausages before managing to stroke its head. Yet, in response to her offering of companionship, Kola was reluctant, wanting to leap into the floodwaters and swim away. Stray dogs are not only wary, but also possess a keen intellect. They're acutely aware that this is human territory, and entering it could lead to a fate of being stewed in a pot. Many foolish counterparts had met their demise this way. Jiang Ning, unwilling to let go of the hard-won opportunity, promptly produced a chicken leg. She also showcased the dog food from her backpack. "Kola, if you stick with me, you'll be well fed." The dog food was salvaged from a supermarket, collected while racing against the flood. Upon returning, she discovered she had inadvertently included a significant amount of dog food and kin pet food. She had hesitated to discard it, considering mixing it into rabbit feed. Little did she know, it was destined for Kola. Kaylee's eyes locked onto the dog food bag, seemingly engulfed in memories. Jiang Ning held the bag tightly, and at the sound, Kaylee's drool began to flow. Ultimately, it yielded. Jiang Ning successfully led it ashore, her hardened heart melting like chocolate, smooth and sweet. In this filthy apocalypse, she no longer wandered alone in darkness. She had found a companion with whom she could share life and death. Wow, a dog. Grandma, I want to eat dog meat. Chapter 35. Are you hitting me for a dog? Upon entering the apartment building, the presence of a dog was quickly noticed, igniting an overwhelming desire to feast. Kola, the dog, bristled and bared its teeth, entering an aggressive stance, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. Jiang Ning unsheathed her knife, demanding that anyone who wished to harm her dog step forward. The crowd was astonished. When had the 18th floor acquired a dog? They had barely enough to eat themselves. Yet here was the audacity to keep a dog. Feeding a dog while they starved? Anger surged among them. Nonsense. This is just a stray from outside. Someone with keen eyes recognized Kola, recalling its frequent presence across the street. Many had seen it. Indeed, I've seen it too. It nearly bit my child once. The suggestion arose to kill the dog and share the spoils. Jiang Ning swung her knife, shattering a nearby trash can, declaring that anyone who wished for meat would first have to seek her knife's approval. The thought of her severing heads as easily as slicing watermelons sent the crowd recoiling in fear. Yet, some remained defiant. Little girl, that dog isn't yours. You can't be so domineering. Jiang Ning retorted, it's with me, therefore it belongs to me. They acknowledged their mutual struggles and proposed a compromise. They would kill the dog, and she could have half, with the rest divided among them. Many nodded in agreement, hoping to satisfy her greed while they settled for mere broth. I have no taste for dog meat, Jiang Ning scoffed, swinging her knife toward the man who had made the suggestion. Your flesh should be quite delectable. The man staggered back in terror, collapsing as his pants became stained with an unknown liquid. She truly dared to kill. Though she had not struck a fatal blow, his arm was gashed and bleeding profusely. In that moment, any lingering resentment dissolved as none dared to demand meat, only watching helplessly as she ascended the stairs with her dog. Just as those who wanted dog meat were forced to retreat, Yang Weitsong charged forth, brazenly confronting Jiang Ning. You are truly cold-blooded. Are you satisfied now? Jian is dead. Others stood at the doorway, casting sinister glances, showing no inclination to dissuade Yang Weitsong. Before Jiang Ning could respond, Kola lunged, sinking its teeth into Yang Weitsong's leg. He was caught off guard, emitting a blood-curdling scream as he swung a stick at the dog. Kola nimbly dodged, eyes filled with fury. This wretched beast had been deemed too dirty and infested with fleas, the kind of creature one would throw into a dog meat restaurant. It was because of this dog that Jiang Ning had cut off its food supply, ignoring it ever since. The dog held a grudge and leapt at him once more. Yang Weitsong, frightened, flailed his stick wildly. Jiang Ning stepped in, forcing him back with her blade. Jiang Ning, are you truly striking me for a dog? Yang Weitsong's face twisted in anger, his disheveled appearance revealing a hint of madness. It's just a dog. It is a dog, but you're no longer human. You caused Jian's death, and yet you see it as justifiable? Jiang Ning could hardly contain her laughter at the absurdity of his reasoning. Did I injure Jian? Was it my fault he was not taken to the hospital, left to die before my eyes? Yang Weitsong's face darkened, choking on his words. If you hadn't been so cold-hearted, unwilling to lend us money, have you no shame? Jiang Ning glared at them. If I were in your position, with even a shred of courage, I would confront the one who harmed Jian, avenging him. But you all are cowards, unwilling to seek revenge, and instead laying his death upon me, preying on women as if it were easy pickings. Who, among you, has eaten soft rice? Who eats soft rice? Do you keep a record of how much? Jiang Ning mocked, then demanded, and who gave you the audacity to prance around in my presence? With that, she thrust her knife into Yang Weitsong's thigh. He cried out, collapsing, as the others rushed to assist him. Jiang Ning, let us talk this out. You're going too far. As she ascended the stairs, she warned, this time it was your leg. Next time it may well be your heart. Cherish the chance to live. No one dared confront her, their faces twisted with resentment. In the hallway of the 17th floor, Jiang Ning was taken aback by what lay before her. The door at the stairway was replete with spikes. Hundreds of iron nails were welded onto it, all pointing outward. Not merely one door, but all three were fortified in this manner. Not even a mouse could pass through. 3 men and a woman were busily engaged in their work, sparks flying from their welding, casting a brilliant light. Upon noticing her, Zhang Chao lifted his protective mask, exclaiming, "Ning, take a look at our fortress." While gathering materials, they had discovered acetylene in the building, returning with steel rods and nails to transform the 18th floor into an impregnable fortress, ensuring peaceful nights without fear of intrusions. Jiang Ning could only commend Zhang Chao and Lu Yu's ingenuity. Given the rumors of resources on the 18th floor, it was evident that Yang Weizong and Su Mingyao had no hand in this endeavor. It was far better to erect a sturdy shield than to live in constant fear. 3 heads are better than 1, perhaps reflecting the strength of their teamwork. Jiang Ning felt a wave of elation. This was an idea she could not have conceived herself. "Wow, you brought a dog back?" Zhang Chao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Lu Yu, tonight we feast on dog stew." Kola promptly turned away, exhausted, unwilling to engage, and left. Jiang Ning crouched down to soothe the dog, then turned to Zhang Chao with a serious demeanor. "This is my dog. Should you dare to harm a single hair on it, I will ensure you're the first to be stewed." "When did you get a dog?" Zhang Chao asked in surprise. "This clearly looks like a stray." "Isn't it the stray that used to hang around the entrance?" Lu Yu recalled, having often seen Jiang Ning feed it. "It once saved my life," Jiang Ning said, her expression somber. "I brought it back not for you to eat. If you dare to lay a hand on it, I will not hold back." Having scavenged for yak jerky, sausages, and hot dogs from the office building, Zhang Chao and the others were careful with their rations. In such dire circumstances, many had slaughtered their pets for sustenance. Who would squander precious food on a dog? Food is a life-saving commodity, and countless souls perish from hunger daily. Not just Zhang Chao and Lu Yu, even Zheng Weili struggled to comprehend. However, Hua Yishan made a startling observation. This dog has a strong physique. If trained well, it could easily handle 2 or 3 adults. You do have an eye for talent. Jiang Ning thought highly of him, recalling how it had evaded capture by 7 or 8 individuals earlier, even overturning a rubber boat in the process. Feeble Lu Yu. Feeble Zhang Chao. Chapter 36. Spending a million, this dog possesses an unsettling awareness, its gaze piercing and chilling. We are all dog lovers, resolutely opposed to consuming dog meat. Zhang Chao was the first to relent, saying, "Ning, please make it stop looking at me like that. It frightens me." Zheng Weili empathized with her feelings. Yet, as a friend, she advised, "Ning, normally I would wholeheartedly support you, but these are extraordinary times. Most of our food supplies have been ruined by the water. We were only able to stock up because we reacted swiftly, but your portion will last at most 6 or 7 months. The future remains uncertain, and the fact that large dogs consume so much food must be carefully considered. Do not wait until you find yourself without supplies to regret your decisions. At that point, it will be too late. For me, it is not merely a dog, it is family." Jiang Ning gently comforted the anxious Kola, asserting that supplies could always be replenished. But she would never forsake him. Zheng Weili was not meddling. As long as she understood the gravity of the situation, that sufficed. Entering the house with Kola, Jiang Ning retrieved dog food from her storage space, soaking it in goat's milk. The goat's milk, purchased from the supermarket, had an odor she found unpalatable, but it was perfect for Kola. After finishing a large basin of dog food, Kayle's once emaciated belly finally swelled. It stood before the sofa, fixated on Jiang Ning, its eyes suddenly brimming with tears. Unprepared for this, Jiang Ning felt a surge of emotion. She embraced Kola, weeping for a lifetime of fear and resentment, loneliness and despair. The dog's head rested on her shoulder, emitting soft whimpers. Kola, too, cried, lamenting that Jiang Ning did not abandon her like the previous caretaker, and instead offered affection and nourishment. Could it dare to trust humanity once more? The bond between them deepened, as both human and dog wept for an extended period. After their tears subsided, Jiang Ning felt liberated from her previous confusion and fear. Reborn into this world of scarcity, her sole desire was to survive, to endure a little longer. Yet now, her aspirations had evolved. She not only wished to live well and long, but also to protect Kola. Once calm, she began to inspect Kayle's body. The sight was harrowing, revealing numerous fresh and old wounds, along with a severe skin condition characterized by an array of lesions. The dog's fur was a disheveled mess, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. Jiang Ning administered anti-inflammatory medication and retrieved clippers to shave Kayle's fur. She disinfected the wounds with iodine and applied a traditional medicine. Lacking specific pet medications, she rummaged through her supplies for a comparable ointment and gently applied it to Kayle's skin. Although Kola did not resist, it continually attempted to lick its wounds. Now gone to the point of being skeletal, the absence of its fur was a painful sight. Jiang Ning found her number 7 jersey and dressed Kola in it, petting its head as she reassured, "Once I nurse you back to health, you will be handsome." She was not concerned about food supplies. Her storage was ample enough for both her and Kola to last indefinitely. Furthermore, there was the black soil garden for cultivation. The ground was damp and devoid of a dog bed, so she laid down several pieces of cardboard and found a durable, lazy sofa from her supplies. Without needing instruction, Kola instinctively recognized this as its new bed. It was soft, comfortable, and finally felt like home. The weary dog nestled into its bed and drifted into a deep slumber. Jiang Ning, carrying her heavy backpack, knocked on the door of 1801 before gathering everyone in 1803. Before their astonished eyes, she opened the cumbersome bag. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were taken aback, repeatedly counting the stacks of money. 1 million? Jiang Ning noted it, explaining that she had found it in a cashier's office of an office building during her outing. If this were before the calamity, they would have been ecstatic, but now, confronted with such a substantial sum, their spirits were dampened, for money had become nearly worthless. Rice prices had soared to 500 yuan per jean, with a daily purchasing limit of just 1 jean, and it had been salvaged from the water. It was consumable, yet the risk of it being unsafe loomed large. How could one spend such an immense amount? Holding it felt as though it would sprout fur. Jiang Ning cautioned them that it was already fortunate to procure any food. The future was uncertain, and they might soon find themselves unable to buy anything. Lu Yu, ever the inquisitive one, remarked on the purchasing limitations, noting that the quantities released daily were minimal, leaving many to wait in vain overnight queues. However, there were indeed individuals reselling food, also salvaged and dried, at an exorbitant price of 2,000 yuan per jean. How ironic it was that 1 million could only buy 500 jeans of rice. Are there any connections? The government was cracking down on profiteering, confiscating any illicit gains, and not everyone had access to such networks. The value of money would only continue to diminish, and bartering was becoming increasingly prevalent. One could never know when currency might become obsolete. Thus, they needed to figure out how to spend it wisely tomorrow. With food scarce, how could they spend it? Whatever the department store sold, they would buy. Jiang Ning steered the conversation toward the impending cold. It was already October, a time when t-shirts were once sufficient, but now blankets were necessary for sleep. If the rain persisted into winter, how would they manage? Nevertheless, the group of 3 oblivious to reality agreed to raid the department store tomorrow, seizing whatever they could find. The resident of 1801 remained silent, his deep-set eyes revealing no emotions. He appeared to be part of the group, yet remained distant and vigilant. His gaze was sharp and penetrating, as though he could see through a person's very soul, which left Jiang Ning with an uneasy feeling. As she left 1803 and approached her front door, Hua Yishan suddenly spoke up. "Jiang Ning, may I discuss something with you?" "Please, go ahead." "I was once a special police officer," Hua Yishan explained, "but I retired due to injury and moved here. During my service, I often worked alongside police dogs, so I possess some experience in training them. The Malinois you brought back is a new breed of police dog, known for its superior physical abilities, obedience, and combat skills. If trained properly, its combat effectiveness could rival that of several adults, which would be immensely beneficial for the 18th floor." Jiang Ning was taken aback. She had initially suspected him of having a military background, but after witnessing his ruthless demeanor, she had dismissed the thought, considering him either a professional assassin or mercenary. To her astonishment, he was indeed a special police officer. Calculating from his words, he had only recently retired. How could he remain so unflinching in the face of violence? While her suspicions remained, she acknowledged that everyone has their secrets. As long as he posed no threat to her, Jiang Ning had no intention of prying into his past. Regaining her composure, she inquired, "What are your terms?" Chapter 37. Miss, do you need food? Even though it is known that Kola is not particularly strong, there is still hope that it can become more formidable. After all, no one can resist the allure of dog meat when faced with the threat of starvation. Hence, Kola must grow stronger. Hua Yixin's request is quite simple. I will help you train the dog, and you will teach Dodo to read. This requirement leaves Jiang Ning somewhat dumbfounded. Dodo is both clever and obedient, and she could easily teach it herself. Hua Yixin's demeanor appears somewhat unnatural as he replies, I cannot teach it. Training dogs is much easier. Jiang Ning feels a bit awkward but agrees. All right, then let's make an exchange. You help me train the dog, and I'll teach Dodo to read. As she opens the door, a shadow leaps forward, emitting a low whimper filled with anxiety and restlessness. Its paws incessantly scratching at Jiang Ning. She comforts it. It's all right. I'm not going anywhere. Having fed it a piece of sausage, the stray dog remains restless, following her closely, unwilling to leave her sight. Today, not only is she exhausted, but also famished. The unexpected reunion with Kola is indeed a cause for celebration. Jiang Ning prepares steamed pork ribs, drunken goose, farmhouse stir-fried pork, and beer. Even though she is not particularly hungry, the dog's eyes are fixated on her. Drooling in anticipation, she offers it some light pork ribs while she relaxes by watching a show. Kola, clearly eager, leaps onto the sofa and rests against her, occasionally nudging her shoulder with its paw. When Jiang Ning remains unmoved, it scampers to its food bowl, bringing it back with a plea. Hey, where's my food? Such a clever creature. Jiang Ning tosses it a bone to chew on, warning, don't overeat. There will be plenty of delicious food every day. After dinner, she still needs to teach Kola to go to the bathroom. Not only Kola, but also the pair of rabbits and their litter. The balcony, enclosed with glass, remains damp, making the rabbits lethargic. She lays down plenty of cardboard to help them feel better. As they become accustomed to their surroundings, they no longer shy away from her. Wandering around the house, upon seeing the rabbits, Kola's eyes gleam with excitement, instinctively pouncing towards them with the intent to bite. Jiang Ning quickly halts it with a fierce gaze. No, from now on, her and Kola's meat consumption will rely entirely on them. Kola, having previously spent time with her, understands her temperament and manages to suppress its itching teeth, biding its time until hunger strikes. Kola, displaying remarkable intelligence, manages to relieve itself in the designated trash bin lined with a black garbage bag after just over an hour of instruction. The rabbits, however, remain unresponsive to her teachings, requiring her to clean up after them several times a day. Feeling drained, Jiang Ning declares, Kola, from now on, the responsibility of taking care of them falls to you. Be a sensible dog and help your owner with the chores. By the time they finish, it is already late at night. Jiang Ning retires to bed, only to find Kola dragging its bed in after her. Well, she understands its need for security. Throughout the night, she wakes several times, disturbed by Kola's restlessness. Sensitive to sound, it stirs at the slightest noise from downstairs, standing guard at the stainless steel door. The long period of being astray has altered the dog's nature, making it less prone to vocalize and alert potential threats. Despite being merely a residential building, it encompasses the myriad complexities of life, rife with sordid and unsightly matters. Awoken by the anxious Kola just past 7 in the morning, Jiang Ning opens the door to find Yang Weizong's classmates incessantly knocking. Jiang Ning, Song was injured by you yesterday and bitten by your dog. He has a fever now, and you must take responsibility for this. Jiang Ning shuts the door, proceeds to wash up, and prepares breakfast, a simple bowl of pork bone and offal soup with 2 small steamed buns. Kola enjoys half a bowl of dog food, along with 4 steamed buns. Just as she tidies up, Lu Yu arrives to knock on the door, ready to discuss the day's mission, spending 1 million. Zheng Weili, besides taking care of the child, now has the added task of watching over the dog. A sandbag has appeared in the corridor, which Lu Yu and Zhang Chao brought back for her to practice boxing, advising her not to use them as targets anymore. By 9 o'clock, they arrive at the department store, which is packed with people. Suddenly, an announcement blares over the loudspeaker, stating that the food is already sold out, and those in need should come early tomorrow. I arrived at midnight last night. How could it be gone? Jiang Ning exclaims. I lined up since 9 last night, yet I still didn't get served. A chorus of lamentations fills the air, with discontent bubbling over. But what can be done? With armed soldiers patrolling, even a rush into the store would yield no food. Exhausted faces linger, full of reluctance, before ultimately departing in despair. Most visitors to the department store come solely for food, often hoping to pick up other items along the way. Once the crowd disperses, the vast store feels eerily empty. Compared to the last visit, the available goods have noticeably diminished. Anything that could fill a stomach has been snatched away. They do, however, offer purified drinking water at 10 yuan per liter, requiring customers to bring their own containers. The thought of floating corpses in the water makes Lu Yu and Zhang Chao lose interest. The store primarily features electronics, clothing, bedding, and various household items, leaving those with money unable to spend it. Only 2 inflatable boats remain, but at 50,000 yuan each, Lu Yu hesitates to make a purchase. Jiang Ning has a clear goal: to prepare life-saving supplies for extreme cold. Although she does not lack for essentials, she cannot provide for them without first securing a safe path. With living necessities skyrocketing in price, clothing and bedding have not increased significantly, as everyone wishes to conserve their funds for food purchases. As they stroll through the store, Jiang Ning's eyes catch sight of a mink coat. The knee-length purple mink is soft to the touch and provides remarkable warmth. Upon glancing at the price tag, she sees it reads 49,999 yuan. Both men S and women S styles are available, and the price difference is negligible. Jiang Ning decides on 7 pieces in one breath, ensuring Kola has a share as well, planning to alter it later. In a single swipe, she spends 350,000 yuan, causing Lu Yu's heart to bleed. Why not choose something cheaper? He suggests. If not now, should we save it for toilet paper? Beyond the mink coats, there are also warm cotton jackets, down jackets, windbreakers, comforters, socks, boots, thermal underwear, and more, allowing them to purchase whatever they desire. Regrettably, there are no pet supplies, or else she would stock up for Kola too. Just as she is deliberating, a middle-aged man approaches and whispers, "Miss, do you need food?" With shifty eyes, he appears to be of dubious character. Jiang Ning had noticed him lurking while she was buying the mink coat, initially thinking he was a pickpocket or a robber, only to discover he is a food vendor. "What kind of food?" she inquires. "Rice," he replies. "Is it soaked in water?" The middle-aged man nods, stating that there are also dry options, but they come at double the price. What is the cost? The soaked rice is priced at 2,500, while the dry rice is 5,000. Jiang Ning ponders. How can I trust that the soaked rice won't poison me? Rest assured, miss, we conduct our business with utmost integrity, treating both the young and the old fairly. He produces a handful of broken rice from his pocket, which appears yellow and dull, but lacks any discernible odor. How much do you have? Whatever amount you need, I can provide. After calculating her expenses, Jiang Ning declares, I'll take 250 jin at 2,000 per jin. The middle-aged man, now holding the rice, appears stunned. Chapter 38. A fortuitous encounter with a pig. Casting a sidelong glance at the man, Jiang Ning turned to find Lu Yu and the others, guiding them to try on the mink coats. The mall had only 10 pieces, and the styles and sizes might not be suitable. Yet the money was simply burning a hole in her pocket. As Zhang Chao tried on a coat, he jested, I feel like I've been adopted by a wealthy woman. Jiang Ning wrinkled her nose in disdain, replying, Sorry, you're not my type. The two continued their playful banter when the man approached again. Miss, if you really want it, we can negotiate. With 4 of them standing together, he dared to approach, suggesting he was not there to rob them. Jiang Ning relayed the situation, and both Lu Yu and Zhang Chao expressed their delight, even tasting a handful of the goods, finding it comparable to what they would buy at the mall. Rest assured, the quality is absolutely impeccable. The man, unexpectedly thrilled, mentioned he had only 5 kilograms on him, but could arrange for more if they were interested. The 4 of them huddled to discuss, with Hua Yishan expressing concern, suggesting they should be wary of potential deceit. The safest approach would be to conduct multiple transactions. After reaching an agreement, Jiang Ning returned to negotiate with the man, stating they would take 250 kilograms but insisted on picking it up in increments of 50 kilograms daily. Right at the entrance of the department store, the man hesitated, acknowledging that he couldn't make such decisions, but promised to ask immediately, rushing off to consult. Jiang Ning set aside 500,000, preparing everything she needed without overspending, and finally added an extra mink coat to reach her desired amount. With several compression bags in tow, she paid and packed the clothes and blankets. It was astonishing how many people were starving and broke, while the wealthy could indiscriminately squander 500,000. The cashier nearly dropped her eyes in disbelief, feeling as though she had encountered a spendthrift heiress. Just as they exited the department store, the sharp-nosed monkey eagerly approached, announcing, "Our boss has agreed. We can proceed with the transaction." He glanced over at a masked man not far away, who was carrying a heavy sack made of snake skin. After exchanging glances, they moved to a secluded corner. Hua Yishan approached to inspect the goods, confirming their quality before nodding at Jiang Ning. She handed the pre-prepared black garbage bag filled with 100,000 to the sharp-nosed monkey, who quickly stowed it in his backpack for verification. The department store had military personnel maintaining order, making it unlikely for anyone to dare engage in illicit activities. With the transaction successfully completed, they agreed on the time for the next day's trade, and the four of them swiftly departed in a speedboat. The boat was stocked with supplies, and Lu Yu and Zhang Chao remained vigilant, while Hua Yishan navigated away from crowded areas. Although the detour was considerably longer, it provided a clearer view, allowing them to detect any approaching individuals promptly. Suddenly, Lu Yu, peering through binoculars, exclaimed, "What is that?" Zhang Chao followed his gaze, spotting something bobbing in the distance. "Is it a corpse?" Jiang Ning took the binoculars, focusing intently. It appeared to be a pig. A pig? The group gasped in surprise, observing closely. Indeed, it was a living pig. How long had it been since they had eaten pork? With dog meat prohibited, surely pig meat was acceptable. The speedboat slowed down, redirecting towards the pig in the rushing water. It truly was a living pig, its head quite substantial. While pigs can swim, they were no match for the torrential current, merely floating along with the flow. Surprisingly, upon seeing the approaching humans, it did not panic but emitted a sound that seemed like a plea for help. Maneuvering the speedboat closer, they used their paddles to block the pig's path in the water, and Zhang Chao reached out to grab its front leg. The pig squealed and struggled, though not excessively, likely exhausted from its ordeal in the water. The group worked together to haul the pig aboard, noting its sizable frame, albeit rather thin, perhaps weighing around 200 pounds. The pig lay on the speedboat, gasping for air. Suddenly, Jiang Ning pulled out an electric shock baton, and the pig let out two shrill cries before collapsing, unconscious. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao exchanged glances, while Hua Yishan calmly suggested, "We should find a place to butcher it. We cannot take it back. If discovered, it could lead to serious trouble." Zhang Chao quickly regained his composure, proposing they head to a nearby construction site where few people would be around, and it was not too far from their current location. Thus, the speedboat changed direction. Approximately 6 or 7 kilometers away, they spotted several partially constructed buildings submerged in water. After docking the speedboat, the three men lifted the pig onto the shore, and Jiang Ning handed over the butchering knife. She refrained from participating in the slaughter, opting instead to ascend the building while they worked. The higher she climbed, the more construction materials she noticed, plenty of cement bricks and steel bars. Jiang Ning wasted no time. The Black Earth Garden required an accumulation of over 1,800 cubic meters, and she needed to find a way to stockpile it. She collected everything, knowing these materials, though seemingly useless now, would be indispensable for future reconstruction after an earthquake. This location was open to anyone, and she had no fear of Lu Yu and the others suspecting her. When she descended, the pig had already been butchered. With 1801 holding the knife, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao assisted, discussing how to divide the pork. Except for Jiang Ning, everyone was a culinary novice, and 1801 had already proven to be a disaster in the kitchen. Despite his ruthless demeanor during the slaughter, he was known to burn even porridge. If they couldn't manage the pig meat, it was futile to expect them to handle the offal. Thus, they unanimously decided to split the pork into 4 portions, reserving the offal for Jiang Ning. Sure, I won't be shy about it. I'll prepare it and invite you all to eat. 1803 claimed half a pig, while the remaining half was divided between 1801 and 1802. What Ishan inquired of Jiang Ning, which half do you want? I'll take the front half. In truth, the rear half had more meat, but the head could be marinated and the skull could be used for broth. What Ishan felt he had gained an advantage, cutting a larger portion for her. Jiang Ning observed, but said nothing. Unable to fully utilize the space at home, she directed the butchering into smaller chunks, packing them neatly into black plastic bags, making it impossible for anyone to discern their contents. Lu Yu expressed concern. If we eat the meat, won't the others notice? We're on the top floor. If anything floats away, it will drift upwards. As long as we close the doors and windows tightly while cooking, even if some escapes, the rain will wash it away. It should be fine. Lu Yu cheerfully replied, all right, let us celebrate tonight. After enduring such tough times, we deserve something exciting. How about we do it together? If we cook separately, the flavors will be too strong, Zhang Chao suggested, eager for a lively gathering and to strengthen ties with the aloof 1801. Lu Yu agreed, proposing Jiang Ning take the lead in cooking, as her culinary skills were the best among them. Seeing that 1801 had no objections, Jiang Ning agreed, I have hot pot base. Why not have hot pot? The others nodded in enthusiasm, their mouths watering at the thought of hot pot. Upon returning to Jinrong community, the 18th floor once again stirred a commotion. A boat full of supplies sparked envy that made others green with jealousy, but they had no means to retaliate. Many desired to ally with the 18th floor, yet found their offers rebuffed. The 4 had prepared well, stuffing rice and pork into large backpacks, leaving only winter clothing and blankets visible. No matter how discreet they tried to be, many still harbored jealousy. But what did it matter? The 18th floor was known for its fierce reputation, especially with that girl wielding a knife. Chapter 39. The capture of live pigs. Do not be deceived by the young girl's tender age. Her heart harbors darkness. The residents of the 8th and 12th floors are her fellow alumni, and one unfortunate woman had her ribs shattered while her hair was cruelly shorn. The plight of the man was even worse. After being bitten by a dog, he was subsequently stabbed and carried off to the hospital in the morning. Truly, one ought to tread carefully around her. At that moment, He Jian's team returned, their faces smeared with dirt, bringing back only a meager supply of firewood. Every place that could be searched had been thoroughly ransacked. Even the moldy bread had been snatched away. Looking up at the 18th floor, which seemed to have gathered a bountiful harvest, one could only sigh in despair. How could the disparity within the same building be so vast? As soon as they reached the 18th floor, Kola burst out of room 1803, leaping onto Jiang Ning, whining incessantly in complaint. The loyal companion lamented, you promised not to abandon me. Are you deceiving a dog? Dodo also rushed over, cheerfully clinging to her waist. Sister Kola and I've been very well behaved today. Jiang Ning could only chuckle in exasperation. Just as she was about to mention the little cotton-padded jacket from room 1801, Kola dashed towards it, exclaiming, brother, Dodo misses you so much. As per their usual custom, everyone convened in room 1803 to divide their spoils. Upon learning that they had procured a pig, Zheng Weili, in a mix of excitement and concern, said, how do we preserve the meat without a functioning refrigerator? Half a pig is far too much to consume in just a few days. We cannot allow it to spoil. Room 1801 made a surprising suggestion. I have a car refrigerator that operates via USB. The meat should fit perfectly, though its charging is slow due to insufficient lighting, causing it to intermittently stop and start. A car refrigerator? Jiang Ning suddenly recalled that she had acquired several in her space. I believe the landlord also has one. I'll check his room shortly. While their storage issues seemed resolved, the meat in room 1803 could not be left to rot. Zhang Chao proposed, why don't you both eat some of the pork here? Jiang Ning had no objections, but realized that even in a few days, it would still be too much to finish. You can cut the fatty parts to render lard. We can have hot pot tonight. And any leftovers can be salted for preservation. The cool, rainy weather will allow it to last a few days. Zhang Chao's eyes sparkled with desire. Aren't we having lunch? You can eat, but I must make another trip to see if I can find some dog food for Kola, she replied. Lu Yu expressed concern. Shall we accompany you? No need. Just focus on preparing half the pig. Worried that these life novices would mishandle the lard, Jiang Ning cautioned. Make sure to separate the pig skin before frying the fat. Be careful of splattering grease. Upon returning home, Jiang Ning quickly prepared a dish of fish-flavored shredded pork to satiate her hunger, administered medicine to Kola, and then planned to venture out again. Kola clung to her pant leg, distressed. Are you going to abandon me again? Jiang Ning affectionately patted its head. Be a good dog and guard the house. I'm just going to gather some meat for us. The pig had floated down the river, and she remembered there was a large pig farm upstream. If it had indeed come from there, surely there was more than just one pig. The upstream river was flanked by several hills, and the pigs might have swum across to escape. With her space not holding much pork and now needing to care for Kola, Jiang Ning decided to take a chance. Wishing to make a quick trip, she was thwarted by Kola's insistence to accompany her. Thus, she relented and brought Kola along, knowing that dogs excelled in tracking prey. Kola lacked a raincoat, so Jiang Ning fashioned a makeshift one from a plastic bag, cutting holes for its head. The result was comically unsightly. Stifling her laughter, she took a photo of her dog donned in its plastic armor. Together, they set out in a speedboat towards Fengshan. The mountain's elevation was modest. With Fengshan Park at its base, now submerged beneath water, they found a gentle slope to dock the boat, ensuring no one was around before stowing it away in her space. The ascent featured both stone steps and a concrete path. To conserve energy, Jiang Ning opted for the latter, all the while keeping an eye on the foliage lining the path. Among the underbrush, she spotted remnants of pig droppings that had not been washed away by the rain, sparking joy in her heart. Her intuition had proven correct. As they progressed, Kola suddenly barked, eager to charge ahead. Jiang Ning quickly covered its mouth. Let us sneak into the village. We must avoid alerting anyone. Kola immediately understood, shifting into stealth mode, tail tucked and eyes gleaming with mischief as they moved forward. Not long after, a pavilion came into view. Through her binoculars, Jiang Ning was astonished to see 12 pigs sheltering from the rain within. Pigs are omnivores and can subsist on grass, but these had clearly been washed down for some time, their bodies devoid of fat. Upon noticing their presence, the pigs seemed inclined to flee but were too lethargic to do so. Unable to keep live animals in her space, Jiang Ning retrieved her most powerful electric prod, capable of incapacitating them. Entering the pavilion, she swiftly targeted the nearest pig. It had no time to squeal before collapsing. Startled, the remaining pigs bolted from the pavilion. Kola dashed ahead, fiercely herding them back, resorting to biting those that strayed. Thus began a chase through the rain, humans, dogs, and pigs in a chaotic pursuit. She chased, Kola blocked, and the pigs found themselves trapped. In less than 15 minutes, all 12 pigs were rendered unconscious. Jiang Ning ensured their demise with additional shocks before storing them in her space. To her delight, Kola proved to be a remarkable hunting companion, earning a reward of a salted chicken leg. Kola, let us continue our efforts to stockpile enough pork for a lifetime, so we can indulge in sumptuous meals every day. Wong, it barked, eager for more meat. Together, they resumed their search along the mountain. Kola took the lead, utilizing its instincts to scout for more prey. Pigs tend to be social creatures, and under Kola's guidance, Jiang Ning soon discovered a second group of 9 pigs. Their size is comparable to the previous group. With one chasing and the other flanking, they navigated through the thicket. Although the terrain was not steep, it was slippery, causing both humans and pigs to lose their footing, while Kola nimbly maneuvered towards Jiang Ning. Once again, all 9 pigs were successfully captured. With a total of 21 pigs in tow, Jiang Ning walked with a newfound swagger. As they continued their hunt, they discovered more groups, eventually taking down a total of 68 pigs, easily yielding over 10,000 pounds of pork. After thoroughly scouring Fengshan, no further signs of pigs were found. By now, evening had descended, and Jiang Ning made her way down the mountain with Kola. As they walked, Kola suddenly darted off like an arrow, quickly vanishing into the dense underbrush. Alarmed for its safety, Jiang Ning hurried after it. When she arrived, she found Kola furiously digging in the dirt, barking fiercely, its eyes glinting with a predatory intensity. Chapter 40. Hot pot on the 18th floor. Jiang Ning surveyed her surroundings and discovered rabbit droppings. This creature often went hungry, valuing survival resources more than she did, to the extent of not sparing even wild rabbits. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Jiang Ning began to search the vicinity and soon found an entrance to a burrow, hastily blocking it with mud. Before long, a gray shadow darted out from the hole and scurried away. Kola, like a flash, sprinted after it, biting its neck and forcefully slamming it to the ground. After a few tussles, the gray rabbit lay still. Then Kola returned to Jiang Ning, proudly displaying its catch, meat. After relishing the thrill of the hunt, it continued to dig and extracted a large gray rabbit from a burrow. It did not stop there, retrieving 3 medium-sized rabbits, all lined up neatly. Wild rabbits hold no value compared to domesticated ones, and since she and Kola were not in need of meat, she decisively disposed of them into her space. On her way back, she intentionally detoured to the pig slaughtering area, collecting all the building materials stacked around the other properties into her space. The space consumed the items, startling Kola, whose eyes widened in surprise. Woof! Jiang Ning patted its head, reassuring, "Don't be afraid, sister knows magic." Upon returning to the community, the sky gradually darkened. Countless pairs of eyes were still watching. Upon seeing Jiang Ning return with only a bundle of firewood, their hearts finally found balance. Life on the 18th floor was not always so fortunate. Just as she reached the top of the stairs, Zhang Chao met her, asking, "Why are you back so late?" "Lu Yu and I were just about to head out to find you." Exhausted, Jiang Ning replied, "I searched several places, and not only did I not find any dog food, but I couldn't even find a piece of furry bread. The nearby areas have been thoroughly rummaged, making it difficult to find anything." Lu Yu looked concerned. "I've heard that some communities have been robbed. We need to be cautious even if we do not go out." After exchanging a few words, Jiang Ning entered the house, shedding her raincoat and changing clothes, then plucked the vegetables from the balcony. The greens had been nourished with nutrient solution and were thriving, though the leaves were slightly yellow, indicating a difference from those grown under normal sunlight. However, considering it was rainy, they had fared quite well, since consuming only meat would upset her stomach. She also grabbed a bag of mushrooms, which were flourishing with pleurotus and hypsyzygus. In apartment 1803, the trio was astounded, not only with their vegetables, but also fresh, plump mushrooms. "And Ning, you could participate in a survival challenge show. I was just lucky. When I moved in, I happened to find a box of mushroom bags online, and I never expected they would actually grow. There's nothing you can't figure out. Sticking with a Ning, we will never go hungry." The atmosphere was quite harmonious as the group busied themselves in the kitchen. Soon, Hua Yishan and Dodo arrived to help, bringing 10 eggs and half a pound of noodles. "And Ning, we need you at home," Zheng Weili joked. "It was so quiet on the 18th floor when you weren't here. Just look how lively it has become since your return." The mood was pleasant, and Jiang Ning felt good, waiting to showcase her culinary skills tonight. She took charge, leading the cooking team of life novices. Zhang Chao chopped ribs. Lu Yu washed lean meat. Zheng Weili picked the greens, while Dodo clutched the mushroom sticks tightly, saying, "Sister, I want to grow mushrooms too." The little girl was extraordinarily well-behaved, and Jiang Ning nodded. "All right, I'll give you one tomorrow, but you must take proper care of it." Dodo instinctively glanced at Hua Yishan, seemingly seeking his approval. "Brother." Seeing the desire in her eyes, Hua Yishan replied, "Remember to thank your sister." Dodo joyfully dashed over, exclaiming, "Thank you, sister. I can grow mushrooms now." Jiang Ning ruffled her hair, saying, "Take good care of it." Lu Yu almost cut his hand while slicing the meat, prompting Jiang Ning to step in and slice the meat thinly, marinating it with a bit of oil, starch, and soy sauce. She first sauteed the hot pot base in a pot, then poured it into a dual-flavor pot for cooking, while the other side contained a light mushroom broth, to which she added a few scallion roots and some rehydrated dried matsutake mushrooms. The living room in 1803 was spacious. Everyone shut the doors and windows tightly, placing the dual-flavor pot on a portable gas stove, and soon, the rich, enticing aroma of the hot pot wafted through the air. They gathered around the pot, smiles lighting their faces, and simply inhaling the scent made them salivate. The ribs went into the pot, and the marinated lean meat was ready to be cooked in just a minute. "This is bliss," Zhang Chao exclaimed, having burned his tongue. "This meat is both tender and fragrant." The others wasted no time and joined in with their chopsticks. Dodo could not eat spicy food, so Hua Yishan picked out non-spicy pieces for her. Zhang Weili teased, "Dodo, isn't Ning's cooking better than your brother's?" Dodo cautiously glanced at her brother, then beamed, "Brother's food is also delicious." "Come on, everyone knows Hua Yishan's cooking skill is inversely proportional to his looks. He is even worse than Lu Yu, who lives off others. Where's Kola?" Zhang Chao turned to look around. Jiang Ning replied while eating at home, "Call it over. It's part of our team now." Zhang Weili, a fan of dogs, added, "Kola is amazing. It immediately senses any movement downstairs, as if it has ears for the wind." It was incredibly energetic. Not even Zhang Chao and Lu Yu combined could compete with it. With it watching the house, we'll finally be able to sleep well. Dodo also adored Kola, and everyone agreed to sum it over. "We must cooperate in the future. We can't treat anyone differently," Jiang Ning said, somewhat moved. "All right." She opened the door, allowing Kola to bring its food bowl over. Dodo picked up a rib from her bowl and stealthily fed it to Kola. The two little ones could not eat spicy food, so they could only scoop from the mushroom broth, which was deliciously sweet. Zhang Chao grabbed a few cans of beer, proclaiming, "Let us celebrate. We finally had a good meal." Everyone received a can, while Dodo had Sprite, and Kola enjoyed rib soup, barking woof. Lu Yu, sipping his beer, remarked, "If it weren't for the flood downstairs, who would have thought we were in an apocalypse after such a meal?" Zhang Chao stirred the atmosphere, saying, "As long as we work together, every day will be like this." After consuming most of the meat, they added kelp and winter melon to the pot. The winter melon, which Jiang Ning had brought, was durable and could last for months. The hypsizagus mushrooms were incredibly fresh, leaving a lingering taste in their mouths. The greens were equally delightful. A quick dip in the soup made them tender. The group hadn't eaten vegetables since the typhoon began, and now that they finally tasted them, it was sheer comfort akin to starving ghosts. If it weren't for Ning, I would have forgotten what vegetables taste like. The nutrient solution we brought back works wonders. It can promote rapid growth in greens, so we won't be lacking in vegetables in the future. This was splendid news, and everyone was overjoyed. Vegetables are great, they lift the spirit. As they ate and chatted, they eventually added a few handfuls of noodles to the pot, filling everyone's stomachs to the brim. Despite stockpiling a fair amount of supplies, under Zhang Chao's diligent reminders, Zhang Weili and Lu Yu dared not squander them. The trio maintained a diet of 7/10 full, primarily relying on porridge and noodles, and even hesitated to eat rice. Tonight's feast was utterly satisfying, a true delight. It felt like a dream. Awakening from it, the flood had receded, and the world was familiar once more. Was there really an apocalypse? Every night was filled with dreams. Yet in both dreams and reality, they remained submerged in water. This meal had released the pent-up frustration in their hearts, and only by organizing themselves could they gather the courage to persist. Someday, this natural disaster would end, and the beautiful life they once knew would return. Chapter 41. The caring dog. After dinner, the hot pot broth was not discarded, as tomorrow it would serve as the base for noodles. During these extraordinary times, any flavorful sustenance is a blessing. Concerns about excessive nitrite levels seemed trivial. The rendered fat had produced a golden, crispy residue, weighing at least 5 to 6 pounds, which could last them for quite some time. Zhang Weili inquired about the right amount of salt to use for the remaining meat. "There's not much salt left. We must make it last for nearly a year. If we sprinkle 2 to 3 pounds at once, it would be wasteful, but too little could lead to spoilage." Their luck in acquiring fresh pork was remarkable. Otherwise, they would have been deprived of even the scent of fresh meat in this apocalyptic world. However, they could not indulge recklessly. They needed to plan for the future. Seeing the three of them eager to hoard the meat, Jiang Ning finally spoke up. "The landlord's car fridge is quite spacious. I can render the fat, and, if I'm lucky, it might fit your portions as well." She considered retrieving a space-saving appliance for them, but their solar charger could hardly support it. Zhang Chao and the others were elated and offered to assist in cutting the fat for rendering. In her presence, they appeared utterly clueless about survival. Yet they were eager to help, perhaps fearing they would be scorned in the future. Jiang Ning felt hesitant to accept their help, saying, "No need. I can manage this myself. You should wash up and rest." Upon returning home, she stored the several pounds of meat in her space. Retrieve a multi-functional massage bathtub filled with hot water, plugged in the solar battery, and played soothing music as she closed her eyes to rest. Kola, with a bowl filled with bones, lay beside her, gnawing contentedly. Perhaps having earned the approval of the other bipeds, it seemed especially animated, crunching the bones with delight. Protecting its food was instinctive for dogs, yet Kola had a special fondness for its caretaker, leaving half a bowl of bones for Jiang Ning. Woof. Jiang Ning expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, but you should eat." She tossed a piece of sausage its way. The next day, waking naturally, Jiang Ning joined Zhang Chao and Lu Yu to trade broken rice at the department store, opting not to disturb Jiang Ning as the task was simple. After enjoying delicious pan-fried dumplings with Kola for breakfast, Jiang Ning not only rinsed her mouth, but also brushed the dog's teeth before taking the pig entrails to room 1803. She set up a stool and began preparing the entrails with Zheng Weili. Daodu came over, eager to help. "Sister, I can assist you." Jiang Ning worried about her getting dirty. Why not play with Kola instead? Once Kola arrived, the atmosphere on the 18th floor became much livelier. As long as there was any commotion downstairs, it would not miss a beat. What reassured Jiang Ning further was Kayleigh's principled nature. Daodu secretly tried to feed Kola the rendered fat, which made the dog drool, yet it refused to eat, gazing at her with pleading eyes. "Woo," Jiang Ning teased. "It's poisonous." Kola, startled, let the fat drop from its mouth. Jiang Ning stifled a laugh. "It's not poisonous, just teasing you. Go ahead and eat." The dog, still miffed, sniffed the fat for a while before cautiously beginning to eat. Zheng Weili nearby laughed heartily. "Kola is so clever. As long as you don't nod your head, it can resist temptation." This behavior was undoubtedly a product of living through hardship. Stray dogs must contend with human harassment, urban management capture, and numerous dog thieves employing various tactics. Without some wits, Kola would have perished long ago. However, it was indeed quite astute, seeming to have grown wiser, fully understanding human speech, and even taking on a role of discipline. The less intelligent De Hui and Xiao by consumed abundantly and relieved themselves often, which frustrated Jiang Ning. Kola, with authority, would clamp down with its jaws, pressing its paw down fiercely. No more messing around. Then it would grab them by the neck and drag them to the toilet, insisting they relieve themselves before it. Perhaps animals communicate more easily. After being firmly corrected by Kola several times, De Hui and Xiao genuinely learned their lesson. Upon waking today, Jiang Ning discovered they had used the toilet. As for the 10 baby rabbits, Kola had its own methods to deal with them. No matter who left a mess, Kola would scold De Hui and Xiao by, baring its teeth threateningly. "Are you going to take care of this? If not, I'll feast on you." Kola disciplined the rabbits, and the rabbits disciplined the babies. There was nothing they couldn't learn. My remarkable dog had swiftly become the ruler of the territory, commanding a small entourage of 12 followers. By noon, 1801 returned, and Jiang Ning and Zheng Weili had already cleaned the pig entrails, preparing pig offal, liver, and some lean meat, seasoning it into a mixture, while the fat was braised and cut into pieces. She outlined the menu for the day. For lunch, each person would have a bowl of pig offal soup and stir-fried fatty intestines. For dinner, onion stir-fried pig heart and peppered pig stomach pot. The remaining odds and ends would be saved for the next day. The vegetables and onions were Jiang Ning's, while room 1803 provided rice, flour, and oil. Room 1801 was equally generous. They always brought a substantial amount of food with them, but they were also aware of their limits. None of them were petty or calculating individuals, which is why they could come together harmoniously. Zhang Chao, thoroughly satisfied, remarked, and Ning, "You should cook for us from now on. When we try, we just ruin things." Jiang Ning swiftly declined. "I refuse to be your housekeeper. Occasionally cooking a meal is fine." Zheng Weili inquired, "Why did you return so late from trading for grain?" "We were worried something happened to you." The grain exchange went smoothly, but we went to a nearby office building afterward and, unfortunately, found nothing, Zhang Chao recounted. He mentioned that the price of rice at the department store had risen again, and the quantity was dwindling. The sharp-nosed monkeys they traded with did not take advantage of the situation, nor send anyone to follow them. Evidently, they still held some principles. Rice costing 2,000 per pound was beyond the means of ordinary people, and they sold as much as they could daily while risking capture. They were their major customers. Jiang Ning inspected the rice they had brought back, finding it of similar quality to yesterday's. The others, lacking experience, asked, "And Ning, how should we eat this rice?" Having been retrieved from the depths, who would dare eat it with confidence? They were momentarily uncertain. Seal in a bag. And if we truly run short on grain later, we can use it then, while keeping an eye out for any issues arising from consuming it. If no problems arise, we can mix it in when cooking. Liu Yu wholeheartedly agreed. You really think things through, and Ning. By the way, those sharp-nosed monkeys not only sold grain, but also collected items, exchanging them for tea, cigarettes, or medicine. They had gathered quite a bit, especially pharmaceuticals, as hospitals had run out of supplies. Even if there were some, they sold them by the pill, with prices skyrocketing. Possessing vital supplies undoubtedly provided more avenues for survival, which relieved Liu Yu and the others. How about we trade for some good rice? Jiang Ning disagreed. Our expenditure is already 50,000. That's enough to draw attention. We must avoid attracting trouble. While they lacked food, they would find medicine even scarcer. In due time, they could obtain more grain, and there was no need to rush. After their meal, Jiang Ning departed with room 1801. One of them asked, "Can we train today?" It appeared he was eager to start training the dog. Jiang Ning had no objections. She squatted down to discuss with Kola. "Kola, how about this big brother trains you every day from now on?" Kola narrowed its eyes, filled with suspicion and resistance, taking a few steps back. The presence of room 1801 was not particularly appealing to the dog. Chapter 42. A calculated move on the 18th floor? No way. Unfazed by the disdain of the dog, room 1801 bent down to speak to Kola. "You are quite intelligent, and your combat prowess is commendable. However, the outside world is fraught with peril. You must grow stronger to protect yourself and those you wish to safeguard." Jiang Ning interjected, gently petting the dog. "Kola, you will protect me, won't you?" The dog's eyes flitted between the two, displaying affection for its current owner while also cherishing the inhabitants of this floor. It had just savored their pig offal soup. The thought of being discarded to a dog meat restaurant if it did not grow stronger loomed large. After some contemplation, it acquiesced, nuzzling against Jiang Ning's embrace, resolving to protect her, for she could not abandon it. "Do not worry. We are merely separated by a wall, and we can see each other anytime." Upon returning home, she procured half a bag of dog food to hand over to Huishan. Kola is clever and holds grudges, yet it can be rather stubborn. If it behaves poorly, do not scold or hit it. Just inform me later. Huishan chuckled. "What do you take me for?" "One hand for the person and one for the dog." Dowdu beamed with delight, while Kola wore a sulky expression. After the exchange, Jiang Ning opened Dowdu's backpack, revealing an array of children's educational books and art supplies, though the assortment appeared cobbled together hastily. "Dowdu, have you attended kindergarten?" Dowdu shook her head, fiddling with her fingers. No. This child, nearly 5 years old, had never set foot in a kindergarten, and while she had initially been cheerful, the mention of it dampened her spirits. "Sister, am I very foolish?" Dowdu asked, her head lowered in sorrow. "Everyone else has been to kindergarten, but I have not." "You are not foolish. You are the smartest, Dowdu." Jiang Ning, though not a teacher, had been tutoring since high school, particularly adept at the knowledge required for the final year. Having never taught elementary students, she felt confident. After perusing the educational materials, she devised a plan to begin with Arabic numerals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Progressing from 1 to 10, then from 11 to 20. Teaching not only writing, but also numerical patterns. Although Dowdu had never been to school, her exposure to television and interactions with others facilitated her learning, and she dutifully sat down to complete her assignments. Room 1801, meticulous in its preparation, had even provided a complete set of stationery, including pencils and erasers. In less than half an hour, Dowdu had written out numbers up to 100. Jiang Ning rewarded her with a piece of candy, exclaiming, "Our Dowdu is truly remarkable." After mathematics, they transitioned to language arts, starting with pinyin. The clever child grasped concepts quickly, and, after assigning homework, Jiang Ning settled on the sofa to study resources on hydroponic vegetables, eager to master the subject. Dowdu, having completed her homework, remained, petting the large gray and white dog while reciting pinyin songs. When room 1801 did not arrive to collect her on time, Jiang Ning prepared instant noodles with ham, delighting the little one. Upon awakening from her afternoon nap, she faintly heard the sound of the dog running. Opening the door, she discovered Kola racing toward the rooftop stairs, engaging in a back-and-forth extreme sport, moving as swiftly as lightning. Room 1801 stood at the doorway, his expression stern, signaling to the dog. Despite its desire to bond with its master, Kola obeyed his gestures, tirelessly dashing back and forth. Jiang Ning frowned, fearing that the dog might become unruly. After 50 laps, room 1801 finally allowed Kola to stop. The dog panted with exhaustion, yet its expression radiated excitement. No need to worry. Belgian Malinois are not only lively but also possess great endurance. Running 50 kilometers daily is no challenge for them. Keeping them idle only leads to frustration, what Ishan remarked, crouching down to stroke Kayle's head. Good dog. Upon completing the training, Kola was rewarded with a piece of jerky. However, the dog declined, instead bringing it to Jiang Ning. This is my earned sustenance for you. Jiang Ning chuckled. All right, I shall save it for you. Returning to room 1801, she stood at attention. Today's training was officially concluded. During the handover, what Ishan inquired, how did Dowdu fare? Dowdu is splendid. She has learned all numbers below 100 in the alphabet. You may quiz her at your leisure. Just as she was about to ask about Kayle's progress, a commotion erupted from downstairs, growing increasingly intense. Peering down the staircase, it appeared that some individuals had returned from the shelter, attempting to establish a makeshift camp in the corridor, only to be met with resistance from the original residents. As the floodwaters continued to rise, the shelter became increasingly crowded, with inadequate food and sleep and the constant threat of theft. Returning to live in the corridor would indeed be far more comfortable. However, the original residents were understandably displeased. After all, natural disasters were already a dire situation, and having their passageway commandeered for others' use was simply intolerable. It felt akin to having a pack of wolves living just outside the door, capable of intruding at any moment. Who would not feel apprehensive? After all, before the typhoon had subsided, similar incidents had occurred more than once, and everyone had learned to be shrewd, refraining from engaging in benevolent acts. No floor was inclined to accommodate the returnees. Thus, they moved up one level after another, soon knocking on the door of the 17th floor. The family from room 403 appeared gaunt and filthy, their presence indeed prompting retreat. Ah, these people are quite audacious, conspiring to push them towards the 18th floor. Room 403 was aware that the 18th floor comprised unsavory characters, yet they were utterly out of options, kneeling in despair, pleading, "Let us stay by the rooftop door. We will not disturb you. You pleading with me is futile," Jiang Ning resolutely declared. "I will not open the door. The building has a floor leader elected by everyone. If you have difficulties, seek his assistance. If you cannot resolve even this minor issue, then the floor leader is of no use." The family from room 403 was not foolish and quickly grasped the situation. They took their family back to the 13th floor, refusing to leave, declaring, "We have resided here for over a decade. Let us see who dares to evict us today. If you do not allow us to stay on the 13th floor, then let floor leader he come out and arrange our accommodation." Minutes later, Jian stormed up, knocking on the door in exasperation, demanding, "Room 403 wishes to stay by the rooftop door. Let the 18th floor open the door." However, he was met with silence, as the 18th floor remained eerily quiet. Jian nearly kicked the door in frustration, but seeing the sharp, hardened spikes on the door, he could only bite his teeth and swallow his anger. No floor was willing to concede, leaving room 403 to nestle in the 13th floor. As days passed, the floodwaters continued to rise. Under Jiang Ning's diligent care, Kayle's skin condition improved, its ribs no longer visible, and with 1801's rigorous training, the dog even began to show hints of muscle definition. Room 1801 had drilled holes in the corridor wall and installed a rope specifically for training Kayle's jumping ability. With a running start, The dog leapt effortlessly over 2 meters high, firmly grasping the rope, swinging like a pendulum. As long as room 1801 did not issue a command, Kola held on tightly without releasing. It was undeniable that while room 1801 lacked experience in parenting, he excelled in dog training. Not just ordinary commands, but the sheer presence and the intensity of his gaze. How was it that Kola was beginning to resemble room 1801 more and more? The powerful aura, the steely gaze. With a single look or motion, they seemed to understand one another's intentions perfectly. Jiang Ning felt a twinge of jealousy. Room 1801 had seemingly stolen her dog away. Chapter 43. Medical fees. Jiang Ning felt a twinge of jealousy. What Ishan had taken her dog away. Fortunately, Kola recognized her as its owner and would snuggle into her arms upon return from training, always bringing its food bowl whenever they went out. There was no help for it. What Ishan's culinary skills were so poor that even the dog turned its nose up at the food, prompting Jiang Ning to prepare dog food in advance. Observing Kayleigh's transformation, Zheng Weili looked disdainfully at Lu Yu and Zhang Chao, remarking, "Look at you two. Even a dog outshines you." Despite the incessant rain, no one was idle. Zheng Weili diligently trained the two inept individuals daily. Whether their physical fitness improved was uncertain, but Jiang Ning, seeing their bruised faces, concluded they could still withstand a beating. Feeling a sudden urge, she decided to test their reflexes, only to find their dodging skills surprisingly adept. "Oh, you think you can hit us? Not a chance." They laughed mischievously. Unlike the lamentations echoing from other floors, the residents of the 18th floor were all making progress. Even Dodo was advancing, having learned to recognize pinyin and reciting the text about crows drinking water. The hydroponically grown vegetables thrived. Jiang Ning beamed at the sight of a row of lush lettuce on her balcony. The hybrid vegetables, robust in vitality, flourished rapidly with the added nutrients, growing considerably larger than ordinary greens. Daily observations revealed no signs of pests thus far. After tending to the outside, Jiang Ning entered her space to harvest Timothy hay for the rabbits. The grass was brought back by Feng Shan, who had also collected various wild grasses and saplings, planting what could be used and storing the rest. The garden was cluttered with countless pieces of furniture and building materials, yet ample black soil remained unoccupied. However, Jiang Ning chose not to cultivate vegetables or grains, as they were not in short supply, and planting would consume too much time. 2 hours daily were simply insufficient. What she lacked was not food, but time to freely reside within her space. Thus, she filled the available land with fruit trees, which required little maintenance. Just as she exited the space, she found Kola persistently pawing at the door. Upon opening it, she heard someone calling her from downstairs. Jiang Ning descended to see a young man supporting an elderly woman. "Hello, do you know how to treat illnesses?" he inquired. From behind the iron fence, she observed the old lady's pained expression and responded with a stoic demeanor. "What seems to be the problem? My grandmother has hurt her back, but the hospital has run out of medication and suggested we seek acupuncture from a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner," the young man, Zhongping, explained, his glasses lending him an air of refinement. "I heard you study traditional medicine. Could you help my grandmother? I know a bit about acupuncture, but I'm not particularly skilled. Are you sure you want me to treat her?" Jiang Ning replied. "It's hard to be sure. She's in so much pain that even sitting or lying down is a struggle, and she hasn't slept all night." Initially, Jiang Ning intended to refuse, but then reconsidered. "I can treat her, but my medical skills are limited, and I cannot guarantee a cure. Additionally, I must charge a fee. Is it possible to pay on credit?" Zhongping hesitated. "All my money is on my card, which I can't access until the flood recedes. I promise I'll pay you back immediately after." Fearing her refusal, he added, "I can pay interest." Jiang Ning declined, suggesting instead, "You can offer food as payment." Zhongping looked troubled, as he had little food left. Hearing about the food, Grandma Zhong quickly interjected, "At my age, I've lived enough. There's no need to treat me anymore." In truth, she was not particularly old, appearing to be just over 60. The instinct to survive is inherent in humanity. Who would willingly choose death? She simply wished not to burn her children. Zhongping reassured his grandmother, then turned to Jiang Ning, asking, "Can we offer something else in exchange?" "That depends on its value," she replied. I have a mountain bike that cost 18,000. I've only ridden it a few times. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. That will do. Zhong Ping descended to fetch the mountain bike, returning with it. Look, it's nearly new. The transaction was completed. It would cover 10 treatments. Jiang Ning accepted the bike but denied Zhong Ping entry, instructing him to return in an hour and a half. He carried the bike and helped his grandmother upstairs. Though Grandma Zhong was in considerable pain, she maintained a gentle demeanor, saying, "Thank you, young lady. No need to thank me. I am charging for this service." Jiang Ning replied, not allowing them into her home, but performing an examination in the corridor. The diagnosis revealed a strained back, which, while not a severe ailment, could be quite uncomfortable. Healing from such injuries typically takes 100 days. She retrieved a soft, comfortable bench from her space and brought it to the hallway for Grandma Zhong to lie on. Noticing her discomfort, Jiang Ning poured some blood-activating herbal liquor and began a massage. Though her technique was not expert, it provided some relief to Grandma Zhong. After easing her meridians, Jiang Ning took out silver needles to begin acupuncture. Having practiced at school and reviewed her skills recently, she approached the task with confidence, her hands steady as she inserted the needles. Surprisingly, the elderly lady, who had suffered from pain and sleeplessness for days, unintentionally drifted into slumber. Only when Jiang Ning removed the needles did she awaken, feeling significantly better. "Young lady, I did not expect your medical skills to be so proficient," she remarked. Back injuries are notoriously difficult to heal, especially in damp conditions. Jiang Ning advised her to rest adequately. Though she had pain relief medication and ointments in her space that could expedite recovery, she refrained from offering them. It was not out of concern for the cost of the medicines, but rather to prevent others from realizing she possessed such resources. "Could I ask you for a favor, young lady?" Grandma Zhong inquired, removing a jade bracelet from her wrist. "That bike is my grandson's treasure. Would you consider accepting this in exchange?" The bracelet appeared to be of good quality and likely held significant value. Jiang Ning, not greedy, responded, "Your injury cannot be cured in just 10 treatments. Once the flood recedes, you can redeem the bike with cash." Hearing that redemption was possible, Grandma Zhong felt reassured. In reality, their family was relatively well off. It was merely that the younger generation lacked the habit of carrying cash, leading to their current predicament. Once the arrangements were concluded, Zhong Ping returned to collect his grandmother. Noticing her improved condition, he graciously expressed his gratitude. After they departed, Zhang Xiao opened the door, saying, "And Ning, you've done well. You can now earn money by practicing medicine. It's not a serious illness. It was merely a matter of practice," she replied. In this post-apocalyptic world, skills for survival were vital, which was the fundamental reason Jiang Ning had not abandoned her studies. If they were to live in a base in the future, such knowledge would become invaluable. Lu Yu expressed envy, saying, "You chose a useful specialty, unlike me, studying software programming, which seems utterly useless." "Not necessarily. You may find it invaluable someday," Jiang Ning reassured him. Observing Jiang Ning's impressive progress, Lu Yu felt a sense of urgency and turned to seek out Zheng Weili for some boxing practice. Unable to apply his learning, he resolved to at least improve his physical fitness. With the damp weather making physical exertion particularly uncomfortable, Jiang Ning engaged in rigorous exercise in the living room. Sweating profusely after 2 hours, a knock at the door interrupted her. Hearing the commotion, Kola scampered to open it. Hua Yishan had come to collect Kola, and upon seeing Jiang Ning performing military boxing, he paused momentarily before entering. "Your movements lack precision. Your punches should be a bit higher," he advised, demonstrating with a professionalism that surpassed any instructional video. Jiang Ning accepted his guidance, raising her punches slightly. "Like this?" she asked. "Almost there," Hua Yishan replied, stepping closer to adjust her form. After completing a set of movements, he pointed out several areas for improvement. It was rare to see a girl deliver punches with such vigor, and feeling a sudden urge, Hua Yishan suggested, "Shall we spar a bit?" Chapter 44. The monkey steals the peach. Jiang Ning was taken aback. Her opponent was once a special police officer, and she felt at a disadvantage. However, this was not in her nature. Engaging with formidable opponents was the only way to elevate oneself. All right then. In truth, Zheng Weili had long desired to challenge him, but had never found the opportunity, so she was pleasantly surprised by the encounter. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Ning wasted no time and began to spar with him. Filled with youthful bravado, she launched her attacks fiercely. Yet, before Jiang Ning, Hua Yishan seemed like a master, effortlessly evading her strikes and countering with precision, leaving Jiang Ning in a somewhat flustered state. Having survived 3 arduous years in a post-apocalyptic world and possessing an indomitable spirit, Jiang Ning's competitive nature was fully ignited, and her attacks became increasingly unorthodox. Her self-taught, ruthless techniques, though lacking in finesse, proved remarkably effective in combat during these harsh times. Meanwhile, Kola, the loyal dog, seized a moment to intervene, abruptly leaping from behind to tug at Hua Yishan's clothing. In a comical twist reminiscent of a monkey stealing a peach, Hua Yishan, caught off guard by Kola's antics, was unable to dodge in time and was struck. His body froze momentarily, and the usually stoic expression on his handsome face turned crimson. Jiang Ning also felt as though lightning had struck her. Overwhelmed by a sudden rush of memories from her past, of being besieged in the apocalypse, she instinctively resorted to underhanded tactics. With a decisive blow, the air thickened with an eerie silence. Jiang Ning quickly withdrew her hand, stepping back in embarrassment and averting her gaze. "I'm sorry." After a long pause, Hua Yishan finally spoke. "That was well executed, but please refrain from using it against me in the future." He had dodged, but not entirely escaped the encounter. The pain was indescribable. Jiang Ning felt mortified, her toes digging into the ground. This technique had served her well in her previous life, allowing her to evade attacks and even turn the tables on her assailants. She had not expected to inadvertently use it on Hua Yishan. Kola, equally bewildered, tilted his head, wondering why they had stopped fighting. Hua Yishan stepped out of the living room and called Kola. The dog glanced at Jiang Ning for approval before grabbing his food bowl and trotting away. "You did well just now. Protect your master from any bad guys," Hua Yishan praised, patting Kola's head. "But I'm not a bad guy. I am your teammate." Listening to his words, Jiang Ning, her face aflame, wondered how they would face each other again in the future. Hua Yishan said nothing further and returned with Dodo. After ensuring the child was safely returned, he discovered that his door was locked, having taken Kola out for a brief errand. Just then, Granny Zhong arrived for a treatment session, and Jiang Ning asked Do to stay inside and play. Halfway through the acupuncture treatment, Hua Yishan returned with Kola, carrying a bundle of bamboo. He did not greet anyone, entering the room with a stern expression, likely irked. After sending Granny Zhong on her way, Hua Yishan approached to take Dodo, holding a black plastic bag containing a fish that Kola had caught. Jiang Ning opened the bag, revealing a sizable grass carp weighing 3 to 4 pounds. In the outskirts of Fengsheng, where many fish ponds existed, it was not unusual to find fish in the floodwaters. What was remarkable was Kola's ability to catch one. "Do you prefer sour fish or boiled fish?" Jiang Ning inquired, eager to apologize for her morning recklessness. "I didn't mean to. I'm truly sorry." As soon as she mentioned it, Hua Yishan's face flushed once more, his demeanor visibly awkward. "It's fine. I'm all right." After a brief pause, he added, "Dodo and Kola can't eat spicy food, so the sour fish is a better option." Upon learning of Kola's impressive feat, Zhang Chao and his companions couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Kola, you are amazing. From now on, we'll rely on you for both soup and meat." Kola, basking in the praise, barked enthusiastically. After several days without a communal meal, Hua Yishan, whose culinary skills were lacking, retrieved 3 pounds of pork belly. "We can't keep cooking in 1803. The scent will draw unwanted attention." Since Jiang Ning found it challenging to cook in her own space, they decided to shift operations to 1801. To express her sincere apology, Jiang Ning not only took charge in the kitchen, but also brought along pickled vegetables and bean sprouts. Although slicing the fish required some skill, it was no challenge for her, and the others would certainly not complain. After all, this was live fish. Who could claim to have such a luxury? As expected, Kola was elevated to unprecedented heights of admiration, with Zhang Chao and Lu Yu almost revering him. "Perhaps we should take Kola out more often. Who knows what else he might catch?" Jiang Ning, however, was not on board with the idea. With only the two of them, they would likely need Kayle's protection. Life outside was tough, and she could only imagine the greedy expressions on their faces upon seeing Kayle. Kayle, on the other hand, was thrilled at the prospect of going out, wagging his tail excitedly. While Jiang Ning filleted the fish, Hua Yishan stood beside her, washing the pork belly. Dodo loves pork belly. I didn't prepare it well last time, and she ended up with an upset stomach. Later, I'll cook it. Can you guide me? Of course, he replied. She was curious about Hua Yishan's culinary abilities, as Dodo was not new to having an upset stomach. After finishing the fish filleting, she handed over the clean cutting board, but Hua Yishan hesitated, pondering how to wield the knife. Slice it horizontally, into pieces the size of mahjong tiles. With clear instructions, the task became manageable, and he cut swiftly. Despite Hua Yishan's lack of cooking expertise, he had all the necessary seasonings, including garlic and ginger. Jiang Ning patiently guided him through the process. Zheng Weili, wanting to lend a hand, caught sight of the harmonious scene in the kitchen and, reflecting on the two of them taking turns caring for Dodo, sensed a budding connection. It was not her being overly sensitive. Hua Yishan was typically indifferent towards others, but he softened his demeanor around Jiang Ning and had no words for Kayle. Realizing this, she tactfully refrained from intruding. After preparing the pork belly and removing any blood, they blanched it and drained it before frying the pieces until they were lightly golden. Jiang Ning stood nearby, offering guidance, and noticed Hua Yishan appeared a bit tense while handling the spatula. She couldn't help but wonder why he wasn't afraid, considering his past. Noticing her surprise, Hua Yishan explained, "When I was young, I was mischievous and insisted on helping in the kitchen. I accidentally spilled hot oil on my arm, and since then, I've avoided the kitchen altogether. I only started learning to cook when I brought Dodo here. No wonder his culinary skills were so poor. It stemmed from a psychological trauma. After achieving a nice caramelization, he added cinnamon, star anise, and chili peppers, along with cooking wine and soy sauce, letting it simmer over low heat." Recalling the awkwardness of the morning, Jiang Ning not only instructed him on the steps for preparing pork belly, but also shared recipes for other homestyle dishes. Hua Yishan listened intently, only for Dodo to interject, "Brother can't remember. He messed it up even while following the recipe." Feeling a pang in his heart, Hua Yishan could only remain silent. Dodo clung to Jiang Ning, exclaiming, "Sister's cooking is so delicious. My brother and I want to eat your meals every day." Hua Yishan gently patted her head, assuring her, "Brother will learn." He truly lacked culinary talent and struggled to comprehend the vague instructions of a little or appropriate amount found in recipes. Dodo had become much livelier during this time, all thanks to her. After sending his sister off to play with Kayle, Hua Yishan turned to Jiang Ning. "Not only am I unable to cook, but I also lack experience in parenting. If there is anything I should pay attention to with Dodo, please let me know." There were things Jiang Ning had longed to express, but given her unfamiliarity with Hua Yishan, she hesitated. However, since he had broached the subject, she decided to be forthright. Dodo is fine in most aspects, but she may have some issues with her personality. Chapter 45. The golden ring is consumed upon hearing Jiang Ning's words. Hua Yishan furrowed his brow. Dodo is timid and afraid of trouble. Jiang Ning shook her head. She possesses a pleasing personality, seemingly terrified of inciting anger in others, and instinctively seeks to appease them. For instance, she would send eggs to her and Kola, and while doing her homework, she often glanced over to ensure she was not being disliked or rejected. Not only with her, but even her elder brother is cautious. In an attempt to please Hua Yishan, he silently endures injuries from practicing military boxing. Such a child can often evoke a sense of pity. Hua Yishan remained silent for a long time. Dodo is my parents' second child, born after they tragically passed away in a car accident 2 years ago while I was working away from home. Dodo had to be entrusted to my uncle for care. She used to be lively and cheerful, but upon my return from military service, I was astonished to find she had transformed completely. However, I believe she has been changing recently. She now dares to point out my shortcomings. Thank you for your correction. This affliction, Jiang Ning had once experienced as well, living in an orphanage in constant trepidation, always striving to please others in hopes they would notice her virtues. She was not alone. Most children there shared this plight, but thankfully, many eventually emerge from that mire. Dodo needs encouragement, yet more importantly, she must learn to express her genuine emotions, even the negative ones. In this apocalyptic world, failing to adjust Dodo's character and worldview promptly could pose significant dangers when faced with outsiders. This is a monumental task, one that only Hua Yishan can navigate through exploration. The braised pork was simmered to perfection, its color a brilliant red, flavor rich and aromatic, tender yet not greasy. Who claims he is a disaster in the kitchen? It seems she has managed to redeem him. As long as he directs appropriately, Hua Yishan can be a fine soldier, continuing to learn the art of making sauerkraut fish. With 6 individuals and a dog, 2 dishes were insufficient. Hua Yishan procured 6 eggs and 2 sausages, continuing to seek Jiang Ning's guidance. Zhang Chao and the others were astonished by his generosity. This fellow had an abundance of supplies. While they admired this wealth, they were acutely aware of the sensitivity surrounding resources in this era. They would not be foolish enough to pry into the matter, as misunderstandings or rifts during these times could be fatal. His willingness to share was commendable, and they felt grateful. 3 substantial dishes and a stir-fried bean sprout dish left them thoroughly satisfied, with not a drop of broth remaining. Ning, how do you sprout these bean sprouts? Hydroponic vegetables were still inedible, and Zheng Weili was desperate for greens after days without. However, the discomfort of using the restroom was a shared secret among those who experienced it. She was fortunate that Jiang Ning, a veritable encyclopedia, lived next door. That's simple. You just need water. Jiang Ning was forthcoming, explaining that they had collected plenty of mung beans and red beans from the office, sufficient to sprout bean sprouts for a long time. She outlined the general steps and shared the good news that the hydroponic lettuce would soon be ready for harvest. Once this batch was completed, she would teach them how to cultivate it. Zhang Chao savored the taste of the braised pork, unwilling to become complacent. Do you think if we ventured further, we might find more supplies? Jiang Ning encouraged them to prepare for the future, sharing that she had been engrossed in medical texts and lacked the time to gather supplies. If you have the opportunity, it seems to be getting cooler these days. Gathering firewood would also be prudent. Lu Yu jested, if I were on Ning, I wouldn't even need to go out. I could live off my medical skills. Today, she had treated a child suffering from abdominal pain. However, the parents had not taken the child to the hospital, opting instead to seek Jiang Ning on the 18th floor. The child had a weak stomach due to drinking contaminated rainwater. The parents had food, but were too afraid to reveal it, ultimately removing a gold ring from their finger to offer Jiang Ning instead. Holding the child, Jiang Ning ascended the stairs, resolutely forbidding the parents from following. After performing acupressure and acupuncture, the child's pain significantly alleviated. She advised the parents to boil their water before consumption and, if possible, to use purification tablets. Disposing of the gold ring into her storage space, she soon discovered it had been consumed. This further solidified Jiang Ning's conviction that she could gather resources through her medical practice, eliminating the need to venture into danger. Some supplies could also be obtained through this method. As the floodwaters continued to rise, life persisted in its routine. Hua Yishan completed his dog training tasks, and, upon seeing Jiang Ning drenched in sweat as she opened the door, asked, "Shall we spar?" She certainly wished to engage with a master. Yet did he not fear being outdone? Sure, he seemed unfazed by the potential for competition, so why should she worry? Hua Yishan, now wise to the situation, instructed Dodo to take Kola out to play. The living room appeared spacious after Jiang Ning had tidied up, removing unnecessary items. As they began to spar, both displayed a newfound level of rationality. Aware of his prowess, Jiang Ning did not hold back, targeting vital points and employing feints in her techniques. Hua Yishan's deep eyes flickered with surprise. Her skills were eclectic. She was indeed diverse yet lacked finesse, her movements dictated by circumstance rather than pattern. Having learned many ruthless techniques in her past life to survive the apocalypse, during their practice, Hua Yishan sensed a shift in her aura, entirely different from her usual demeanor, reminiscent of the ferocity she exhibited when incapacitating an opponent. He found himself admiring her, offering corrections and adjustments as they continued. Do you train on your own every day? Jiang Ning gained valuable insights and proposed, Shall we exchange techniques? After 2 hours of sparring, she proved to be more formidable than he anticipated, causing Huaishan to break a sweat. That sounds good. The next day, Dodo arrived with supplies, bringing noodles and eggs. Grateful for the free coaching, Jiang Ning welcomed the opportunity. Once Huaishan returned Kola, the egg and vegetable noodles were already prepared. The eggs showed signs of spoilage, likely to go bad if left for a few more days. As they sat down to eat, Jiang Ning reminded 1801, if there aren't too many, finish them quickly. If you can't, turn them into salted eggs. Salted eggs, while somewhat pungent, had a longer shelf life. Huaishan pondered, how do you make salted eggs? Clean the eggshells with high-proof liquor, moisten them, then roll them in salt. Wrap them in cling film and seal them in a plastic bag. Jiang Ning spoke as she ate, adding, also, Dodo has developed eczema. You need to apply some medication to her. They had brought back plenty of medicine, but the packaging had been discarded, leaving Huaishan unsure of which to use. Thank you. Could you help me find it later? Jiang Ning had prepared the meal, and Huaishan took it upon himself to wash the dishes. The assortment of medicines was vast, and after a lengthy search, she applied some to Dodo, advising her not to scratch as it could leave scars. Sister, you're so kind, just like my mother. Jiang Ning found herself both amused and exasperated, while Kola whimpered nearby, wanting some attention. The dog was endearing in many ways, yet perpetually jealous and unyielding. Whenever Big Gray or Little White sat next to her on the couch, Kola would immediately nudge them away and burrow into her embrace. Even though it had a good relationship with Dodo, it would still push its way over to her. With playful strokes of its head, she managed to coax the jealous pup back into her good graces. As they departed, she noticed Huaishan struggling in the kitchen, repeatedly rolling the eggs in salt, unsure of the right amount. Indeed, no one is perfect. While his appearance and skills were impeccable, he was utterly clueless when it came to the practicalities of life. Chapter 46. Disturbance at the door. Jiang Ning entered the kitchen, taking clean eggs and moistening them in a bowl of rice wine, then rolling them in salt before wrapping them in cling film. They would be ready to eat in a month. Just as she was about to take a nap, a knock echoed through the door. Residents of 1801 and 1803 were preparing to go out, with Dodo donning a raincoat as well. Huaishan contemplated taking the two out for some experience. Noticing Koli's exuberance, Jiang Ning hesitated but did not decline, saying wait. She returned to fetch her makeup kit, choosing muted colors to apply on Dodo's face. It was not wrong to let Dodo recognize the harsh realities of this cruel world, but her naturally delicate complexion made her an easy target. After applying the makeup, giving Dodo a haggard appearance, Jiang Ning finally felt satisfied. The dog approached, eager for its own embellishment. It wanted a ghostly visage, and with its dark brown face, it was already quite comical. Kola, feeling a blow to its confidence, huffed and left with the instructor without a backward glance. Upon waking from her nap, Jiang Ning prepared to administer acupuncture to Grandma Zhong. Grandma Zhong pulled out a cloth-wrapped sweet potato from her pocket, exclaiming, "Xiao Ning, my back feels much better. Thank you so much." The sweet potato was still warm, but Jiang Ning declined, stating, "I charge for my medical services. Please keep it for yourself." Food was life, and she would not seize another's chance to survive. Grandma Zhong insisted, wanting to give it to Jiang Ning, when suddenly there was another loud knock at the door. "I appreciate your kindness," Jiang Ning replied, "but if you insist on giving me something, you can offer sweet potatoes in exchange for future treatments." The persistent knocking continued, and a voice shouted, "Young lady on the 18th floor, I'm here for treatment. Open the door." The voice was robust, and Jiang Ning thought, what ailment could this possibly be? Annoyed by the noise, she descended the stairs and coldly inquired, "What illness?" A middle-aged woman in her 40s greeted her with a forced smile. "You must be Dr. Jiang, right?" "I'm not a doctor. I'm merely a medical student," Jiang Ning corrected her. "Dr. Jiang, I have a headache and a fever. Could you please take a look? I charge for consultations." Upon hearing this, the woman's smile faltered. "What? It's just a headache and fever. A couple of pills will suffice. Do you shop at the department store for free?" Jiang Ning retorted, disinterested. "I don't have any medicine here, nor can I treat your condition." "No medicine? Then surely you can give me a couple of injections?" "Injections are 5 pounds of grain each." "What? You don't incur costs for needles?" So why demand 5 pounds of grain? The woman was infuriated, exclaiming, "Listen here, young lady, that's not how we treat each other. We are neighbors. We should help one another. You've received so many good things without sharing, and now you expect us to give you our food for survival? Your heart must be truly black." Jiang Ning drew a knife, threatening, "Say that again. What are you doing? Are you trying to kill me?" The woman stepped back in fright. "I will report you to the police. If you dare touch me, you'll regret it." The incessant noise was grating on Jiang Ning's ears. She swung the knife towards her. Murder. The 18th floor is committing murder. How heartless. Keep shouting. Look at you, so robust and well-fed. You must have come to stir trouble after gorging yourself. Jiang Ning recalled her. She had come from afar to bring her grandchild. Selfish and opportunistic, rummaging through trash bins and even begging for unfinished drinks. "You're talking nonsense." The woman's face turned pale, her voice weakened. "I have no food. We've run out of supplies." Though she had indeed stockpiled food, she had knocked on doors seeking provisions when the storm first hit and had gathered quite a bounty. Unfortunately, Jiang Ning saw through her. The woman had heard about the medicine on the 18th floor and sought to procure some for herself. But she found Jiang Ning to be quite unyielding. The woman's voice faltered. "I truly have no grain. If I had any, I would have exchanged it for medicine long ago. You have nothing I covet. However, should you dare to plot against me again, do not blame me for breaking into your home." Seeing the fierce determination in Jiang Ning's eyes, the woman broke into a cold sweat, no longer daring to cause trouble. She hurriedly retreated downstairs to hide her belongings. Having failed to procure medicine, and now having made a foolish mistake, she found herself in a predicament. Back upstairs, acupuncture continued. "Ning, don't take that woman's harsh words to heart," Grandma Zhong advised. "She lives below me and is particularly fond of taking advantage of others, often coming to my home to scrounge for food and drink. Her child is poorly raised, grabbing onto anything that looks good. Eventually, we stopped letting them in. By the way, you should also be wary of the girl living next door. She has spoken ill of you." "The one with the cropped hair?" Jiang Ning inquired. Grandma Zhong, residing on the 12th floor, must have meant Su Mingyao. "Yes, she has been inquiring about you, subtly hinting at whether you have any medicine." Grandma Zhong was no fool. She recognized Su Mingyao's ulterior motives. "I told her you have no medicine, but she didn't believe me. Her group has also been tainted by her influence, and they seem to harbor a deep prejudice against you." Having lived a long life, Grandma Zhong had seen much. "Ning, this disaster has warped human hearts. I know you are capable, but you must remain vigilant." Having faced death once, Jiang Ning was not naive. She was selective in her patients, only treating those she deemed worthy. In her previous life, having witnessed humanity's darkness within this very building, she was willing to heal only those whose conscience remained intact, even though many perished in the end. Thinking of Su Mingyao, Jiang Ning squinted. What else did she say about me? Nothing direct, but her insinuations were clear. She implied you possess something valuable. Grandma Zhong recalled another incident. Sing, she even attempted to flirt with that handsome young man in your building, but he completely ignored her. Flirting with Hua Yixin? Such youthful cunning. Jiang Ning muset. She must have staged a fall to catch his attention, but he remained steadfast, not even glancing her way. It wasn't just Su Mingyao. Several attractive girls in the building resorted to similar tactics, some even bartering their bodies for food. How could the world have come to this? Zheng Weili and the others returned just before nightfall, bringing back a substantial amount of firewood and dragging a large stainless steel water tower behind them. Kola, ever strong-willed, had carried a hefty branch upstairs, and soon, Dodo followed, her arms full of firewood. "Sister, we're back with goodies," she exclaimed, the dog bouncing with excitement. Soaking Jiang Ning in water, Dodo had a scrape on her face, likely from a fall, yet her eyes sparkled with joy. She leaned closer to Jiang Ning and whispered, "Sister, we have meat. Kola found it, and it was caught by my brother." Ah, that explained the dog's proud demeanor. It had been waiting for praise. Jiang Ning affectionately patted its head and even planted a kiss on its fur. Chapter 47. The dog's expedition receiving a sweet kiss from its owner, Kola was so elated that it spun around in circles, almost losing control of its bladder. Dodo, unwilling to be outdone, clung to her arm and exclaimed, "Sister, it's terrifying outside. There's water everywhere, flooding the houses." But Dodo isn't afraid. "Yes, Dodo is wonderful," came the response. Each of the two was rewarded with a piece of candy. Jiang Ning then descended the stairs to assist in gathering firewood. The water tower was quite large, and 3 men were hoisting it upwards to place it directly on the rooftop. After securing the inflatable boat and rubber dinghy on the upper floor, Zheng Weili opened her backpack and pulled out a plastic bag containing a snake and 2 wild rabbits. "We traveled quite a distance, and over there, the hillside villa area has been mostly submerged. The water tower is for a shun." He intended to return after finishing, but Kola ran up the mountain. Concerned for its safety, the group hurried after it, only to find Kola engaged in a fierce battle with the snake. With swift reflexes, Hua Yishan dispatched the snake, resulting in several pounds of meat, much to everyone's delight. However, Kola was still reluctant to leave, unable to deter the dog. The group continued into the mountains while picking up firewood, only to find Kola rummaging through a rabbit burrow. "Ning, you've truly struck gold. This is no ordinary dog. It's practically a spirit." Jiang Ning laughed, noting Kala's survival skills honed from a life of wandering. Zheng Weili was astounded, saying she had never seen such an intelligent dog, one that could climb trees. If it weren't for Brother Shun, it would have never come back before dark. Greediness is inherent in dogs. Only those who have known hunger possess the urgent desire to hoard food. Remembering the pig they had caught last time, it was no wonder Kola was unwilling to return, racing further into the mountains. Jiang Ning had not ventured out, but her contribution at home was significant, with Kola being a vital asset in their hunting efforts. They decided to divide their spoils equally, although she hesitated to take advantage of the situation. Zheng Weili and the others insisted that Kola was a part of their team and deserved equal treatment. "If you feel guilty, you can cook while we assist." Ultimately, Jiang Ning did not cook but serve as a strategist, guiding Hua Yishan in the kitchen. The snake was skinned and gutted, paired with a bowl of black beans for pressure cooking. The 2 rabbits were prepared, one braised and the other spicy. They also made stir-fried vegetables and served mixed grain rice, leaving everyone thoroughly satisfied. "Ning, we plan to go back tomorrow," Zhang Chao inquired. "Would you like to join us?" The wealthy residents of the villa have already evacuated, so don't expect to find any food. However, many of the furniture pieces are solid wood and can be chopped for firewood. Additionally, they agreed that placing the water tower on the rooftop was a brilliant idea, and they plan to retrieve 2 more to equip each household, eliminating the need to collect rainwater from the balcony. Hua Yishan suddenly proposed, "There are quite a few water towers over there. Why not bring back several? When the rain stops, it won't be quick to restore water supply, and we need to devise a water storage plan." Zhang Chao and the others paused, then readily concurred with his suggestion. With their strong survival skills, Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan were wise to heed their counsel. Jiang Ning had no objections. "Weili, we need to keep one. Who do you think should go?" Zheng Weili, feeling cooped up from staying indoors too long, volunteered, "I'll go, but Kola must accompany me." "Woof." The dog agreed. "I want to go too," Dodo chirped, raising her hand. "I can help gather firewood." What Yishan intended for her to experience the outside world, but cautioned, "All right, but no crying." "I want tea cry," Dodo replied, rubbing her bottom. "I didn't tea cry when I fell today, either." Thus, the group decided that Jiang Ning would remain at their base, while Kola would take her place in the expedition. Late at night, while deeply asleep, Jiang Ning was suddenly roused by a loud commotion downstairs that persisted for quite a while. She noticed Kola lying still in its dog bed and turned over to resume her slumber. The next morning, still reluctant to rise, Kola excitedly tugged at her blanket. "Owner, hurry and get ready. I need to go out and work." Jiang Ning yawned and got up, preparing chicken breast mixed with dog food, applying ointment to her skin condition, and donning a raincoat. Lunch was simple to avoid showing off, consisting of plain dog food accompanied by congee, packed in a thermos. Kola grabbed the bag and opened the door, glancing back at her, as if to say, "Owner, I'm going out to earn our keep. You behave and stay at home." Amused, Jiang Ning stepped forward to hug Kola, saying, "All right, be safe and don't overexert yourself." Hua Yishan's door opened, and Dodo emerged in her raincoat. "Sister, I want a hug too." It seemed Hua Yishan had encouraged her to express her feelings. As the little one was now more confident in sharing her emotions and greeted Jiang Weili and the others, showcasing a stark contrast to her initial shyness and fear. Kola lingered at the back, looking back at Jiang Ning with a hint of reluctance. The only difference now was that, after training with Hua Yishan, Kola exhibited a greater sense of responsibility. Jiang Ning closed the door and went to the balcony, and before long, she saw the group and the dogs setting off in the inflatable boat. Just as they left, He Jian's team followed in a rubber dinghy. Not only He Jian, but also Yang Weizong and others trailed behind, along with other residents from different buildings. Unbeknownst to them, the 18th floor had become a beacon. They were puzzled, wondering why the 18th floor always returned laden with supplies while they struggled to gather even firewood. What a stark difference in fortunes. Ultimately, they decided to follow, unable to join the expedition but eager to keep up. Jiang Ning noted the number of people stealthily trailing behind and, despite being under scrutiny, remained unconcerned, trusting Hua Yishan to shake them off. After breakfast, she resumed her reading of medical texts, and, around 10 o'clock, Grandma Zhong arrived for acupuncture. Having received treatment for several days, her back injury had improved significantly, and she no longer needed assistance to ascend the stairs. In high spirits, Grandma Zhong held Jiang Ning's hand, saying, "Xiao Ning, the Su family was robbed last night. It's truly poetic justice." It turned out that the family who had previously harassed Jiang Ning for medicine was the same one in distress. In the dead of night, intruders had broken in, knocking them out with a club and stealing all the food. Upon waking, they caused quite a scene in the morning, demanding that every household open their doors for a search. Even if He Jian had 10 times the courage, he would not dare organize a search, especially when he learned how much food the Su family had lost, nearly causing him to spit blood. Over 200 pounds of rice, flour, and oil were gone, along with a good amount of preserved meats and pickled vegetables. Most of it was likely exaggerated. Who would hoard so much food? Grandma Zhong shook her head in disbelief. Those who had kindly lent her food were furious and ready to confront the Su family, claiming that they were the ones who had lost their scruples and deserved to be robbed. Jiang Ning listened and advised, "You should be careful too." Grandma Zhong, wise as she was, replied, "My family has no food either. We only eat that one meal at noon, barely filling our stomachs." Soon noon arrived, but the group had yet to return. Jiang Ning wondered if retrieving the water tower was taking longer than anticipated and felt a twinge of worry for Kola. Wanting to call, but discovering there was no signal. Every 15 minutes, she would glance out from the balcony. Finally, at 3 in the afternoon, she spotted Hua Yishan's silhouette. She counted carefully. Not only was everyone present, but Kola stood proudly at the bow of the inflatable boat, resembling a triumphant warrior braving the waves. As she rushed downstairs to assist, Jiang Ning sensed something was off as the inflatable boat approached. Chapter 48. Injury and treatment except for Hua Yishan. Everyone else appeared utterly exhausted. Tears glistened in Dodo's eyes, her small face pale with evident fright. Silence enveloped the air as the 3 men worked in unison to transport the water tower. Jiang Ning secured the inflatable boat and carried firewood upstairs. Jiang Weili stumbled ahead, nearly falling over. With her hands full, Jiang Ning quickly steadied her with her body. They continued upward, but Jiang Weili's gait was awkward, clearly indicating an injury to her foot. Jiang Ning's acute sense of smell detected a faint scent of blood. Had they encountered a violent clash during their outing? Countless eyes observed from the apartment building. Now was not the time for weakness. If it became known that the 18th floor was compromised, a frenzy of people would soon descend upon them like rabid dogs. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Weili returned to the 18th floor, placing the firewood in the corridor. Her expression wrought with pain. Jiang Ning assisted her inside, inquiring what happened. Jiang Weili revealed a wound on her calf, the bandage soaked crimson. It was neither a knife wound nor a gunshot, but rather a gaping hole. Jiang Weili grimaced in agony. It was a wild boar's tusk. Jiang Ning frowned. "Did you venture into the mountains again? What choice do we have?" Jiang Weili replied with a bitter smile. "All the life-sustaining provisions are submerged beneath the water, and people outside are starving to death daily. Today we witnessed corpses being discarded from the upper floors, more than one in fact. We can barely last 7 or 8 months. But supplies are becoming increasingly scarce. What will we do in the future? Dismantling the water tower was secondary. Their primary aim was to venture into the mountains. After scaling several hills, they fortuitously discovered a nest of wild boars, 5 in total, and none small in stature. After a unanimous decision, they resolved to take action. Jiang Ning felt a chill. Wild boars were not domesticated animals and possessed formidable aggression. The risk was immense. Yet the meat from the wild boar could be a matter of survival. Such peril had to be faced. Jiang Ning retrieved bandages and iodine, rummaging for surgical instruments and sutures. The wound was too large to staunch bleeding effectively. Should she take her to the hospital, or would she handle the suturing herself? It's not a severe injury. You can stitch it for me, Zheng Weili replied nonchalantly. Being accustomed to injuries from boxing, she dismissed the severity, adding that a hospital visit would yield no medication anyway. Better to tend to it at home. Having previously stockpiled anesthetics, Jiang Ning first disinfected the wound, then administered an anesthetic to alleviate the pain before commencing the suturing. Though it was her first time stitching a person, she had practiced countless times on pork, and her hand remained steady as she worked. Beside her, Lu Yu's face turned pale with fright as he tightly grasped his girlfriend's hand. And Ning, Weili's life is in your hands. Zheng Weili nudged him. You're squeezing my hand too hard. Zhang Chao rolled his eyes. Stop with the mushy moments. Injuries were not limited to Zheng Weili. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu bore minor abrasions as well. Hua Yishan, with a graze on his arm, comforted the frightened Do, who had been terrified by the ferocious conflict below. In the slippery, rain-soaked woods, Zheng Weili had fought off a wild boar with her bare hands, only to be gored by its tusk. Yet, Kola demonstrated remarkable bravery, seamlessly coordinating with Hua Yishan to take down the remaining 4 boars. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu assisted, albeit not on the same level. Had it not been for Hua Yishan's timely intervention, Zhang Chao might not have made it through the day, resulting in Hua Yishan's arm being wounded. Dodo had not participated. She had been tied to a high tree by Hua Yishan, overwhelmed by the fierce battle unfolding beneath her. After suturing Zheng Weili's wound, Jiang Ning proceeded to tend to the injury in apartment 1801. A cut had been made, not particularly deep, requiring 10 stitches after disinfection, accompanied by pain relief and anti-inflammatory medication. The group sat down to deliberate on how to handle the wild boar meat. With no refrigeration, they could not store it at home. What about making jerky? Lu Yu suggested. We brought back several boxes of charcoal last time. Jiang Ning dismissed the idea, stating that making jerky consumed too much charcoal and questioned how long it would take to roast 5 boars. The entire neighborhood would soon be inundated with the smell of roasted meat. Do you all remember the sharp-mouthed monkey? Zhang Chao interjected, his mind racing. They not only sell goods, but also trade for items. We're currently short on grain. Why not barter the wild boar meat with them? They had successfully traded 5 times previously, and the other party had proven trustworthy. This approach seemed promising and warranted consideration. The group placed the head of 1 boar into the water tower, having already butchered 4 large portions. The wild boar meat extracted from the tower was thick-skinned, coarse, and deep red in color, with almost no fat. Jiang Ning disagreed with taking an entire boar. They should cut a few pounds for testing, ensuring they didn't reveal their full amount. And if negotiations went well, they could trade in batches. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu volunteered to head to the department store to find the sharp-mouthed monkey. In this post-apocalyptic world, who could rely on anyone else? Their survival depended solely on their own efforts. Jiang Ning did not impede their departure, cautioning them to remain vigilant. Having calmed Do, who soon fell asleep, Hua Yishan carried her back to their room. Zheng Weili shared updates on the situation at the hillside villa, reporting that 6 water towers had been dismantled, yielding numerous solid wooden furnishings and 2 partially used gas canisters. They needed to devise a swift plan to retrieve these items, lest they fall into someone else's hands. The wild boars were hidden in the mountains, likely safe for the time being. An hour later, Zhang Chao and Lu Yu returned, having ascertained that the leader of the sharp-mouthed monkey, surnamed Qin, was willing to trade grain for boar meat, albeit at inflated rates. 1 pound of wild boar meat could be exchanged for 2 pounds of broken rice, while new rice would only fetch 1 pound. They brought 5 pounds of meat. which yielded a return of 5 pounds of new rice. Jiang Ning examined the rice, noting its high quality. Did you ensure you weren't followed? No. We took the inflatable boat and made sure to take a circuitous route, they assured her. The other party was eager for this batch of meat, stating that the new rice was all vacuum-sealed with the latest expiration dates. Summoning Hua Yishin, the group convened to discuss the trade. Jiang Ning agreed to the meat-for-rice exchange, acknowledging it seemed somewhat disadvantageous. However, Zheng Weili and the others had no means of preserving the wild boar meat, and many people struggled to even purchase rice. How many would be inclined to buy meat? In comparison, rice was filling and more sustainable. With 5 wild boars, if cleaned properly, they could yield an average of 200 pounds each, translating into substantial grain. Nonetheless, they decided to retain some meat, opting to trade only 4 boars. The wild boar portions were divided. 1,803 received 2 portions, 18,011 1 portion, and Kole's share was given to Jiang Ning. Wild boar meat was versatile, ideal for barbecuing and preparing spicy meat sauce, with a long shelf life. However, both barbecuing and making meat sauce required considerable time and produced strong odors, making it unwise to do so on the 18th floor. The smell was one issue. Even with doors closed, it would be intolerable for those inside. What Yishin suggested, since the villa area is now vacant, why not prepare the meat there and return afterward? Jiang Ning was in complete agreement. The others had no objections either. Thus, the 3 men packed the wild boar meat into bags and stuffed them into a large backpack before setting off in the inflatable boat for the trade. They made sure to bring Kola along as well. Meeting at the department store, both parties avoided the bustling crowds as they conducted their transaction amidst the quiet floodwaters. Chapter 49. The boar trade. Both parties remained vigilant, wary of potential treachery in the open floodwaters. 202 pounds of wild boar meat were exchanged for an equal weight of freshly harvested rice, with a subsequent transaction scheduled for 7 o'clock that evening. The trio returned with the rice, while Jiang Ning had already prepared the necessary items: a frying pan, salt, seasonings, crushed chili peppers, and overnight supplies. Concerned for Zheng Weili's safety, Lu Yu was also asked to stay behind. As they descended, He Jian greeted them with a cheerful smile at the stairway, inquiring about their whereabouts. Running around seems quite laborious. Why don't we lend you a hand and bring everything back in one trip? Despite their earlier morning excursions with rubber boats, they had not anticipated being outdone. Each day brought them further from success, leading to dissatisfaction among team members who often teased him by comparing their efforts to those on the 18th floor. Just a few bundles of firewood. No need for you to worry about that, Jiang Ning replied with a smile that masked her annoyance. How can we accept help from you, neighbors? It wouldn't be right. He Jian, undeterred, persisted. Jiang Ning countered, There's no such thing as a free lunch, is there? You've already borrowed our rubber boats. Surely, you wouldn't ask to borrow firewood as well? He Jian was left speechless, his face paling at her retort. The villa on the mountain was a considerable distance away, taking over an hour to reach by speedboat, nearing the city's outskirts. Ignoring the tumultuous floodwaters below, the scenery was indeed a breathtaking natural sanctuary, with lush green forests and elegant villas barely visible. Low-lying areas were submerged, while slightly elevated grounds had water lapping at their front yards, prompting complete evacuation of the premises. All gathered supplies were concentrated in the tallest villa, filled with furniture. Water tanks, several unused gas canisters, and scattered boxes of charcoal. Hua Yishin and Zhang Chao went to the mountain to retrieve the wild boar, while Jiang Ning prepared the kitchen for marinating the meat. Roasting raw meat took too long, so she opted to simmer it first to remove moisture before placing it over the charcoal fire for quicker cooking. Once the boar was cleaned and sliced into thin strips, as per Jiang Ning's instructions, she began to prepare the marinade. By the time they returned, nearly 9 o'clock, 2 large pots of meat sauce were ready, and all the thinly sliced meat was marinated and draining in a basin. Upon hearing a warning from their dog, Kola, Jiang Ning quickly stowed away any items that should not be present. Zhang Chao was astonished to see so much work accomplished. Ning, your efficiency is astounding. Of course, you should consider who I am, Jiang Ning replied as she ignited the fire to roast the meat. How did your trade go? At the same spot where we slaughtered the pigs last time, We're aiming to complete the exchange of these 2 boars by tomorrow morning." Zhang Chao sighed with relief. "We received several hundred pounds of new rice. Once this deal is done, we shouldn't have to worry for the next couple of years. Order should be restored by then, right?" Jiang Ning nodded. "Perhaps. Surviving the bitter cold and waiting for the floodwaters to recede." They believed that once the state established its bases, there would still be a chance for survival if they chose to remain. The 3 of them gathered around the charcoal stove, placing the drained marinated meat onto the grill. Remarkably, as the meat lost most of its moisture, it cooked particularly quickly. Zhang Chao took a bite and exclaimed, "So salty?" Due to the humid weather, salt was essential for preservation. After teaching the 2 how to roast meat, Jiang Ning began to marinate the pig's trotters, face, and skull, planning to heat them up on the 18th floor later. The aroma of the cooking meat made Zhang Chao unable to resist gulping down saliva as he eagerly grabbed a trotters and began to munch. Eventually, they finished the entire pot, and the trio, along with the dog, feasted heartily on steamed buns. Zhang Chao, ever the glutton, joked with such culinary skills. "I wonder which lucky man will benefit in the future." Jiang Ning shot him a glance, responding casually, "Well, it's certainly 1 TBU. Hua Yishan, quietly eating, glanced at her without saying a word. The dog, eager for attention, dashed over, barking, "Hey, look at me." Jiang Ning affectionately patted its head, declaring, "No one gets the better of me. I'm only with Kola." "Don't mess around," Zhang Chao teased. "No interspecies relationships." Jiang Ning commanded, "Kola, scare him." The dog lunged at Zhang Chao, baring its teeth in mock ferocity. Okay, I give up. I want to do it again," he pleaded, raising his hands in surrender. Hua Yishan coughed lightly, and the dog, undeterred, continued to paw at him. After a night filled with laughter and a hearty meal, they resumed roasting meat under the night sky. 1 pound of raw meat yielded half a pound of jerky, filling a large bag with dozens of pounds, alongside various meat sauces, marinated trotters, and bones. By the time they finished, it was already past 3 in the morning. With a trade scheduled for the following morning, the trio decided to stay in the villa. The beds remained intact, requiring only their own bedding to be comfortable. With the dog on watch, they slept soundly. When Jiang Ning awoke, Hua Yishan had completed the trade, exchanging 4 wild boars for over 800 pounds of new rice. After cooking a pot of noodles and satisfying their hunger, they returned to the 18th floor. Jiang Ning called out to Hua Yishan, "I need to check your wound." As the one bearing the flag, he had remained silent about his injury. Hua Yishan entered the room, and as Jiang Ning attempted to examine him, she realized he was too tall to reach. "Sit down." Before he could comply, the dog had already taken its spot. Hua Yishan settled onto the sofa while Jiang Ning leaned down to inspect his wound, discovering it had reopened. "Why didn't you mention this yesterday?" "It's not serious," he replied. "The injury is still small. Don't underestimate it. With scarce medical supplies and frequent exposure to water, an infection could easily become fatal." Jiang Ning redisinfected and bandaged the wound, advising, "Avoid water for the next few days." One sat while the other stood, their proximity slightly intimate. The dog watched curiously, tilting its head left and right before suddenly pushing closer, extending its paw towards Jiang Ning. It wanted its paw bandaged too. Jiang Ning chuckled, "Not now. Don't cause me any trouble." In total, they had gathered 860 pounds of rice, 72 pounds of jerky, 30 pounds of meat sauce, and various other supplies. Jiang Ning took her share for the dog and refrained from further involvement with the mountain villa, choosing instead to dedicate her time to reading and exercising at home. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu worked tirelessly for several days, successfully retrieving the water tank and firewood. With ongoing construction at the mountain villa, they also brought back a considerable amount of piping, experimenting with how to install the water tank on the rooftop. Although Daodu was initially frightened, the child soon returned to her cheerful self. Hua Yishan's injury had not healed, yet he continued to visit daily for practice. Using only one hand, he made it challenging for Jiang Ning to exert herself fully, fearing she might overpower him. Thanks to his youthful vitality, he reached the standard for sutures in just 5 days, while Zheng Weili, with a more severe injury, had to wait 10 days for her stitches to be removed. After the encounter with the wild boars, Zheng Weili no longer sought to practice with Hua Yishan, realizing his skill was beyond her reach. Chapter 50. The art of stealth reconnaissance. After 2 days of arduous effort, all 7 water towers were successfully installed. The distribution comprised 3 for 1803 and 2 each for Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan, easily operable with a simple twist of the faucet. Jiang Ning utilized spatial water, yet still maintained the FAAD of filling containers daily. Unbeknownst to her, 2 months had slipped by since the floods, and the second batch of hydroponic vegetables had been sown. It seemed that Xiaobai was pregnant again, with the first litter of rabbits already weighing over a pound. Zheng Weili was restless. Having nearly recovered from her injuries, she frequently ventured outside. In contrast, Jiang Ning had grown increasingly lethargic, often opting to recline and indulge in a state of relaxation. Hua Yishan, who had previously operated like a relentless machine, also took a break. Aside from daily dog training sessions, he dedicated 2 hours to sparring with Jiang Ning, followed by cooking. While impeccable in many aspects, his culinary skills left much to be desired. Under Jiang Ning's guidance, his efforts were merely passable, far from delightful. Congratulations on your progress, Jiang Ning thought, though she felt a twinge of guilt for wanting to keep the delicious food to herself. With an abundance of delectable treats stored in her space, she refrained from indulging in front of Hua Yishan. In a gesture of reciprocity, he handed her a walkie-talkie, suggesting it would facilitate future communication. Jiang Ning was taken aback. She had not considered such a practical item. Perhaps it had not crossed her mind that they would one day be working in tandem. "Thank you," she replied, relieved that she could simply signal him instead of running back and forth to knock on doors. Hua Yishan did not return, and Jiang Ning savored a hearty barbecue with her dog, washing it down with fizzy beverages, a truly delightful experience. The next morning, the walkie-talkie crackled to life, and Hua Yishan's voice emerged from static. "Jiang Ning, are you teaching Dodo today?" "Yes, around 10 o'clock, she responded. "Why don't you come over? While you set questions for Dodo, I can teach you the art of stealth reconnaissance." The art of stealth reconnaissance was indeed a serious technique, one associated with silent assassinations, involving various methods of incapacitation, throat strikes, pressure points, and quick takedowns. The infamous American technique, the kneeling neck hold, "I can't breathe," was a quintessential example of this discipline. Intrigued, Jiang Ning realized her living room was too cramped for such exercises and eagerly agreed. "All right." Stealth reconnaissance was a form of close combat, necessitating physical contact and grappling. Hua Yishan laid out a mat on the ground, initiating with the neck twist she had observed previously. He positioned himself behind her, swiftly closing the distance. One hand reached for her delicate neck while the other cradled her jawline. A sudden surge of intensity enveloped her, prompting an instinctive urge to resist. Yet, he expertly maneuvered to her hamstring, securing her neck and jaw with a firm grip. One decisive move would easily displace her head. A wave of crisis washed over Jiang Ning, flooding her mind with harrowing memories of her previous life. She could not perish at the hands of those monstrous beings. Just as she was about to retaliate, a calming voice resonated from above. "Jiang Ning, do not be afraid. I will not harm you." His tone was steady, deep, and resonant. Jiang Ning shook off the disorientation, realizing Hua Yishan was merely assessing the joints in her neck. She focused her attention, striving to banish any errant thoughts. The traumatic memories of the apocalypse lingered. Even with a new beginning, she remained averse to physical contact from men. Taking deep breaths, Jiang Ning reassured herself not to conflate past and present. Her aim was self-improvement. Only by growing stronger could she ensure no one would bully her again. Hua Yishan had sensed her discomfort during their last encounter and promptly withdrew his hands. "I meant no offense. I apologize. It is my own issue." Regaining her composure, Jiang Ning forced a stiff smile. "Let's continue." With the reset, everything felt different. Hua Yishan resumed, guiding her hand to her neck while explaining the joints and points of power. He applied a gentle twist to her neck, exerting minimal force. After imparting the essential techniques, they switched roles. However, Hua Yishan's towering height made it a challenge for Jiang Ning to execute the same on him. Standing at 167 centimeters. She was not short, yet Hua Yishan loomed at nearly 190 centimeters, creating a significant height disparity. Hua Yishan settled onto a folding stool. "Begin." This was Jiang Ning's first experience touching a man in such a detailed manner. Her fingers glided over the contours of his neck. Here? Not quite right. Hua Yishan adjusted her hand slightly. Yes. His jawline was sharp and easy to grasp, and with both hands applying pressure simultaneously, she found her rhythm. With her medical knowledge and understanding of human anatomy, she set aside her psychological barriers and spent half an hour practicing the neck twist on Hua Yishan. Just as Dodo finished her homework and opened the door, the exuberant dog leaped out. Upon witnessing Jiang Ning grappling with Hua Yishan, it immediately became animated, barking, woof, and lunging toward him, eager to join in the fun. Come on, let us twist its neck, Jiang Ning urged. Could a dog's neck be twisted? Indeed, Hua Yishan replied. The dog's antics disrupted the lesson, leading Hua Yishan to crouch down and stroke its neck. However, Kola sensed his intentions and instinctively bared its teeth. Hua Yishan adopted a stern expression and commanded, at attention. Kola promptly ceased its playful demeanor, obediently following the command. Yet, when Jiang Ning approached, the dog melted into a puddle of affection, its tongue lolling out as it leaned against her. Come on, let us continue. Jiang Ning laughed, realizing Kola was merely seeking attention and affection. Disregarding her medical texts, she bent down to comfort her pet. Kola, you are the most precious to me. The dog turned away, feigning indifference. After a while of petting its head, Jiang Ning produced a braised chicken leg as a peace offering. Only then did Kola relent, presenting its neck for another round of practice. Jiang Ning finally understood the source of Kola's displeasure. The dog was possessive. Kola, regardless of whom I encounter, you will always hold the most important place in my heart. With a lack of security, Kola nestled closer, and Jiang Ning embraced it, aware that survival would only grow increasingly challenging. The 18th floor was not a safe haven, and she recognized Kola's desire to grow stronger to protect her. Yet, she too wished to strengthen herself to safeguard Kola. Thus, they would grow stronger together, forever protecting one another. Kola tilted its head, seeming to comprehend, blinking its eyes and placing its paw on her hand. It was truly a warm-hearted companion, deserving of a treat. In the afternoon, Hua Yishan trained Kola for 4 hours, engaging in various exercises involving biting and pouncing, while the stair runs increased to 80 repetitions. By the end of the training, Kola lay exhausted in its dog bed, panting heavily. With a thorough understanding of human anatomy and pressure points, Jiang Ning followed Hua Yishan's instruction in stealth reconnaissance, mastering the techniques with remarkable ease. Hua Yishan was astounded, having never encountered such quick comprehension before. In merely a few days, she had grasped everything, even surprising him during their sparring sessions, making it difficult for him to maintain his focus. Unreserved in his teachings, imparted not only the art of reconnaissance and infiltration, but also combat skills, including close-quarters fighting. In particular, the close-quarters combat saw the two combatants entwined on a non-slip mat, their struggle resembling a tightly twisted knot, each determined to outdo the other. The atmosphere was charged with competitive spirit, as if each participant aimed to vanquish the opponent. Nearby, a pair of watchful eyes observed intently, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of Jiang Ning faltering. Dodo, on the verge of tears, pleaded, "Brother, sister, please stop fighting." Torn between her affection for her brother and sister, she was at a loss as to whom to support. Ultimately, she clung tightly to Kola. Woof! Let go of him! Witnessing the caretaker pinned beneath Hua Yishan, Kola bared his teeth, exuding an air of ferocity. Let go! He intended to harm him. Unable to restrain Kola, Dodo watched as he lunged forward. Chapter 51. Siege of the 18th floor at last. With the assistance of his loyal dog, Jiang Ning emerged victorious. Despite being betrayed by the dog he had trained, Hua Yishan remained unperturbed, gently patting its head, declaring, "Well done from now on. If anyone dares to bully her, you shall protect her." Kola had shown fierce determination earlier, leaving Jiang Ning concerned. Did it bite you? Not at all, Hua Yishan replied with admiration. Dogs can discern right from wrong far better than humans. Kola knows its limits. Jiang Ning agreed, recognizing that dogs possess an innate ability to sense the aura emanating from humans. Since Hua Yishan bore no ill intentions, Kola refrained from attacking. As days passed, Jiang Ning's strength increased at a remarkable pace. Upon learning that she was practicing with Hua Yixin, Zheng Weili became equally resolute, training daily with Zhang Chao and Lu Yu. While the sounds of their struggles echoed from room 1803. After enduring numerous beatings, Zhang Chao's tough exterior remained intact, but Lu Yu's once slender waist had vanished. With their bodies improving, the duo's confidence soared. "Ning, shall we spar?" Jiang Ning smiled, "Sure." The training area in 1803 was similarly equipped with non-slip mats. Jiang Ning faced off against both Zheng Weili and Zhang Chao, while Dodo and Kola played the role of spectators. Zheng Weili whistled, "1, 2, 3, begin." Jiang Ning executed a side throw and a knee strike to the abdomen with precision, her movements sharp and graceful. Both opponents fell, howling on the mats. Then silence reigned. Zhang Chao clutched his stomach, tears streaming down his face. You lack martial ethics?" Jiang Ning's expression remained apathetic. In this apocalyptic world, who cares about martial ethics? While Dodo cheered for her sister, the battles and caught him off guard. He dashed home, exclaiming, "Brother, sister," knocked out both of them using the moves you taught her. "How impressive." Zhang Chao, battered, and Lu Yu, equally bruised, were left speechless. The disparity in their capabilities was astonishing. Were they truly so lacking in pride? Zheng Weili, fuming, declared, "If you can't even withstand a single move from Ning, what does that say about you? I've been too lenient." From this day forth, Kola would run laps on the stairs, and they too would have to keep up. The two men turned pale. Kola could manage 80 laps a day. How could they compete? You may be unable to surpass Ning, but now you must concede to Kola as well? That's not fair. Kola is no ordinary dog. It's a super canine. In such a brief time, it had even developed muscles. Zheng Weili was resolute. As long as they could endure, they would train relentlessly. Life on the 18th floor thrived, while the jealousy of those in the lower units grew palpable. They envied the 18th floor's isolation, speculating that they must have amassed substantial supplies. Starving, they could faintly detect enticing aromas wafting from above. Yet, none dared to confront them individually, prompting many to seek out Jiang, urging him to negotiate for a portion of the 18th floor's provisions. Jiang was unwilling to offend anyone, yet the gnawing hunger was untenable. His children were growing emaciated. "Let's confer with them. If they refuse to cooperate, we can bring in outsiders to seize everything." Indeed, how can they be so heartless? We survive on rainwater, while they feast upstairs, roasting lamb one day, hot pot the next. Do they expect us to live like this? Jiang inwardly cursed. Having not even caught a whiff of the food from the 13th floor, how could those on the 7th floor smell it? They were inciting trouble without just cause. He was not foolish enough to be lured into their scheme. If they were to raid the 18th floor supplies, he would be the first to face retribution. Nevertheless, with no paths left outside, he was left to devise a plan from within the building. If we are to act, let us do so together. The consequences shall not fall solely on my shoulders. Jiang resolved to rally a collective charge. With so many people in the building, surely they could not annihilate the entire 18th floor. That evening, after finishing a rigorous training session with Hua Yixin, Jiang Ning emerged, drenched in sweat, only to hear a knock at the door. A figure, bundled tightly, slipped a note through the crack. "There is danger. Be cautious." With that, the figure hurried away. Although wrapped from head to toe, Jiang Ning recognized the voice. It was Zhong Ping. He had come to warn them that Jiang had allied with the residents of the lower floors, intending to forcibly extract supplies from the 18th floor. Gathering everyone in room 1803, Jiang Ning presented the note. "What are your thoughts?" Zheng Weili, furious, responded, "Let them come. Who would willingly relinquish their very lifeline?" Though Jiang sought only a portion, conceding now would set a dangerous precedent for future demands. Not only Zheng Weili, but even Zhang Chao and Lu Yu refused to comply. Kola also disagreed, baring its sharp teeth. Woof! Who dared to seize its food? Thus, the 18th floor unanimously decided against yielding. They would not entertain the idea of surrendering their provisions. If their assumptions were correct, the lower floors would likely attempt to invade the following day. Everyone understood that such confrontations would become a regular occurrence. Even if they did not come, outsiders would inevitably raid their supplies. No one wished to tread the treacherous path of violence. Yet this was an apocalyptic world. a world that devours the weak. Each returned to prepare. A fierce battle awaited them the following day. Back at home, Jiang Ning retrieved protective gear from her storage space, measuring it for Kola. Though she lacked sewing skills, she endeavored to modify it, aiming to provide the best protection for her canine companion. Kola, naturally averse to confinement, had grown accustomed to wearing clothes during treatment for its skin condition. With proper nourishment, Kola no longer resembled a gaunt creature. Its newly grown fur gleamed with vitality. Daily training with Hua Yishan had transformed it into a muscular canine. After 2 hours of careful adjustment, Jiang Ning finally completed the protective gear. Anticipating Kayleigh's growth, she deliberately left some room for adjustments. To help Kola acclimate, she opened the door to let it practice its agility. It seemed she possessed some talent. The outfit did not hinder Kayleigh's nimbleness at all. After a hearty meal and a good night's rest, Kola suddenly became restless, as if ready for a confrontation. Opening the door, she indeed heard knocking downstairs, with Jian calling out in feigned cordiality. Jiang Ning ignored him, preparing breakfast for herself and Kola: soy milk, fried dough sticks, and hand-wrapped pancakes. After they had eaten, she did not forget to brush her teeth before getting to work. Jian's voice grew hoarse from his incessant pleas. Since the 18th floor refused dialogue, he resolved to take a more forceful approach. Break down the door. Upon hearing the leader's command, the eyes of the crowd gleamed with greed, as if the 18th floor were a treasure trove. They believed that once they breached 3 doors, they could feast to their heart's content, securing a carefree existence forever. Heaven knows how long it had been since they had eaten their fill. The torment of hunger was unbearable. In this apocalypse, why should the 18th floor thrive while they suffered? In an instant, rage surged within them, as they yearned to reduce the 18th floor to rubble. Just as they prepared their tools to pry the door open, the sound of a door unlocking echoed from above. Chapter 52. All hands on deck. The stainless steel door, bristling with iron spikes, creaked open, followed by the steady sound of approaching footsteps. An inexplicable tension gripped the throats of the onlookers, tightening their nerves. The 18th floor had witnessed bloodshed. They had seen it with their own eyes. Here they come. A pair of slender, straight legs, wielding a sharp tang knife. The 18th floor was indeed ruthless, dispatching that cold-blooded young girl to lead the charge. Truly a beastly act. Following her was the national champion of college Sonda, capable of delivering a punch that could send a man's head flying. Behold his professional Sonda gear, with gloves larger than cooking pots. Behind him stood 2 men, one brandishing a baseball bat, the other wielding a modified wolf-tooth club, a wooden bat embedded with rusty, sharp nails. A blow from that would surely guarantee a visit from the Grim Reaper. The crowning figure was the embodiment of height and beauty from the 18th floor. Sporting a crisp buzz cut and a strikingly handsome, stern face, clad in a cool gray leisure suit, with his hands tucked into his pockets. He appeared less like a combatant and more like someone casually out for a stroll on a weekend. To add to the indignation, a dog accompanied them. These brutes claimed to be short on food, yet here was a well-fed stray, thriving in mere days. Simultaneously filled with righteous anger, the crowd grew increasingly covetous. Filled with regret, they should not have settled for merely a third. They wanted it all. The supplies from the 18th floor, they desired every last morsel, including that dog. In this apocalypse, dogs were meant to be consumed by humans, yet had the audacity to devour what rightfully belonged to them. Once they dealt with the 18th floor, they would turn that dog into a stew. Everyone rubbed their fists in anticipation, secretly salivating, as if victory was already within their grasp. However, Jian felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing the 18th floor's arsenal. They were unwilling to relinquish their food supplies. What do you mean by bringing so many people to pry open our door? Jiang Ning surveyed the throng crowding the 17th floor's corridor. The elderly weak, and women were absent. The faces present were predominantly male, brandishing weapons openly or concealing them beneath their clothing. In this building, a myriad of life forms existed. Some bore rosy complexions, while others appeared sallow and gaunt. Regardless of their circumstances, they all had their eyes fixated on the 18th floor. Jiang Ning scrutinized their faces and soon spotted the familiar figures of Yang Weizong and others in the crowd. Ah, how they had withered, their eyes filled with a desperate hunger for food, their faces painted with a pallor that betrayed their once charismatic appearances. Seeing the imposing stance of the 18th floor, Jiang felt a surge of anxiety, forcing a smile onto his face. Xiao Jiang, we come to discuss matters. Why such a grand display? Jiang Ning, disinterested and parrying, retorted, the 18th floor has nothing you desire. Even if there were scraps, they were earned with our lives. You shall not lay claim to them. Look at what you're saying. We are truly out of options here. Seeking to borrow food, Jiang argued. Despite having a numerical advantage, he did not wish to resort to violence. In times of hardship, we must unite. Those with food should contribute, and those with strength should lend their might. Only then can we survive, right? In this special period, we have decided not to abandon anyone and to pool all resources, ensuring no one in the building starves. Everyone else has complied. You 18th floor cannot act differently. Listening to his grandiloquent words, Jiang Ning scoffed. And what if we refuse to comply? If absolutely necessary, even a third of our food would suffice. We will repay you once we weather this storm. Jiang's expression stiffened, forcing a smile. If you doubt us, we can write an IOU. Not a chance. The atmosphere immediately became fraught with tension. Taking advantage of their numbers, someone shouted, "Why waste time talking? Let us just break the door down." Yes, break the door. They have been unkind. Do not blame us for being unjust. Xiao Jiang, I urge you to reconsider. We are all in the same building. There's no need for such hostility. Jiang felt a surge of triumph within, masking it with a pained expression. You have resources. What's wrong with sharing a little? If you insist on hoarding everything, even if I agree, they won tea. You're truly making this difficult for me. Jiang Ning declared. Come, those who wish to break the door, step forward. Break it? Are you afraid? A desperate man with a pry bar charged toward the door. Jiang Ning did not draw her weapon. Instead, she extracted an object from her pocket and pointed it through the iron bars of the man's head. Move another inch. A gun. She has a gun. Gasps erupted from the crowd, who instinctively recoiled, fearing stray bullets. Jiang's face turned ashen. Xiao Jiang, what are you doing? Jiang Ning's cold gaze swept across the crowd. What do you intend to do? Let us speak civilly. Jiang's heart raced with fear, praying she would not act impulsively. Jiang Ning smiled. Rest assured, I have never been as calm as I am today. Just a bluff, a plastic toy gun. Amidst the crowd, a voice suddenly broke through, deliberately rasping. Jiang Ning called out, Yang Weizong, if you're a man, step forward. What are you hiding in the crowd like a coward? Fuming, Yang Weizong emerged, his face a storm. Jiang Ning, I never imagined you would become this selfish and self-serving. You have food. What is wrong with sharing a bit to help everyone? And what am I selfishness? Jiang Ning retorted with a cold smile. I neither steal nor rob. My supplies were earned through my own efforts, unlike you, who barters your body for food, always eyeing what women possess. In this apocalyptic world, survival was paramount. What was dignity worth? At first, it was women. Later, even handsome young men succumbed to the reality. Life was paramount. There was no shame in it. Understanding was unspoken, but voicing it was another matter. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, some in the crowd couldn't help but chuckle, their gazes toward Yang Weizong shifting. In this new world, the law had crumbled, and morality had decayed. Those hoarding resources were not virtuous souls. Trapped by the flood, they sought stimulation to pass the time, indulging in both genders. Yang Weizong, with his delicate appearance, was naturally subjected to scrutiny. Jiang Ning, stop spouting nonsense. Yang Weizong's face twisted with rage as he charged forward. Do you really think I want to hit you? Seemingly unfazed by his impotent fury, Jiang Ning swung open the door, brandishing her gun at him. Come here. As the door swung wide, the frenzied Yang Weizong fell silent. Seeing the collective gaze upon him, he gritted his teeth, attempting to maintain his bravado. Don't be fooled. That is just a plastic toy. Chapter 53. The gunshot Yang Weizong called upon everyone to join him, yet his body remained immovable, as steadfast as a rock. This created an awkward situation. Previously eager to pry the door open, now that it stood ajar, no one dared to advance. Jiang felt utterly humiliated, cursing this cowardly group under his breath. Under pressure, he mustered his courage and said, Jiang Ning, even if you possess a gun, it holds but 7 bullets. Can you truly deter so many of us? Indeed, the crowd regained their confidence, shouting in unison, "Yes, she has only 7 bullets. Why should we fear?" It was true. It was merely 7 lives at stake. Jiang Ning gazed at them with a cold smile and said, "Who among you is willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of Liu Zhang? Step forward, and I assure you, your desires will be fulfilled. While he feasts and drinks, your wives and children will starve." "What do you mean by that, Jiang Ning?" "It means I want you to choose 7 willing to die." Jiang Ning stepped forward, placing the cold muzzle of her gun against He Jian's forehead. As the leader, he should be the first to make a sacrifice. The gun's chill pressed against He Jian's brow was anything but a cheap plastic sensation. His heart raced, his face went pale, and cold sweat poured down him. "Why you can't do this? It is you who has caused this chaos, repeatedly threatening the 18th floor. Do you truly believe we are easy prey?" Jiang Ning's gaze was sharp as a blade. "I am not one to instigate trouble, but I do not shy away from it either. After your repeated provocations, I can only respond in kind." With that, her finger rested on the trigger. In that moment, all eyes were fixed on Jiang Ning and He Jian. Jiang Ning's eyes glinted with murderous intent as her finger tightened on the trigger. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the stairwell. Someone's been killed. They're killing people." The crowd at the stairway panicked, desperately pushing into the corridor. Jiang Ning struck He Jian with the butt of the gun, sending him sprawling to the ground. At that instant, a dog named Kola lunged forward, tackling the fleeing Yang Weitsong, its jaws wide open, biting down fiercely. Cries of alarm, chaos, and evasion ensued in the crowded passage. Some individuals squeezed through the stairway, clutching their bleeding necks, only to collapse moments later, convulsing on the ground, their eyes wide with terror as they gasped for breath. "Kola!" Jiang Ning shouted. The dog, relentless, bit Yang Weitsong until he was drenched in blood before turning to charge upstairs. As it leaped through the doorway, Jiang Ning quickly locked it, barring the frenzied crowd outside. The tumult was overwhelming. Several people were slammed against the door studded with iron nails, eliciting spine-chilling screams. The sudden turn of events caught many off guard. Beyond the iron bars, a man appeared, deranged and wielding a bloodied kitchen knife, lashing out indiscriminately while roaring like a beast. "Damn it. You all must pay for my daughter's life. I will accompany you to hell." Some quick-witted individuals drew knives from their clothing. However, the crowded conditions made it difficult to retaliate, and in their panic, they accidentally harmed their own. The madman, blind to the chaos around him, continued his frenzied assault, his eyes bloodshot, transforming the 17th floor corridor into a hellish scene. "Open the door. Let us in. Please help us." Many were paralyzed by fear, banging on the doors of 17th floor residents, pleading for sanctuary. Even those who had been fierce moments ago were now like frightened birds, darting about in terror. Confronted with death, everyone was gripped by fear. Jiang Ning did not open the door. Her expression was numb as she coldly observed the unfolding chaos, as if watching a mere television drama. Zheng Weili clenched her fists, her mouth opening in a silent gasp before she turned her head away. The madman, bloodied and twisted, resembled a bloodthirsty beast risen from the depths of hell. A few burly figures brandished their knives against the madman. The sharp blades struck his back, arms, and legs, yet the bloodied figure showed no signs of fear, seemingly devoid of pain. Recognizing some of his attackers, he screamed, "You kill my daughter. I will ensure you join her in the grave." Like an unkillable demon, he fought against multiple opponents, soaked in blood, until they all succumbed. Yet he did not relent. With blood streaming down his body, he charged through the panicked crowd like a devil wielding a scythe. Others, regaining their composure, swung steel pipes or knives toward his head. With lethal intent, a deafening gunshot rang out. The madman collapsed, his bloodied face revealing a tender smile as he whispered, "Don't be afraid. Daddy is here to join you." It was not Jiang Ning who fired the shot, but rather one from behind her. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu turned to see Hua Yishan holding a gun. Their pupils dilated in shock. How remarkable that he could take such precise action amidst the chaos. Hua Yishan's expression remained solemn, devoid of any discernible emotion. He did not fire again, but turned to ascend the stairs. One bullet halted the slaughter. The 17th floor was filled with wails, while He Jian and Yang Weitsong lay on the ground, untouched by the madman's fury but crushed in the throng, unconscious in a pool of blood, alive or dead. No one could tell. Kola, still defiant, yearned to charge into battle once more. Every time it spotted Yang Weitsong, it wanted to bite him again. "Help me! Save me!" Some of the wounded cried out to Jiang Ning. Amidst the chaos, injuries were rampant. Cuts, bruises, trampling, and punctures from iron spikes, painting a gruesome scene. Jiang Ning, a medical student, possessed the skills to heal. They did not wish to die. Someone spoke up, and others quickly echoed, "Help us. Why should we help them? If they recover, they'll just charge at the 18th floor again." Jiang Ning turned and ascended the stairs, ignoring the horror behind her. Zheng Weili and the others were shaken, their compassion wavering, but they recalled how menacing these individuals had been moments prior, extinguishing any flicker of kindness in their hearts. Do you believe they would not forget their past transgressions, once healed? No one is born evil, yet extreme circumstances can awaken the darkest instincts of survival. Exchanging glances, they silently turned and ascended the stairs, disregarding the anguished cries and curses that followed them. The stainless steel door closed behind them, muffling the sound significantly. Zheng Weili snapped back to reality. "Ning, how did you get gun?" Jiang Ning smiled, tossing the item in her hand toward her. Zheng Weili caught it, only to realize it was a replica. Fake. Where would I procure a real one? The gun she had earlier was authentic, but Jiang Ning had cleverly swapped it out. Zheng Weili examined it closely. It's quite a good imitation. Most would never discern the difference. Even I was fooled. I stumbled upon it while out searching for dog food. I have another one at home. Consider this a gift to help you intimidate others. Chapter 54. The outburst on the 17th floor during her stockpiling. Jiang Ning intentionally purchased several firearms, believing they might serve as an intimidation tactic in crucial moments. To her surprise, however, Hua Yishan possessed genuine weaponry. As societal order crumbled in the apocalypse, the core government departments continued to function, albeit at a sluggish pace akin to a tortoise due to the overwhelming floods. Nevertheless, there remained stringent controls over such items. Therefore, she resolved not to resort to using real weapons in plain sight until the very last moment. Creating a stir with the authorities was one matter. She also found herself a loss for an explanation to Zheng Weili and the others. Yet, with the uncertainty of tomorrow, if the situation spiraled out of control, she would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Gazing at the firmly shut door of room 1801, Zheng Weili pulled Jiang Ning inside and inquired with curiosity. How could he possibly have a gun? He comes from a special police background. He likely has his connections, Jiang Ning replied. Who would have thought he could not only fight, but also be a sharpshooter? Now, it seemed, not only had he eliminated the maniac attacking them, but he had also managed to keep He Jian and his gang at bay for a while. To be honest, seeing the madman perish at Hua Yishan's hands brought a sense of relief to Zheng Weili and the others. He was a father both great and pitiable with his injuries. He stood no chance of survival, yet in the hands of that gang, he would surely face a gruesome fate. A swift exit was preferable, and with dignity, too. With real firearms in their possession, Zheng Weili and her companions felt somewhat reassured, though they still harbored concerns about potential scrutiny. They had anticipated a fierce battle, only to be disrupted by a madman, which turned out to be a fortunate miscalculation. The group listened intently to the commotion below, those unscathed scattered like birds, while the injured, faced with the indifference of the 18th floor, could only curse as they departed. Soon enough, the 17th floor fell silent. A considerable number of individuals had gathered for the standoff, yet many merely feigned agreement without truly participating. The residents on the 17th floor prioritized self-preservation, locking their doors tight. After all, being so close to the 18th floor, they would be the first to suffer retaliation if the tides turned. However, when they finally opened their doors, shock and horror met them. The corridor was smeared with blood, littered with lifeless bodies. What had they done to deserve this? Why did the 17th floor consistently become a battleground? The three households cursed and conspired to dispose of the corpses into the water, aiming to clean the blood-soaked corridor. What kind of hellish life is this? Are we not allowed to live in peace anymore? Just as they had tidied up, relatives of the deceased stormed in, enraged to learn that the bodies had already been discarded, leading to a fierce confrontation with the residents of the 17th floor. Even the most patient of individuals have their limits. The pent-up frustration of the 17th floor erupted as they charged into their rooms to retrieve kitchen knives. Who did we offend? Why do you keep coming here? We didn't kill anyone. Why are you blaming us for not opening the door? Knowing full well they were breaking the law, why didn't you stop them? Now that someone is dead, you come here to vent your frustrations? If you wanted the body, why didn't you come sooner? You could have dragged it out before it sank. Once angered, the residents wielded their knives with fervor, and the relatives of the deceased, fearing for their safety, retreated in defeat, cursing under their breath. Before arriving, they had plotted how much they could gain, only to find that not only had they not acquired supplies, but their men had also been slain by a madman. How were they to survive as widows and orphans? Heaven, open your eyes and stop this incessant rain. Around noon, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao gathered some information. The deranged man, wielding a knife, resided on the 7th floor, having been divorced for years, living with his daughter. Previously, masked intruders had broken into their home at night, robbing them of all their supplies. In desperation, the daughter resorted to selling her body to survive. Upon discovering the truth, the father, filled with rage, slapped her twice. Overcome with shame, the daughter leaped into the floodwaters. Having relied solely on one another, the father succumbed to madness after the traumatic event, taking to the streets with a knife to exact revenge. He had killed several on the spot, while others succumbed to severe blood loss, with many more suffering injuries from trampling. The torrential rain rendered any attempt to reach a hospital impossible, forcing them to endure their fates at home. Yang Weizong and He Jian lay unconscious, their demise hoped for. With this defeat, the morale of the enemy plummeted, and the entire building was shrouded in despair. Jiang Ning contemplated another matter. The group with the flushed faces during the confrontation was likely the same gang that had previously committed robbery. Although the madman had taken a few of them down, several had escaped unscathed, making this group one to be cautiously monitored in the future. Though the confrontation had not materialized, Kola, her dog, was restless and agitated. With no choice but to appease its temperament with treats, Jiang Ning mused, "Do you hold a grudge against Yang Weizong?" The curious canine eagerly pursued him, baring its teeth. Kola, indignant, continued to express its displeasure. Jiang Ning embraced her dog, her gaze growing increasingly contemplative. Just as she awoke from her afternoon nap, static crackled through the intercom. "Jiang Ning, are you teaching Dodo today?" It was Hua Yishan. Jiang Ning replied, "Yes." Though no conflict had erupted today, it was evident that clashes were inevitable. Self-improvement was the only path forward. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts, and Kola scampered over to open it, instinctively exchanging treats with Dodo as it entered room 1801 for training. Although Hua Yishan had locked Dodo in, she was not entirely ignorant. Feeling a bit downcast, she asked, "Sister, when will I grow up to protect you and brother?" Jiang Ning reassured her, "Study well and grow quickly. Soon you will be able to protect us." Dodo, puzzled, replied, "But if Kola can do it, why can't I? You're different from Kola. It is a dog, and they grow quickly. We humans take our time." Jiang Ning encouraged the disheartened girl. "Listen to your brother. He will help you grow swiftly." Dodo's spirits lifted, and she excitedly lifted her shirt to reveal her developing abs. "Sister, I actually think I can do it. Brother helps me train every day." Jiang Ning was taken aback by Dodo's progress. She herself had yet to achieve such a physique. Children are still growing, and excessive training is not beneficial. However, given the current circumstances, Jiang Ning believed Hua Yishan's intentions were justified. Self-defense was crucial in this unpredictable world. "Let's train harder. Let's get those abs." Without needing to discuss it, the residents of the 18th floor were acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead. Even through the walls, they could hear the rhythmic sounds of Zheng Weili practicing her punches. For dinner, Jiang Ning shared noodles with Dodo, enhancing the flavor with a spoonful of meat sauce. The intercom crackled again. "Are we practicing later?" Without hesitation, Jiang Ning replied, "Yes." Upon entering room 1801, they got straight to the point, as Jiang Ning had yet to release her pent-up energy from earlier. Everyone has their secrets, and she refrained from questioning him about the firearms. In response to her fierce assault, what Ishin's defense was as impenetrable as a fortress. After 2 grueling hours, Jiang Ning felt as though she had emerged from the depths of water, collapsing onto the non-slip mat, gasping for breath. He handed her a clean towel, saying, "Wipe yourself down." Jiang Ning expressed her gratitude, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Hua Yishin then remarked, "That gun of yours has quite a strong recoil. You need to adjust your grip slightly to prevent injuring your arm." Jiang Ning, caught off guard, could only respond with a stunned silence. Chapter 55. Temperature-regulating clothes amidst the throng of people. Coupled with the torrential rain and poor visibility, she subtly adjusted her position, yet unexpectedly. He discerned her intentions with his piercing gaze. Jiang Ning smilet, fake ning ignorance. She pulled back her shoulder, leaned forward while aiming, and slightly bent her elbows. The lessons imparted by the expert lingered in her mind, and she resolved to practice diligently at home. There is a mutual understanding between them, unspoken yet palpable, as neither inquired about the source of their knowledge. Following the gunfire, an eerie silence enveloped the entire apartment building. No one dared to entertain thoughts of the 18th floor again. Life must go on. Confinement within the walls would drive them mad. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu, with bulging biceps, confidently knocked on the door of Unit 1801, eager to venture out in search of supplies. As the water level continued to rise, they had abandoned hope for the rain to cease. This was the apocalypse. Who could predict what lay ahead? Supplies were depleting daily, with nothing coming in, leading to a growing sense of dread. Hua Yishin concurred, and Do Do demanded to join in, while the cunning dog, Kola, promptly lined up. Woof! The dog had matured, developing its own ideas, and Jiang Ning could not contain it. She had to ensure its safety. Kola returned indoors, dragging out its protective gear and a raincoat. "Come on, it's time for battle. Hurry up and dress it in its battle attire." Jiang Ning chuckled, teasing as she dressed the dog. "Oh dear, my pup is off to earn its keep again." The black dog, proud yet bashful, looked on, waiting for the promise of meat. Standing on the balcony, she watched them depart the community and took out the sable fur, measuring it to create a coat for her dog. The rain persisted, but the temperature had evidently dropped. Jiang Ning sensed that an extreme cold was imminent. Compared to the flood, this frigidness could prove fatal. Although the horse dog could swiftly adapt to harsh environments, Jiang Ning remained worried. Temperatures could plummet to -60 or 70 degrees. Humans could bundle themselves like bears and still struggle to survive, let alone a short-haired horse dog. Recalling the frostbite it had suffered in her past life, Jiang Ning's heart twisted painfully. This time, she vowed to spare it from such suffering. Zheng Weili visited and was astonished to find Jiang Ning dismantling the fur. "Making clothes for Kola?" she exclaimed. "Yes, it seems to grow colder by the day. I was even awakened by the chill last night." Jiang Ning subtly noted the sequence of events. First the typhoon, now over 2 months of relentless rain. And what other bizarre weather awaited them? We are in the south, where winters are typically mild, unlike the north where it can plunge to -10 degrees. Indeed, in previous years, the north would already be blanketed in snow. Do you think they are experiencing floods as well? Jiang Ning pondered. Now that it's winter, could it be a frozen wasteland? Zheng Weili dared not imagine the horror. It would be a hellish scenario. Fengchun was not cold. She had worn short sleeves last winter, but this year posed uncertainty. Jiang Ning interjected, "I suspect it may be much colder than last year." Hearing this, Zheng Weili felt an ominous premonition. "We can't do much about the cold, but we've stocked up on clothing and firewood, so we should be fine." As they chatted, Zheng Weili recalled something serious. "On Ning, the residents of our building are currently in shock. Who knows what the future holds? You must store your supplies separately. Should the 18th floor be breached, your provisions 1T be completely looted." It was a sudden realization from Zhang Chao. They worked through the night, tearing apart the kitchen and bathroom ceilings to securely stash food and medicine in various locations. Not only the ceilings, but also the ventilation ducts and toilet cisterns were not spared. One cannot place all their eggs in one basket, Zheng Weili advised. When Zhang Chao and Lu Yu return, let them assist you. Aren't you concerned about rats gnawing at your provisions? Zheng Weili was speechless. Rats? At least that's preferable to being robbed. We must find a way to acquire rat poison or sticky traps, Jiang Ning suggested. Your idea is sound. I'll try that too. Jiang Ning believed in the wisdom of Unit 1803. If I hollow out the sofa, I could also hide some food, right? Yes. How do they not think of that? After bidding Zheng Weili farewell, Jiang Ning resumed sewing the fur. With ample material left over, she considered making garments for the Hui and Xiao Bai as well. These two were well furred, and Xiao Bai was soon to give birth. She wondered if they would survive the extreme cold. In support of her meat plan, she hoped they would endure. If not, she would have to resort to braising them. Everything hinged on their fate. Bringing the two over, she took their measurements. Feeling their soft fur was quite warm. Perhaps due to good nutrition, they appeared to have gained considerable strength, especially Xiao Bai, whose belly was round, likely brimming with pups. With 3 fur coats successfully transformed, Jiang Ning felt a surge of confidence in her DIY skills. However, mere fur wasn't sufficient. Recalling the ample fabric stored in her space, she decided to select some warm materials to craft additional garments. As Jiang Ning rummaged through her space for fabric, she chanced upon the temperature-regulating clothing priced at 198,000. She pulled it out, resolved to test this ordinary-seeming garment. Surprisingly, wearing it felt exceptionally comfortable. The texture soft against her skin like silk. Though slightly oversized, she planned to use it as sleepwear. Just as she was about to remove it, she sensed something amiss. With rain and a temperature drop, today's weather hovered around 21 degrees, yet even her casual sweatshirt felt chilly. The thin fabric enveloped her in warmth, akin to a biological membrane cocooning her body. It was undeniably warmer than her sweatshirt. Could it really regulate temperature? The temperature in her space was higher than outside, and she quickly stepped inside. Sure enough, the warmth dissipated, leaving only a sensation of comfort akin to being naked. Upon stepping out again, warmth flooded back to her. This truly was high-tech temperature-regulating clothing. Jiang Ning reflected that during her shopping spree, she had not appreciated its uniqueness, likely due to the minimal temperature difference at the time. Wearing the temperature-regulating garment, she activated the gas stove and held her hand above the flame. She could feel the heat in her palm, and her arms were no exception. However, the warmth was significantly less than what her palm sensed. The temperature regulation was genuine, yet the notion of a constant 25 degrees was a myth. Nevertheless, the ability to create such fabric was beyond impressive. Had it not been for this natural disaster, once introduced to the market, this material would spark a technological revolution. At 198,000, it was indeed worth every penny. The fabric for temperature-regulating clothing was limited to 10 rolls, totaling 333 meters. The quantity was exceedingly scarce, but with careful usage, it would sustain her through extreme weather patterns for a lifetime. She promptly made 2 sets for herself, 2 for Kola, while using scraps for the Hui and Xiao Bai. Not only clothing, but also gloves, socks, and scarves. What a fabric-consuming endeavor. The invaluable temperature-regulating clothing was too precious to waste. Jiang Ning diligently searched her downloaded life skills materials, successfully locating tutorials on clothing design and cutting. After grasping the basics, she practiced with other fabrics. After a few days of interrupted treatment, Grandma Zhong resumed her visits to the 18th floor. It wasn't her desire to stop, but the confrontation had a significant impact. Several injured individuals had succumbed to infections. While no one dared to provoke the 18th floor, many harbored grievances, believing all misfortunes stemmed from there. If the 18th floor had been willing to share food, that tragic day would never have occurred, Grandma Zhong imparted solemnly. Little Jiang, the hearts of people have been corrupted by these times. You must be extremely cautious moving forward. Chapter 56. Discovery of the fish pond. Jiang Ning discerned that it was Grandma Zhong who had sent Zhong Ping to relay the message. Although the gesture bore little practical significance, she appreciated the sentiment. Consequently, she waived the treatment fees for 3 sessions and gifted half a bottle of medicinal wine for injuries. While the quantity was modest, merely 50 milliliters, it was generous in the context of the apocalypse. Of course, Jiang Ning did not dismiss the possibility of it being a friendly overture. After all, everyone was fixated on the 18th floor, and one should never underestimate the complexities of human kindness. If the Zhong family was willing to share any information, it could save her considerable trouble. Grandma Zhong, the temperature has dropped significantly these days. You must protect your waist from the cold and damp. In the evenings, apply the medicinal wine for a massage to invigorate your circulation. Then keep warm under a quilt. This will expedite your recovery. In her previous life, Grandma Zhong had perished from the cold, leaving only Zhong Ping alive, but he did not survive long either. This time, Jiang Ning took the opportunity to offer a reminder. If she could comprehend it, perhaps she would evade death. Thank you, little Jiang. I will certainly give it a try tonight. After saying this, she proceeded to introduce a patient to Jiang Ning. The family upstairs has a son plagued by severe eczema, scratching until he bleeds. They risked a visit to the hospital, but found no medication. They wish to bring the child here for treatment. They are not well acquainted with you, so they hesitated to come without first consulting your opinion. Rest assured, they're decent people and do not associate with Jian and his ilk. They haven't resorted to the joint intimidation tactics from a few days ago. Eczema is a complex ailment. Relying solely on acupuncture will not suffice, and traditional herbal remedies take time to show effects. While Jiang Ning had medicines in her space, it was out of the question to present them. This condition is difficult to treat without medication. Regular exercise to induce sweating and detoxification will gradually improve one's immunity, leading to recovery. Jiang Ning did not insist on the matter. She wrapped the medicine bottle in cloth and tucked it away to avoid drawing attention from others, pondering various thoughts. Little Jiang, did your dog bite a boy? Grandma Zhong inquired as she prepared to leave. The girl next door is stoking the flames again. Their expressions do not bode well. Why are young people today so complicated? She lamented. They claim to be alumni, but speak ill of others behind their backs, constantly coveting the resources in others' hands. This time, during the assault on the 18th floor, those men participated. Rather than reflecting on their actions, they chose to vilify Jiang Ning. If I were in her position, even if I possessed resources, I would rather feed the dogs than offer anything to such ungrateful wretches. After Grandma Zhong departed, Jiang Ning closed the door and entered her space, harvesting the fully grown vegetables from her black soil garden. She brought out the planting pots from the space and placed them on the balcony, then fetched a small stool to dig for potatoes. The soil in her space was fertile, yielding an abundance of plump yellow potatoes. With dozens of planting pots, she collected over 100 pounds of potatoes, a satisfaction that words could scarcely convey. The rabbits would not eat the potato sprouts, so they were discarded into the space as fertilizer. Having replanted the potatoes, and just as she was about to return to the black soil garden with her thoughts, a knock resounded at the door. Her battle-ready dog returned triumphantly, standing proudly at the entrance with 2 black plastic bags in its mouth. The others carried firewood, and except for the stern-faced Huishan, smiles adorned everyone's faces. Kola raised its paws, its dark eyes sparkling with excitement. You there, standing around like a fool. Hurry up and come to greet me. My teeth are sore from biting. Jiang Ning caught a whiff of fishy scent. Without a doubt, Kola had been swimming again. Grabbing the heavy bags, Jiang Ning patted the dog's head in praise. Well done, my Kola. The bags contained 5 fish, weighing nearly 20 pounds altogether. The other bag held 2 wild rabbits, caught by Kola in its burrowing escapades on mountain. After changing out of her raincoat into dry clothes, everyone gathered in room 1803. With urban structures offering little in terms of resources, they ventured toward the villas previously visited. The villas held little allure. Their aim was to penetrate deeper into the mountains. They wondered if they might encounter wild boars again, but instead discovered a reservoir deep in the mountains. Fish were cultivated in the reservoir, and many swam downstream, exploring the ravines. The murky waters obscured visibility, relying solely on Kayle's keen senses to detect and catch them. It was uncertain how many fish had been swept away, but it was clear that plenty remained in the reservoir. If they could devise a way to catch the fish, they could trade with the sharp-billed monkeys for grains, ensuring sustenance for several years. However, they needed to act swiftly. Resources in the urban area had dwindled. It was likely that others would soon seek out the reservoir. If discovered, their chance of obtaining anything would vanish. With water everywhere and treacherous footing, relying on Kola to catch them one by one was impractical. Zhang Chao muttered, if only we had a fishing machine. The fish were right there, yet they remained out of reach, a source of frustration. Rain, can you create one? Chow. That's simply not feasible. The prospect of countless fish in the reservoir enticed Jiang Ning. With only 100 fish in her space, and Kola being a fish enthusiast, it was far from sufficient. Grandma Zhong had mentioned that her grandson, Zhong Ping, worked at a physics institute. Perhaps he could assist. Fishing machines functioned through ultrasonic waves, and Zhong Ping should understand the theory. What Ishan interjected, can he be trusted? I believe the Zhong family possesses good character, and Zhong Ping appears to be a dutiful son. Inquiring should pose no issue. Even if it doesn't work out, there's no loss for the 18th floor. The others concurred, reasoning that the Zhong family was unaware of the reservoir's location, and Zhong Ping might not even be capable of constructing the fishing machine. Without delay, they resolved to ask. The Zhong family resided adjacent to Su Mingyao, who was always lurking like a dog, making it inconvenient for Jiang Ning to approach. The men were equally reluctant. In their quest for sustenance, Su Mingyao had exhibited various flirtatious behaviors, even attempting to seduce Wei Yishan. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu might lack the composure to withstand her advances. Thus, it fell to Zheng Weili to take the lead. As Jiang Ning had anticipated, the moment Zheng Weili knocked on the Zhong family's door, the adjacent door swung open. Upon seeing Zheng Weili, Su Mingyao donned a sweet and innocent smile, senior sister. Unfortunately, the power outage at night, combined with her gaunt appearance, made her resemble a ghost. Zheng Weili could hardly tolerate such a vixen and retorted, "Don't call me that. We are not familiar." Su Mingyao, unfazed, replied, "Senior sister, what brings you here to see Grandma Zhong at this hour?" This shameless woman made Zheng Weili want to punch her into oblivion. Ignoring her, Zheng Weili continued to knock on the door. Hearing the commotion, Grandma Zhong hastily opened the door. Zheng Weili produced an item from her pocket and handed it to Grandma Zhong. "You left something during your acupuncture session this afternoon." Ning was concerned and asked me to bring it to you. Being a sharp elder, Grandma Zhong immediately sensed that Zheng Weili had come with purpose. "Thank you, dear." "Oh dear, my house is flooded everywhere. I nearly slipped just now, and I think I may have strained my back. Is little Jiang available? I would appreciate it if she could help me stretch my muscles. We are out of food at home, and Zhong Ping has a new electronic watch. Would that suffice to cover the acupuncture fees? That should be acceptable." Zheng Weili did not linger long and left after delivering her message. Su Mingyao maintained her sweet smile. "Senior sister, would you like to come in and sit?" Chapter 57. Crafting a fishing device in response to Su Mengyao's insincere invitation, Zheng Weili remained unfazed. With a firm shove, she effortlessly sent Su Mingyao stumbling 2 to 3 meters back, crashing into the wall. "If I were a man, I would have dealt with you decisively. Out there selling yourself, and still full of energy, you're nothing but a seductress, shameless to the core." By the time the occupants of 1202 heard Su Mingyao's cries, Zheng Weili had already ascended the stairs. Once upstairs, Zheng Weili vented to Jiang Ning, expressing how the sound of Su Mingyao's feigned sweetness made her skin crawl. "That woman is like a venomous snake, adept at inciting men to take the lead. I could have dealt with her just now. If she dares to confront us, we could take the opportunity to eliminate her. Otherwise, it's only a matter of time before trouble arises." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, acknowledging the need for a strategy. Unfortunately, Su Mingyao had grown wise, hiding behind men and rarely showing her face. Zheng Weili had initially hoped for Su Mingyao to endure the trials of this post-apocalyptic world, yet she seemed intent on making things difficult. "I'm afraid the knife is already sharpened." Not long after, Zhong Ping arrived, supporting his grandmother. Jiang Ning wasted no time, asking directly, "Can you craft a fishing device?" Zhong Ping paused, adjusting his glasses as he contemplated for a few moments. "I believe I can, but I lack adequate materials." Being a physics enthusiast, his room was cluttered with various components, some purchased, others salvaged from scrap yards. He had even received a Life Invention Award and excelled in national physics competitions. An exemplary model student, indeed. Jiang Ning inquired, "Can you gather what you need?" Zhong Ping replied, "There should be some in the experimental building. A slight modification should suffice. The materials room is on the 8th floor, and it likely hasn't been flooded yet, though I cannot be certain it hasn't been scavenged. The research institute wasn't particularly far. A shortcut would cover about 10 kilometers. Jiang Ning exchanged glances with Hua Yishan, silently asking if they should proceed with this venture. Hua Yishan considered the situation before addressing Zhong Ping. I can take you back to retrieve the materials. However, Zhong Ping was no fool. He understood that if they were going to expend diesel to fetch supplies for a fishing device, it was for something more significant than mere fishing. With resources growing scarce at home, he had to negotiate. If I successfully create the fishing device, can I be included in the spoils? His request was reasonable. Jiang Ning would do the same if roles were reversed. Given the depths of this situation, can you guarantee the fishing device will yield results? Zhong Ping confidently asserted, as long as there are fish, I can catch them. It's merely a matter of adjusting the ultrasonic frequency, which is quite simple. In pursuit of culinary freedom. Jiang Ning agreed, very well, but this matter must remain confidential. Given the circumstances, the Zhong family could not afford any carelessness. They understood precisely what to share and what to conceal. How long until it's ready? For Zhong Ping, constructing the fishing device was not particularly complex. He had worked on this subject during high school. Provided I have all the materials, I can complete it tonight. Not one to delay. Hua Yishan returned to the room to fetch the inflatable boat. Since the Zhong family did not reside on the 18th floor, Jiang Ning preferred to keep their activities discreet, ensuring that Zhong Nainai and Zhong Ping descended first. She organized a task for apartment 1803 to prepare fish by cutting and salting them, ensuring they could be preserved for several days. They would also clean the rabbit, storing it in the car fridge for later consumption. Descending quietly, Zhong Ping was already waiting on the 6th floor, burdened with a hefty, inflatable boat. Meanwhile, the occupants of 1202 were preoccupied with comforting the injured Su Mingyao, oblivious to the movements of their neighbors. The inflatable boat silently glided out of the community, its engine humming as it navigated into the night towards the research company. After approximately 40 minutes, the trio arrived at the Physics Research Institute, which was, as expected, in complete disarray. Zhong Ping's expression darkened as he rushed to the 8th floor materials room. The door had been pried open, and various items lay scattered across the floor. With a flashlight in hand, he diligently collected what he could. Research materials differ from everyday necessities. To the staff, these components were invaluable, yet to ordinary survivors, they were neither edible nor drinkable. Among the chaos, there was little of worth to salvage. Zhong Ping meticulously sorted through the debris, gathering a substantial assortment of components on the table before retrieving tools to modify them. I still need a few items. I'll head to the laboratory to dismantle some equipment. There were several laboratories, and he began to disassemble parts from various instruments and devices. Many of these machines were quite costly. Unfortunately, a significant number had been damaged by the flood. Zhong Ping, a reserved and introverted individual, rarely displayed intense emotions. Yet the sorrow in his voice was unmistakable. Indeed, the flood had not only claimed lives, but also devoured the treasures of human civilization. Jiang Ning, lacking a background in physics, could not assist much and wandered around, seeking anything useful. In the dark, Hua Yishan intended to accompany her, but was called by Zhong Ping to lend a hand with a frequency converter that required adjustment. Jiang Ning ascended the stairs, noting that desks and door frames had been dismantled and remnants of packaging littered the ground. She salvaged a few plastic planting pots, discarding them into her space without hesitation. The computers from the research offices and the laboratory instruments were all valuable resources. While Jiang Ning may not need them, someone in the future might, and they took up no space. After exploring several floors, she gathered a considerable amount of unwanted trash, as well as some creatively designed exhibits from the exhibition room. Research products felt distant from daily life, and Jiang Ning couldn't even recognize them. Upon returning to the 8th floor, Zhong Ping had already assembled several components. He had somehow procured a casing that resembled a frequency transformer. After retrieving components he had brought from home, he continued to tinker for 2 more hours until he finally succeeded in assembling the device. The machine emitted a buzzing sound that made Jiang Ning uncomfortable. She covered her ears and stepped back. The floodwaters are too deep. I'll need to accelerate the frequency. While operational, the frequency range can extend up to 30 meters. This spectrum is harmless to humans, but the fish 1T withstand it and will float to the surface. The only downside was its high energy consumption. It could only operate for 3 or 4 hours before draining the battery. With the fishing device complete, Jiang Ning inquired, "Where shall we go to fish?" "You'll find out tomorrow." "Are there many fish?" Jiang Ning sounded anxious, adding, "If you need more hands, my parents can assist." Resources were scarce everywhere. But he was aware that the 18th floor had capabilities, thus hoping for a fair exchange of labor for rewards. No one could guarantee how many fish they would catch. However, tomorrow, someone must remain at home. With such a vast reservoir, many fish would be swept away, and manpower would certainly be insufficient. At 5 tomorrow, your family should send 3 people. We will gather outside the community. With the fishing device secured, Jiang Ning loaded several components into his bag, knowing they might prove useful later. He had come prepared, carrying a dozen bags to collect everything he could find. Each discipline has its expertise. Survival methods vary. And Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan did not intervene. Upon returning to the community, it was already past midnight, and Zheng Weili and the others were still awake. The dog leaped up, embracing Jiang Ning. Zhang Chao's stomach growled, exclaiming, "Ah, you're finally back. We were nearly starving." As they entered, the room was filled with the savory aroma of fried fish, golden and crispy. Jiang Ning, perplexed, asked, "How could you be starving?" Zheng Weili chuckled, "You should ask Kola." Chapter 58. The Waste King of a Generation, sister, I know. Dodo raised her hand eagerly to answer. The fish was caught by Kola, and Kola won't let the older siblings eat it. What? Is that so? Jiang Ning was utterly perplexed. How could such an adorable creature be so domineering? Woof! Kola tugged at her sleeve, pulling her toward the dining table. A large basin brimmed with fragrant, crispy fried fish sat before them, its aroma making mouths water. The dog stood on its hind legs, pushing the basin of fish towards them with its paws, insisting, "Human eat." Jiang Ning, still bewildered, looked towards Zheng Weili and the others. They too had faced a challenge. After marinating the fish, they couldn't wait for Jiang Ning's return, deciding they couldn't rely solely on her. Thus, the 3 of them had collaborated for quite some time to prepare the fried fish. However, Kola had fixed its fierce gaze on the dish, refusing to let anyone touch it. The dog was practically drooling but would not allow a single bite. The 18th floor was surprisingly democratic, considering the fish was caught by Kola. Besides, it was now a top-tier canine with maxed-out survival skills, and no one dared to offend it. No matter how tempting, they all had to endure. Zhang Chao lamented, "I'm so hungry, just eat already." Jiang Ning chuckled mischievously. "Our Kola is simply marvelous. It even knows how to care for its owner." Kola, filled with excitement, barked woof. Its bright eyes sparkled, as if saying, "Human, I will take care of you." Jiang Ning took a piece of fried fish and began to eat. It was crispy, fresh, and delicious. It had not been an easy task, but they had finally succeeded. Watching the enlightened dog, Jiang Ning suddenly decided to tease Kola. "I've eaten. Who's next?" "Woof woof." Kola wagged its tail vigorously, drool dripping from its mouth. Understanding its cue, Jiang Ning placed a piece into the dog's bowl. "And what comes next?" The dog seized Dodo's pant leg. They took turns, Zheng Weili, Zhang Chao, Lu Yu, and finally, it was Hou Yishan's turn. Hou Yishan, being last, felt a mix of understanding and disbelief. He could comprehend why the dog favored children. Yet, as its trainer, he had expected a stricter adherence to discipline. However, as long as tasks were completed, there were rewards. He never imagined he would become the very embodiment of what the dog disliked most. Hou Yishan was bewildered, questioning his existence. Laughter erupted around them, and Zheng Weili brought out a pot of cooked rice porridge for everyone to enjoy. After discussing the next day's tasks, they yawned and returned to their homes. Having relished the dog's exclusive affection, Jiang Ning felt particularly joyous. She retrieved 2 intelligent bathtubs filled with warm water from her space, sprinkled some dried rose petals, and played soothing music, closing her eyes to indulge in a blissful bath. Kola lay on its back in the tub, tilting its head to gaze at its owner next door, its bright eyes sparkling with stars. Yes, it too had experienced a bath with petals. After the bath, wrapped in a blanket, she drifted into a comfortable sleep. In a hazy state, she heard the crackling sound of the intercom. "Jiang Ning, are you up?" struggling to open her eyelids against the hushed voice. She realized her sleep quality had improved greatly since Kola's arrival. The alarm clock rang, waking her abruptly at 4:30 in the morning. Groggy, she got out of bed to change clothes as the intercom crackled again. It was likely Ho Ishin reminding her that it was time to depart. She rummaged around, baffled that she could not find the intercom. Where could it have gone? She wondered, noticing it lying motionless in the dog's bed. Kola, don't just sit there. Help me find it. The dog remained unfazed, lounging lazily. Ziz, this was absurd. It had been right on the bedside table. How could it just vanish? She searched on the bed, under it, and near the dog's nest. Move a bit, she urged. The dog continued to laze about. Jiang Ning squinted, pondering, and then bent down to pick it up. To her surprise, the intercom had been trapped beneath Kola's rear end. The caught-off-guard dog blinked innocently. Oh, how did the intercom grow legs? Jiang Ning was conflicted. The intercom had been sullied by the dog. Should she keep it? Time was of the essence. After disinfecting it with alcohol spray and wiping it clean, she secured it and prepared to leave. Facing the mischievous dog early in the morning, she couldn't help but laugh. Are you guarding the house or coming along? Kola dashed to the living room, dragging its battle attire over. Jiang Ning quickly dressed it, and they rushed out. Ho Ishin and Zhang Chao were already waiting, while Zheng Weili cradled the still-sleeping Dodo, softly advising, be safe. They quietly exited the community, where the Zheng family awaited them on an inflatable boat. In the dark, visibility was poor, but a flashlight revealed the refined faces of Mr. and Mrs. Zheng, both in their 40s. They secured the inflatable boat to the speedboat and headed toward the hillside villa area. By the time they arrived, it was nearly 7, with the first light of dawn breaking. After organizing their belongings, they trekked through the rain-soaked mountains. Kola led the way effortlessly. A new day had dawned, and it was time for the humans to continue feasting. The path was unclear and rugged. Jiang Ning slipped, her body teetering backward. Ho Ishin, positioned just behind her, instinctively reached out to steady her waist. Be careful. Jiang Ning was securely supported and swiftly clutched a nearby tree. She couldn't help but marvel at his strength. Not only was he carrying the speedboat, but he also managed to support her along with the inflatable boat. He truly deserved the title of Waste King. Ho Ishin cautioned those behind them to be careful of the slippery mud slope. He then commanded Kola ahead. Don't overexert yourself leading the way. The remainder of the path was much smoother. They trudged slowly through the rain for almost 2 hours before finally spotting the expansive reservoir nestled among the mountains. Kola, brimming with courage, insisted Jiang Ning remove its raincoat before diving into the water with a splash. Minutes later, it emerged, clutching a lively fish in its mouth. Approaching Jiang Ning, it dropped the fish in her hands. Here, human meat for you. There was indeed fish. Mrs. Zheng's voice trembled with excitement as her eyes fixated on the catch. Let us eat first, then we can work. Exhausted from the climb, they sought refuge under a tree from the rain. Jiang Ning placed the fish in a plastic bag and shared steamed buns with Kola. Ho Ishin munched on compressed biscuits, while Zhang Chao enjoyed rice balls. The Zheng family pulled out sweet potatoes, each savoring one slowly. Even the skins were too precious to discard. It appeared the Zheng family had truly exhausted their supplies. But so what? 1 grain of rice brings gratitude, while a bushel can breed enmity. Jiang Ning held no thoughts of charity. They must rely on themselves to earn their keep. After replenishing their energy, Zhong Ping set up the fishing machine on the speedboat. Let us give it a try. It might be a bit jarring, so those unaccustomed can cover their ears. Jiang Ning stuffed earplugs in her ears and held Kola close. The dog's acute hearing would be more sensitive to the noise, so she shielded its ears, refusing to let go. Chapter 59. The freedom of eating fish. What Ishin maneuvered the speedboat, bringing Zhongping to a halt on the water's surface, approximately 30 meters out. The fishing device whirred to life, emitting a faint, piercing buzz. Kola, feeling restless, continually nudged her canine head. Zhang Chao, peering through binoculars, exclaimed with excitement after a few moments, there are fish. They're really jumping. Jiang Ning took the binoculars and indeed observed fish leaping from the water, soon revealing their white bellies. After lingering in one spot for about 10 minutes, the speedboat navigated towards another location. Jiang Ning inflated the rubber dinghy and paddled over with a sack made of snakeskin. The dog paddled ahead, tirelessly using its paws to stroke the water. The belly-up fish drifted with the current, and the 4 individuals in 3 rubber dinghies paddled towards them, using paddles to collect the fish into bags. The fish were sizable, most weighing between 3 to 5 pounds, with some even reaching 7 or 8 pounds. The reservoir boasted a variety of fish species, including grass carp, silver carp, common carp, Crucian carp, black carp, and tilapia. The sky was overcast with rain, and the group scattered to catch fish, their visibility limited. The reservoir covered an estimated 30 to 40 acres, and as the rain continued to pour, the water was incessantly flowing out, carrying many fish away with the current. If not for this calamity, the reservoir could have yielded hundreds of thousands of fish, a bountiful harvest indeed. However, the fishing device consumed vast amounts of electricity, and it was unlikely to be used many times before the reservoir's fish would be swept away entirely, which was truly regrettable. While filling the bags with fish, Jiang Ning seized the opportunity to touch the fish in the water, drawing them into her space. Upon witnessing the fish vanish from the hands of the one cleaning up, Kola widened her eyes in disbelief. She has done it again. Under Jiang Ning's guidance, the dog had developed the habit of standing guard whenever she performed her tricks. While swimming and foraging, within less than an hour, they had filled a snake skin bag with approximately 80 to 90 pounds of fish. Zhong's parents, diligent and industrious, had already filled 2 bags. From a distance, Zhang Chao called out, "You two, slow down. The fish are being swept away." Hua Yixin and Zhong Ping were also busy catching fish, with 8 bags piled beneath a tree, weighing around 700 to 800 pounds. The concern of having no fish to eat was met with the worry of having an overwhelming quantity to deal with. Shall we aim to catch several hundred pounds daily? Zhong Ping pondered, fretting that the battery of the fishing device wouldn't last much longer. Can it be recharged? Jiang Ning inquired. It could indeed be recharged. But the question remained, where could they do so? Hua Yixin suggested that they first exchange the fish and later inquire if it could be recharged. Referring to the group of sharp-nosed monkeys, Jiang Ning had no objections, so they agreed that each person would carry a bag of fish down the mountain to exchange first. Since they couldn't carry all the fish, someone had to remain behind to guard them. Regardless of age or stature, it had to be Jiang Ning. Once Hua Yixin's figure disappeared, and she was certain no one was around, she moved the remaining 4 bags of fish onto the rubber dinghy and paddled to the center of the reservoir to activate the fishing device. Minutes later, fish began to surface, floating belly up. Jiang Ning produced a large net to scoop the fish from the water and store them in her space. The reservoir teemed with fish, and with timely retrieval, she managed to catch around 200 to 300 fish each time. After operating the fishing device 5 times, she had amassed over 2,000 fish, totaling several thousand pounds. Once the device ran out of power, Jiang Ning retrieved a solar-powered battery from her space. After charging it, she caught another wave. Though the exact amount remained uncertain, it was surely no less than 20,000 pounds. Such a bounty of fish was beyond consumption. In due time, she could find reasons to distribute some to others or trade them for other supplies, converting them into sustenance. Jiang Ning recharged the fishing device halfway and then paddled along the reservoir's edge, collecting numerous dead fish that had been swept away by the current, filling 3 snake skin bags. About half an hour later, the dog became alert, and soon after, they heard Zhang Chao and the others approaching. They quickly gathered at the rendezvous point, and upon seeing the 3 bags of fish, Zhang Chao exclaimed in astonishment, "Ning, where did all these fish come from?" "While you were away, I scoured the edges of the reservoir and collected quite a number of fish," Jiang Ning replied. She then inquired, "Have you finalized the trading terms?" At the mention of this, Zhang Chao felt a mix of joy and concern. They needed fish, but consuming such a quantity was impractical. Moreover, 2 pounds of fish could only be exchanged for 1 pound of rice, capping the trade at 200 pounds of fresh rice, with the remainder needing to be compensated with other items. They understood that rarity increases value, and considering fish was generally cheaper than pork, the scarcity of grains meant that collecting 800 pounds of fish might not sell easily. Jiang Ning asked, "What should we do now?" They discussed other items, including medicine. canned goods, salt, oil, clothing, and various odds and ends. Hua Yishan expressed his willingness to contribute, stating, "For those in dire need of grains, I can relinquish my portion in exchange for medicine, canned goods, or oil and salt." Jiang Ning was indifferent. 1803 would certainly require grains, as they were all heavy eaters. The Zhong family was even more in need, so the two individuals agreed to split their shares with 1803 and the Zhong family. The Zhong family could request broken rice, as they would need a larger quantity to sustain their household. Jiang Ning then asked pointedly, "Should we continue catching fish?" "Of course. How can we let food go to waste? That would be a grave sin," Zhong's mother declared, already formulating a plan. "If they don't want them, we can catch them to eat. We can make fried fish, crispy fish, preserved fish, or pickled fish. There are countless ways to prepare them." On their way back, they took a shortcut, and Zhong's mother discovered a vast expanse of wild kudzu roots in the valley, which could be harvested and processed into flour to stave off hunger. Jiang Ning mused, "Indeed, the ingenuity of humanity knows no bounds." After finalizing their plans, the fishing device was activated once more. While catching and collecting, Zhang Chao furrowed his brow, questioning, "Why does it seem like there are fewer fish?" Jiang Ning took a deep breath. "It's not me. I didn't do anything." Hua Yishan interjected, "The ultrasound affects the fish. They sense danger and swim away with the current. Naturally, they would avoid threats. After all, catching so many fish would only lead to further complications in handling them." After operating the fishing device several times, they had collected over 1,000 pounds of fish, and finally, it ceased to function. Zhang Chao, reeking of fish, felt nauseated by the smell. "Let us finish processing these fish first, and then we'll figure out how to recharge the device." The group agreed, and after satisfying their hunger, they began transporting the fish down the mountain. They found a shortcut, making the journey significantly easier. After multiple trips, all the fish were stacked in the villa, with over 1,000 pounds remaining after accounting for those exchanged. Bringing them back to the community was out of the question, as the Zhong family would be targeted immediately. Jiang Ning exchanged glances with Zhang Chao and then suggested processing the fish at the villa. The Zhong family welcomed the idea with enthusiasm. Thus, Jiang Ning and Zhong's mother remained to prepare the fish, while the four men took the fish to trade. After providing Zhong's mother with a butcher's knife, Jiang Ning squatted down to scale the fish, gut them, and cut them into pieces. Kola proudly clutched a plump fish nearby, savoring her meal. The leftover gas from their previous meat sauce preparation was still hidden in the villa, although limited. It would suffice for frying fish. Using the excuse of searching for supplies, Jiang Ning retrieved the gas stove, oil, and salt from the chimney pipe on the second floor. Zhong's mother, astonished and delighted, remarked, "You young people truly have an eye for finding things." Although the oil was scarce, they could manage to fry a few batches before returning. Zhong's mother was skilled at frying, while Jiang Ning continued to prepare the fish. However, the frying aroma became overwhelmingly intense, as all the fish pieces in the pot were overcooked, yet Zhong's mother showed no signs of lifting them out. Jiang Ning gently suggested, "If it's fried too dry, it won't be edible, right? We need to ensure all the moisture is cooked out. In this weather, it's prone to humidity, making it difficult to preserve for long." While frying may not be the healthiest option, satisfying hunger and surviving remain paramount. Indeed, preservation posed a significant challenge. Jiang Ning, having options, wouldn't consume the overcooked fish, but Kola adored fish, so she would fry a regular batch for her. Zhong's mother was astonished. "How can we possibly eat all this fish?"